Chapter 1085. Floating above the clouds, surrounded by green mountains like a heavenly mirror. The sky was green, and the clouds were also green. This scene made people unable to help but feel that it was unreal. With Sylph in his arms, Wu Yin flew towards the giant hole in the corner of the mountain range. He stopped about 20 meters away and looked at it with narrowed eyes. The hole is huge. It's huge. If Wu Yin were to stand in front of it, he would look like an ant standing in front of a wall that's more than 10 meters tall. The surrounding scenery was all green, and only the huge hole in front of them was completely black. Traces of gloomy aura blew out from it, like a monster with its mouth open, waiting for its prey to come to its door. It made people feel terrified. It's a good thing that the hole is dark and it's huge. That's why Wu Yin was able to find it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find a hole like this in the entire mountain range. Wu Yin and Sylph floated in front of the hole. They didn't say anything. However, if you look closely, you'll notice a solemn expression in their eyes. Now, the two of them have a rough idea of what this green world is like. Simply put, this green world is like a basin surrounded by a mountain range. With the central area as the center, there's a ring of green fog surrounding the area. Beyond the green fog is the mountain range that surrounds this world. However, the mountain range that surrounds this world is no ordinary mountain range. Also, no one has ever seen a mountain range that surrounds the entire world. The top of the mountain range is so far away that it's impossible to see it. If you live in this world, it's no different from being imprisoned in a large cage. Under such circumstances, the only way to get out of this huge cage was to cross the mountain range that stretched into the heavens and into the earth. However, they can't even see the top of the mountain range, even from the clouds. It's unknown if they can find the top of the mountain range. Such a world. I'm afraid you can only see it in the place of gods. Now, there is a huge cave in the middle of the mountain range. Wasn't this telling others that if they wanted to leave, they had to go in? It feels like it's inviting us in. Wu Yin smiled. He smiled playfully. Sylph nodded. She looked into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. But we have no other choice. Indeed, the hole in front of them is their only hope of leaving this world. So, we have no choice but to go in. After saying the two sentences one by one, the two of them looked at each other. Then, they suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the dark hole. They shot towards it. After entering the hole, Wu Yin and Sylph's field of vision gradually faded away and was replaced by a thick darkness. If the green world gives off a strange and peaceful feeling, then this black hole gives off a strange and peaceful feeling. It's strange and eerie. It was as if the surrounding temperature had dropped by quite a bit. The two of them involuntarily stuck close to each other as they flew. However, their gazes remained fixed in front of them and did not leave for even a moment. The wind caused by their rapid flight hit their faces, causing their hair to dance in the wind. But even so, their gazes never left the room. About half an hour later, a bright light appeared in their field of vision. Their expressions tensed up. Wu Yin and Sylph looked at each other. They didn't say anything. Instead, they increased their speed and they charged towards the source of the light. They passed through it. Wu Yin stopped. The first thing that caught the eyes of the two hovering in the air was the door. That's right. It's a door. A 3-meter-tall door. Logically speaking, Wu Yin and Sylph should be happy to see a door. However, when they saw the door, they didn't look happy at all. Instead, they looked at each other and bitterly chuckled. It was not because of anything else, but because of those doors. There wasn't just one door there. Instead, there were countless doors that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was impossible to count how many of them there were. After passing through the hole, Wu Yin and Sylph found themselves in a spacious cavern. The surrounding rock walls were circular and stood in the middle of the vast cave. They were like stairs that were stacked layer by layer. On the stair-like rock walls, there were iron and copper doors that were arranged in an orderly manner. It made the entire cave look like a large graveyard. It was extremely gloomy. Glancing at the countless doors around him, Wu Yin felt like all the energy in his body was drained away. He shrugged his shoulders, and a tired expression appeared on his face. I say, Is the divine tree try to get us to find the door to the core palace? Sylph. Sylph lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she spoke word by word. If that's the case, then one of these doors must lead to the core palace. That's true. Wu Yin sighed. But how are we going to find that door? We're not going to have to open them one by one, right? I don't think we have enough time, even if we have 10 days. Although he didn't know how many doors there are on the stairs, he can't even estimate the number of doors with his perfect memory ability. One can only imagine how terrifying the number would be. If Wu Yin wasn't shackled, he might be able to find the correct door with some spells. But now Wu Yin felt hopeless just by looking at it. At the very least, we can be sure that searching blindly is futile. Compared to Wu Yan's helpless expression, Sylph's expression was as calm as ever. It was as if nothing could stir up her emotions. Her voice was calm as well. The divine tree wouldn't set up such a hopeless test. There must be a hint that can lead us to the correct door. Or maybe there's something different about it. Let's hope it's a hint. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. If there's something different, I don't think we'll be lucky enough to find it. Sylph nodded. Wu Yan was surprised by her calm demeanor. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to enter the core palace? Sylph remained silent for a moment. She then said expressionlessly, I don't have high hopes for the domain of gods. Wu Yan was surprised to hear this. The domain of gods is a backdoor created by the creators of the 3 empires for their descendants. There are countless treasures inside that can change a person's life. If one can find a chance to transform in the domain of gods, even if they were originally trash, they might be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. They might even become a prodigy better than Sylph. It was also because of this that bullying of the weak, which could be seen everywhere in the other forces, was not very likely to happen in the royal families of the 3 empires. This was because no one could guarantee that the person they bullied would not be able to ascend to the heavens in a single bound in the land of gods. This wasn't something impossible. As for the group of geniuses, if they didn't gain anything in the land of gods, they would become a laughingstock. Wu Yin saw Ka and Jaffer wearing bitter expressions on their faces more than once. They're worried that they won't be able to gain anything in the domain of gods. Their reputation as geniuses would be tarnished if they didn't get anything in the domain of gods. However, Sylph, the most outstanding genius in the domain of gods, didn't seem to have high hopes for the domain of gods. Sylph noticed Wu Yan's surprise, so she asked him in a soft voice, Even if I lose my powers, I'm still Sylph. Even if I lose the chance to transform, I'm still Sylph. In her ice-blue eyes, that indifferent expression appeared along with her resolute words. Wu Yan once again realized that the girl in his arms is not as simple as she looks. Perhaps I underestimated this princess a little bit, that's not for sure. Chapter 1086. Time slowly passed. How much time had passed? Even in that green world, it was hard to tell, let alone in this cave where there was no sunlight. Only Wu Yan, with his perfect memory, can say with certainty that they have spent another day in this cave. During this time, Wu Yan and Sylph have been searching the vast cave for clues. They are looking for clues about the location of the true entrance to the core palace of the domain of gods. Unfortunately, after an entire day of searching in the cave, the 2 of them still couldn't find anything. It's not that they didn't find anything, the cavern is just too big. Wu Yan and Sylph spent the whole day looking for clues, but they only managed to cover less than 10% of the cavern. In other words, it would take them at least 10 days to search the entire cave. But the problem was that everyone could only stay in the domain of gods for 10 days. Wu Yan and Sylph have spent 2 days in the domain of gods. They only have 8 days left. They don't have enough time. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed for the umpteenth time and shook his head. He didn't know how many times he sighed and laughed bitterly. The guardian tree is really constantly trying to give us time problems. Does it really want us to waste these 10 days so badly? Yes, that's why it's called a test. Sylph's eyes darted around the area, as if she was trying to find some clues that she didn't have. If it's that easy to evolve, the treasures in the domain of gods would have been used up by the 3 empires over the past tens of thousands of years. You're right. Wu Yan nodded. He mimicked Sylph and he scanned the area. He looked at the doors that looked exactly the same as the one he saw earlier. His vision was blurry, and he could only helplessly sink his consciousness into his body and ask, "Natsuki, do you have any ideas?" "Yes. If we can get out, we can. But right now, we can only stay in your body. What can I do?" Natsuki's dignified voice was tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Also, even if we can get out, our mana will still be sealed. If that's the case, we won't be able to get out." Wu Yin frowned when he heard that. "Are we really going to have to continue searching here?" "Yes." Natsuki didn't respond to Wu Yin immediately. She waited for a while before sending her voice into Wu Yan's mind. "Can't you find a way in the system?" "Yes. You're right. There are many mystical items in the system. I once fell into a maze in a dungeon world and used a compass that led me to the right entrance and exit. Isn't that enough?" Natsuki asked curiously. At the same time, she contacted Wu Yan's consciousness and shared her memories with him. Natsuki couldn't say anything when she connected with Wu Yan. "Do you know the reason now?" Wu Yan said to Natsuki in an annoyed manner. With a flip of his hand, he took out a compass. Wu Yan used this compass once when he was trapped in the sealed labyrinth in the world of the Whirlwind Butler. It has the ability to guide the user according to the concepts in their mind, such as enter and exit. These vague words can be used to guide the user to the correct exit. This effect is perfect for the current situation. Wu Yan only needs to think about the concept of entering the core palace in his mind, and the compass will be able to find the real door. If it were that simple, if Sylph turned her attention to Wu Yan, she would be able to see the compass. Then, she would see the compass that was supposed to point in the right direction spinning around in Wu Yan's hand. "This." Natsuki's voice turned serious. She asked with uncertainty, "Could it be that all the doors here are the correct entrances to the core palace?" "I don't know." Wu Yan went straight to the point. "But Sylph told me. The Guardian Tree is responsible for opening the doors to the core palace. The Guardian Tree has the ability to open spatial passages. I think this is the entrance to the core palace. It has to be whichever door it wants it to be. It's not fixed at all. So, even the items in the system can't be used. Then how are we supposed to find the correct door?" Natsuki's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. After all, no matter who it was, if they knew that the entrance to the core palace that they were searching for wasn't fixed, and that someone else could open it wherever they wanted, not to mention being dissatisfied, they might even go berserk. To paraphrase Sylph, it's not a test if it's that easy to find it. Wu Yan laughed and slapped his cheeks. But looking at it from another perspective, it also means that Sylph's words are correct. The Guardian Tree doesn't want us to find the correct door among those doors. Instead, it wants us to pass the Guardian Tree's test based on a hint that might exist. Natsuki went silent for a moment after hearing Wu Yan's words. She asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" Wu Yan closed his eyes, and he entered a state of deep contemplation. The surroundings are quiet. The pitch-black environment made the graveyard-like doors look eerie and scary. It's as if they could open at any moment and some demon or monster would come running out. If it was a normal girl here, they would probably stick to Wu Yan's body and seek protection. Sylph, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to all of this. She continued her search with all her heart and soul. Even in the darkness of the cave, Sylph still exuded a sense of presence that cannot be ignored. She was exceptionally beautiful. However, the only person who was fortunate enough to witness all of this was sitting there with his eyes closed. Until a certain moment, those wine-red eyes suddenly opened. It's futile to continue searching like this. In front of Sylph, Wu Yan denied all her efforts. Sylph froze, and she turned around. She tilted her head, and she asked Wu Yan. She wasn't angry at all. She tilted her head, and she asked in a puzzled manner, "What are you talking about? Then what should we do?" Wu Yan looked at the doors in front of him when he heard Sylph saying the same thing as Natsuki. It doesn't matter if it's real or fake. Since it's a door, shouldn't we open it first? Sylph froze for a moment and frowned. Isn't that a little too reckless? It's better than searching aimlessly. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Sylph. Maybe we can find some clues behind the door. Sylph furrowed her brows. She looked at Wu Yan's smiling face, and she nodded in agreement. All right, it's a good idea to try. Okay. Wu Yan nodded. He looked ahead and locked his eyes on the door closest to him. I'll give it a try. Although they don't know what's behind the door, no matter how they look at it, Wu Yan, who still has some power and is a man, is the most suitable candidate to test the door. Sylph knew that she would only be a burden if something were to happen to her in her current state. She didn't object and obediently took a step back. Wu Yan smiled and gave Sylph a reassuring look. He then walked towards the door closest to him. He placed his hand on the door. Feeling the rough and cold sensation, Wu Yan recalled the time when he found Boss's room in Swordsman's domain. At that time, he was also like this. He placed his hand on the door and felt the cold touch of the door. He was also prepared to face the SS of the gatekeeper. And this time, what kind of gatekeeper would be behind the door? With that thought in mind, Wu Yan focused his mind, and with a push, he pushed the door open. BZZZ. The next moment, a strong light shone on Wu Yan from the other side of the door. Chapter 1087. Everything in front of him has turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. Wu Yan reflexively raised his hand to shield his eyes when the light shone on him. He also raised his guard to prevent any accidents from happening. When the light gradually dimmed, Wu Yan lowered his hand and scanned the area in front of him. What he saw made his expression change. In front of him is still a vast expanse of whiteness. There are only two figures in the area. One of them is himself. The other one was a petite girl who was floating in the air. She was wearing a red and white gothic lowly outfit and a beret flower hat. She had a pair of broken necklace-like wings with crystals hanging from her back. She also had a demon-like tail. She was a petite girl. Fu! Flan! Wu Yan exclaimed when he saw the petite girl floating in front of him. Isn't that Flandre-chan? Perhaps she heard Wu Yan's exclamation. Flandre-chan lifted her head from under the beret flower hat. Her delicate and adorable face is exposed to the vast expanse of whiteness. At the same time, a pair of wine-red eyes similar to Wu Yan's was also exposed. When the two pairs of wine-red eyes met, Flandre-chan's eyes lit up and a cute smile appeared on her face. She looked very happy, which made people's hearts relax involuntarily. Big brother! Flandre-chan cheered as if she saw her closest kin. Her voice was filled with excitement, but unlike before, she didn't call out to Wu Yan and rush into Wu Yan's arms with enough force to break rocks. Why? Is Flandre-chan? Wu Yan frowned when he noticed this. His expression turned ugly when he realized what was going on. Is this another dream? The answer to this question came from Flandre-chan's next words. It had clearly and definitely been proven to be true. Hey, big brother. A scarlet bloody light flashed through her wine-red eyes that were filled with joy. As this scarlet bloody light exploded, the joy contained within instantly turned into a thick, baleful aura and blood energy. Flandre-chan's lips curled into a sinister smile that sent chills down Wu Yan's spine. That childish voice, in a vast expanse of whiteness. It reverberated. Come play with Flandre-chan. That familiar expression, that familiar behavior, and those familiar words. She hasn't recovered her normal state of mind. It was the same old Flandre-chan who was mentally unstable. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes shrunk when he realized this. Flandre-chan, you. But before he could finish his words, Flandre-chan let out a sinister laugh and waved her little hand. A bloody vine suddenly burst out from the ground and pierced towards the retreating pupil. The tip of the blood-red vine enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes, causing his pupils to contract at an extreme speed. He tilted his head in the nick of time. Swoosh! The sharp end of the vine pierced through the air and mercilessly slashed Wu Yan's face, leaving a long wound on his face. Wu Yan finally came to his senses, his shrunken pupils constricted. Hey! Flandre-chan clapped her hands like an innocent child. Come play. Come play. Flandre-chan extended her hand toward Wu Yan and opened her palm. Wu Yan's hair stood on end when he saw this. This isn't a joke. Flandre-chan's action is a standard action when she unleashes her unique destructive ability. Tisk, Knowing this isn't the time to hesitate, Wu Yin curled his lips in annoyance. Lightning flashed across his forehead. Just as the two of them were about to turn on each other, a voice as young as Flandrechan, filled with authority and scolding, reverberated in Wu Yan's heart. Now is not the time to do such things. Wu Yin paused when he heard this. The next moment, the white expanse of heaven and earth shattered. Inside the cave, Wu Yin, who was standing in front of the door, suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly retreated to the back of the cave, and his dark gaze swept towards the door that is emitting a strong light. The moment Wu Yin woke up, the door closed. Under Wu Yin and Sylph's shocked gaze, the doors on the staircase started to move at a speed not visible to the naked eye. It took about 10 seconds for them to return to their original state. Wu Yin and Sylph's expression turned grim. These doors could actually change their positions. Doesn't that mean they can't even remove the useless doors? Sylph closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down. She looked at Wu Yin. Are you okay? Yes. Wu Yin touched his stinging cheek and found a trace of blood. It was the blood from the wound on his cheek caused by Flandrechan's attack in the dream. Wu Yin touched his healed cheek and laughed self-deprecatingly. Maybe I have to do something now. The injuries he suffered in the dream could actually affect reality. Is this a real dream? Wu Yin explained. Sylph glanced at the doors that changed their positions with a cold glare. Then we can't open those doors as we please. Wu Yin wiped the blood off his cheek and shook his head. No, let me try again. Otherwise, there's no other way to find a correct door. But the position of those doors would change, wouldn't it? Sylph didn't say that out loud. Sylph knew they didn't know what else they could do. Let me try this time, Sylph suggested. She didn't object to Wu Yan's suggestion. Wu Yin wanted to object, but when he saw the determination in Sylph's eyes, he gave up on the idea. He hesitated for a bit before nodding. Don't close your eyes. Once you close your eyes, I will immediately rush over to wake you up. Sylph nodded and raised her foot in the direction Wu Yin went. Since the doors can move, it doesn't matter which one they go to. Sylph walked towards the door in a completely different manner from Wu Yin. She didn't want to give herself a chance to regret her decision, so she pushed the door open. This time, there was no bright light or dream. What appeared behind the door was a mirror. A mirror! Wu Yin and Sylph were stunned. At this moment, Sylph's reflection in the mirror raised her head with a dagger in her hand. The dagger pierced through the mirror and went straight for Sylph's chest. Sylph's expression changed. Tisk! Suddenly, a hand reached out from Sylph's side and grabbed the sharp dagger. There was a tearing sound as the hand that held the dagger began to bleed. Before Sylph could react, Sylph pulled her dagger out of the mirror and retracted her hand back into the mirror. Blood splattered all over the floor as she retracted her hand back into the mirror. At the same time, the door with the mirror slammed shut. Together with all the other doors, it started to rotate again. Sylph didn't care about the doors. She turned around and looked at Wu Yin, or rather, at his bleeding hand. Don't worry, I did it on purpose. Wu Yin pursed his lips when he saw Sylph staring at his bleeding hand. He flexed his hand that healed in an instant. Dreams and illusions, it's the same as the one in the green mist. But Wu Yin shook off the blood on his hand and pursed his lips. This time, I can't treat them as mere dreams and illusions. The damage he received in the dream is real. The illusory realm also had the ability to cause real damage. Compared to the previous pure dreams and illusions, it was many times stronger. Realistic dreams and illusions? Natsuki's voice echoed from Wu Yan's body. She transmitted her voice to Wu Yan. This is a tricky situation. Wu Yan nodded. He exchanged glances with Sylph. He looked at the new door and extended his hand. Chapter 1088. Facing the doors that were filled with vast caverns, the two of them spent an entire day trying to open them. Another day passed. During this time, Wu Yin and Sylph have pushed open more than 100 doors. Pushing open more than 100 doors also means that they have experienced more than 100 realistic dreams and illusions. If it were another group, they would never do the same thing as Wu Yin and Sylph. Even if one's mana and combat aura weren't restricted, who would be willing to repeatedly fall into a dream and and be attacked by the people around them and by an illusion that was exactly the same as them. If something goes wrong, the injury would only be minor. Of course, in the domain of gods, no one would encounter anything that could endanger their lives. However, if they were trapped in a dream or illusion, they would lose a lot of time. If he didn't have Natsuki helping him awaken, and if he didn't have a certain level of power to deal with illusions, he would have to think twice before pushing open these doors that can trap people in dreams and illusions. As for Sylph, she insisted on taking turns to open the doors with Wu Yin. It was as if she didn't care about her own life. If Wu Yin also lost his powers, he wouldn't have asked her to do something so stubborn and dangerous. It must be said that from a certain point of view, the two of them had the same personality. They are both crazy. For the entire day, Wu Yin repeatedly fell into a dream. He would be awakened by Natsuki or Sylph. He would be attacked by the illusions. He would repel the illusions, and he would continue to push open the doors. It was a boring and dangerous process. However, Wu Yin didn't stop. He has the body of a true ancestor. He won't die. He might as well try a few more times. Perhaps he might be able to find the trajectories of the moving doors. From there, he might be able to obtain the entrance to the true core palace. Sylph was also doing the same thing. She kept pushing the doors open and was woken up by Wu Yin. Whenever she encountered an illusion attack, Wu Yin would rush forward and deal with it. Apart from that, Sylph didn't do anything else. Coupled with Sylph's frosty expression, those who didn't know better would think that she was a puppet acting according to the designer's instructions. Over time, be it Wu Yin or Sylph, both of them started to feel numb after repeated attempts. Wu Yin took a glance at the many doors on the stairs, which were rotating and changing again. He took a deep breath and rubbed the spot between his eyebrows, which was aching slightly. Sylph, did you find anything? Sylph shook her head. Even though her face was expressionless, her blue eyes were filled with exhaustion. Every time I enter a dream, the content of the dream is different. The illusions are also different. Wu Yan's pain intensified when he heard Sylph talk about dreams and illusions. In the beginning, everything was fine. The dreams were all related to him. The illusions had always been based on himself and Sylph. But as time went on, not only did the content of the illusions become strange, there were all kinds of things. Even the illusions no longer appeared in a fixed pattern. It was getting more and more troublesome. What about Natsuki? Did you find anything else? Nothing. A voice that only Wu Yin could hear reverberated in his mind. Compared to Wu Yin and Sylph, Natsuki's voice didn't change at all. She was still as calm as ever. Although the content is different, basically, what you encounter after you open the door is either a dream or an illusion. Once you wake up from the dream or deal with the threat of the illusion, the open door will automatically close and change positions. Based on this, it seems that the door will automatically close and change positions. Based on this, it should be impossible to enter those doors that can create illusions and dreams. Doors that can create illusions and dreams. Wu Yin frowned. Do you think there are certain conditions to pass through those doors? Natsuki asked in a confused voice. How should I put it? Didn't the compass tell us that these doors could be real? Wu Yin pursed his lips. For example, we can charge him before the door closes. I don't think that's possible. Natsuki raised her voice. It's just as you said. If it's that easy, it wouldn't be a test. I don't think the Divine Tree would set this test for a Tier 9 and 8 to pass, right? You're right. If that's the case, it's too easy. Wu Yin smiled bitterly. Seriously, why is the Divine Tree able to open up spatial passages? Isn't it better to just let the real doors stay in those doors? All the doors could be real. Tisk, who knows? That's just your guess. Natsuki casually said. Anyway, the Divine Tree can open up spatial passages, right? It's also possible that all those doors are fake. All the doors are fake. Wu Yin was stunned. His eyes lit up when he thought of something. Sylph. Wu Yin turned around and looked at Sylph. Go and push it again. Sylph looked at Wu Yin suspiciously. When she saw the light in his eyes, she knew he must have noticed something. She didn't waste any time and pushed open one of the doors. Just like before, A bright light shone on Sylph and hypnotized her. The moment Sylph closed her eyes, Wu Yin dashed forward and hugged her before backing away. Wu Yin slapped Sylph's cheeks to wake her up. Wu Yin scanned the doors around him. He took in all of the doors with a single glance. Not long after, the doors stopped moving and Sylph woke up. The first thing she saw was Wu Yan's smirk. Sylph's icy blue eyes rippled when she saw this. "Did you find something?" Wu Yan looked at Sylph's face and smiled. "I guess you can say that I found something." Wu Yan let go of Sylph and sighed helplessly. "However, I feel like we've been toyed with. Sylph frowned. "Every time we push open a door, all the doors will move and change their positions, right?" "Yes." Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Sylph nod her head. "But when I looked at the doors, I noticed that they weren't moving at all." "They weren't moving at all?" Sylph was surprised. "That's right." Wu Yan took a step back, opened his arms, and said in a clear voice, "Actually, it's not the doors that are moving, it's the walls around us." "What?" Sylph's expression changed. She looked around and noticed a problem. "What?" Sylph's expression changed. She looked around and noticed a problem. Sylph paused at the entrance of the cave. She pondered for a moment and spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, the entrance wasn't in that position in the beginning, right?" Wu Yan looked at Sylph in surprise. "I didn't expect your memory to be that good. So it's really the walls that are moving." Sylph ignored Wu Yan's praise and went into deep thought. "But what does that mean?" "That's right. That means your memory isn't as good as ours." Wu Yan cracked a joke before changing the topic. "Didn't you notice? Those doors are constantly changing positions under the movement of the rock wall. It looks like they are arranged in an orderly manner, but if you don't count the horizontal rows and look at the vertical rows, the doors of each staircase are not arranged in an orderly manner. There's only this row." Wu Yan pointed at a certain direction, and he enunciated each word clearly. "Only this row of vertical doors from top to bottom is very neat." Sylph's eyes flashed with a glint. I mean, Wu Yan smiled as he looked at the neat rows of doors. "The door to the core palace is in this position." Chapter 1089. The door to the core palace is in this position. In an instant, there were no other sounds in the surroundings. Only the words that seemed to have substance reverberated in the air and reverberated in the spacious cave. Sylph closed her eyes as she stared at the neatly arranged doors. She tried to find a loophole in Wu Yan's words, but she couldn't find anything. Sylph didn't find any flaws in Wu Yan's words. Instead, she had a strange look in her eyes. It's like she's praising him. She's happy. She's proud. She's all mixed up. Sylph nodded and looked at the row of doors. Then she sized them up. "Then, which door can lead to the core palace? Have you already discovered it?" "Yes. That's why I said we were fooled," Wu Yan said with a bitter smile. "Who told you the real door is behind those doors?" Sylph was taken aback when she heard this. She was sure she didn't mishear him. Wu Yan did say the door to the core palace is in that position. Sylph frowned and revealed her eyes to Wu Yan. She didn't say anything, but it's obvious she was waiting for Wu Yan's explanation. "If my guess is correct, the door to the core palace should be in that position." Wu Yan looked at the row of doors and then at the entrance of the cavern. He smiled. "At first, I thought the same as you. I thought that the door to the core palace should be on the only row of neatly arranged doors. However, there were at least dozens of doors in that row, if not 100. I can determine the location, but I can't pinpoint which door it is. The guardian tree wouldn't have set it up like that. Furthermore, if the doors of the core palace are really in the neat rows of vertical doors, then there is no need for the rock walls to move when the doors change positions. With the power of the guardian tree, there is no need for the rock walls to move when the doors change positions. It shouldn't be that hard to make the doors move on their own, right? Therefore, if the real door is behind that row of doors, there's no reason why the rock wall is moving. There's no reason why the rock wall is moving, right? That's right. There's no reason why the rock wall is moving." Sylph's blue eyes glowed brighter as she listened to Wu Yan's explanation. As the light grew brighter, Sylph seemed to have realized something and shifted her gaze to the entrance. Wu Yan chuckled at her reaction. Looks like we share the same thought. Wu Yin looked at the entrance of the cavern with Sylph. That's right. There's only one reason why the rock wall is needed to change the position of the door. He pointed at the entrance of the cavern with one hand and pointed at the bottom of the row of doors with the other. His thunderous voice echoed in the cavern. Through the movement of the rock wall, the entrance tunnel will be moved to the bottom of the vertical row of doors. That's the fundamental reason why the rock wall needs to move. Moving the entrance of the cavern to the bottom of the row of doors would mean that the entrance of the cavern is located at the center of the cavern. That should be the entrance to the core palace we're looking for. That's just my guess. Wu Yin shook his head and laughed. That's why I said we've been fooled. The guardian tree has been telling us about the entrance of the cavern since the beginning. We're not looking for the door to the core palace. We're looking for the entrance to the core palace. The guardian tree. It really knows how to create blind spots. Of course. That's just my guess. Wu Yin scratched his cheeks, and he shrugged in an unconfident manner. As for whether that's the truth or not, I can't guarantee. I think it's very likely. Sylph raised her head as if to encourage Wu Yin. All the doors here are the same. Only the entrance passageway is different. There must be a special reason for it to be special. Moreover, until now, those doors have been opened and closed, giving us no chance to enter and explore. Only the entrance passageway is the only way to pass through. That's why I agree with your guess. Let's give it a try. Wu Yan's lips curled into a happy grin as he nodded. You're right. Let's give it a try. Wu Yin and Sylph looked at each other. They started pushing the doors again. There's only one way to make the cavern move, and that's to open the doors. All they have to do is open the doors and let the doors create illusions and dreams. Once Wu Yin and Sylph are freed from the illusions, the doors will automatically close and the entrance will move. He didn't know how long it took. Maybe half an hour, maybe an hour. He pushed open the doors and dealt with over 100 dreams and illusions. In the end, Wu Yin dealt with one of the illusions. The entrance was finally connected to the vertical doors that were lined up neatly in front of him. Wu Yin and Sylph looked at the entrance at the bottom of the neatly arranged doors. Wu Yin and Sylph looked at the entrance with uncertain expressions. After all, it's only Wu Yan's guess that the entrance will become the entrance to the core palace when it moves to the bottom of the neatly arranged doors. Moreover, even if the entrance passage was shifted to that location, there would still be no changes. That was the fundamental reason why the two of them were hesitant. After a long time, Wu Yin took a deep breath and his gaze sharpened. Let's go. Sylph nodded. She followed Wu Yin as they entered the passage. Wu Yin and Sylph didn't notice anything amiss. The moment they entered the passageway, a series of ripples appeared around the passageway, turning into a fluorescent light that resembled the surface of the water. Wu Yin and Sylph entered the passage, and it looked like they just walked into a calm lake. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake as they disappeared into the water. The cave once again returned to its usual, deathly stillness. The moment they entered the entrance, Wu Yin and Sylph felt a blinding light that forced them to close their eyes. Before they could react, the light disappeared. When they opened their eyes again, they were no longer in a cold and gloomy cave. Instead, it was a miraculous sight. A truly miraculous sight. In this place, there were no walls, no ceiling, and no floor. In all directions, there was a barrier formed by water waves. Wu Yin and Sylph looked like they were standing on water. Every step they took caused ripples to appear on the surface of the water. The walls around them are also made of water. Above their heads, there are tree roots as thick as a mountain peak. It's a majestic sight to behold. As for how big this place is, the two of them have no idea. It feels big and small at the same time. It's a strange feeling. In front of Wu Yin and Sylph are 7 pools of different sizes and colors. The colors of the water in the pool were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The colors were exactly the same as the colors of the rainbow, together with the palaces formed by the water in all directions. Calling it a wonder would be an understatement. Wu Yin and Sylph regained their senses from the beautiful scenery around them. They scanned their surroundings and when they made sure they were out of the cave, they looked at each other in confusion. Wu Yin looked around and smiled with uncertainty. It shouldn't be another dream, right? It's not a dream. This isn't a dream. Natsuki's voice came from inside Wu Yan's body. You're very conscious right now. I can feel it. Is that so? Wu Yan asked with a bitter smile. It can't be helped. The scenery in front of them is too beautiful. It's so beautiful that it feels like it's not real. It was understandable for him to think of it as a dream. Chapter 1090. It's not a dream. Following Natsuki's words, Sylph also voiced her opinion in a cold voice. Although this place is a little too dreamy, there's a strong sense of presence here that's not present in dreams. Inside the cave, Sylph has fallen into dreamscapes countless times. She now has a certain understanding of them. That's why her words don't sound very convincing. However, given Sylph's personality, the fact that she can say something like this means that she has a lot of confidence in her feelings. Also, Sylph seemed to realize that her words aren't very convincing. She slowly closed her eyes and opened them again. A surge of icy blue mana surged out from her body. My mana has recovered. Wu Yin was stunned when he saw the icy blue mana surging around Sylph. He quickly raised his hand to circulate the mana in his body. Wu Yin easily ignited the magic power that could only circulate and not be mobilized. Wu Yin raised his hand, and the magic power started swirling around him like a whirlwind. It looked like a flame in the middle of a fire. It's extremely agile. It had only been 2 or 3 days since his mana had been shackled, but now it seemed that his mana had been shackled. Wu Yin felt a sense of nostalgia when he tried to circulate his mana again. With a thought, the mana flame in his hand began to change shape. Such outstanding control over magic power was probably at the pinnacle of all life forms that cultivated magic power. This is all thanks to Wu Yan's infinite arms refinement. If it didn't, he would have to practice for at least a few hundred years to reach his current level of control over mana. Only then would he be able to reach this level, of course. Wu Yan isn't the only one who's basking in the joy of regaining mana. Even Sylph couldn't help but feel excited. She circulated her mana around her body. After a while, she finally regained her mana. After a while, the two of them recovered. They retracted all their mana back into their bodies. Shortly after, their attention was drawn to the 7 colorful ponds. Is this the core palace of the domain of gods? Wu Yan scratched his head. He sounded suspicious. Didn't you say that the treasures of the domain of gods are in the core palace? How come I don't see anything? All right. Sylph nodded. She remained silent for a while. Then, she started walking towards the 7 rainbow-like pools. Wu Yan shrugged and followed after her. In front of him, there were 7 pools of different colors and sizes arranged in an irregular pattern. The bright-colored water surface didn't have any ripples. Vaguely, waves of fluorescent light of the same color as the water in the pools rippled on the surface of the water, twisting like an aurora. It was very dazzling. There were 7 pools of different colors and sizes. The largest one was about 100 meters tall, while the smallest one was less than 10 meters tall. The difference was huge. Wu Yan and Sylph arrived at the red pool, the smallest one. They lowered their heads and looked into the red water. The water in the pool was bright but clear. There wasn't a hint of filth in it. When Wu Yan and Sylph arrived at the red pool, the distorted glow on the surface of the red pool flickered and condensed into a line of words. Members of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan who have reached rank may 6th enter the domain of gods. Wu Yan and Sylph felt relieved when they saw this line of words. They looked at the other 6 pools with more understanding. The minimum requirement to enter the domain of gods is to be a member of the imperial family of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan. One must also be at least rank 6. Since there were pools for 6-stage cultivators, then there should be pools for 7-stage, 8-stage, 9-stage, or even demigod stage cultivators, right? Thinking of this, the two of them left the red pool and strolled around the pools of other colors. The truth was just as the two of them had imagined. The orange pool had the words, members of the imperial family of the three empires and the guardian clan who have reached rank, may 7th enter the domain of gods. The yellow pool had the words, members of the imperial family of the three empires and the guardian clan who have reached rank, may 8th enter the domain of gods. The green pool had the words, members of the imperial family of the three empires and the guardian clan who have reached rank, may 9th enter the domain of gods. The green pool had the words, members of the imperial family of the three empires and the guardian clan who have reached rank, may 9th enter the domain of gods. The blue pool had the words, members of the imperial family of the three empires and the guardian clan who have reached rank, may 9th enter the domain of gods. The 6 pools of different colors symbolize the difference between the ranks of the imperial family of the three empires and the guardian clan. According to the words, only those who meet the requirements can enter the domain of gods. Apart from them, no one else can enter. Wu Yin has already tried this. Apart from the green pool, Wu Yin has also tried the red, orange, yellow, green, and blue pools. When he stepped on them, it was as if he was standing outside. Wu Yin could only stand on the surface of the water. He couldn't enter the water. Only the green pool soaked his feet when he stepped on it. This means that only the green pool can be accessed by Wu Yin. Sylph was the same. However, the pool she can enter is yellow. Only the purple pool, which is also the largest one, didn't have any words on it. Naturally, this strange pool attracted Wu Yin and Sylph's attention. Both of them can see that the requirements of the 7 pools are related to the size of the pool. The larger the pool, the higher the rank of the person who can enter it. If the treasures in the place of gods were in these pools, then the value of the treasures in these pools would be determined based on the level and size of the treasures marked on the pools. In other words, the larger the pool and the higher the rank of the pool, the more valuable the treasure and the more powerful the effect. In that case, if there were treasures in this unmarked purple pool, which was larger than the blue pool at the demigod level, what level would they be at? With that thought in mind, Wu Yin and Sylph approached the purple pool. They were the closest to it. Buzz! Suddenly, the purple pool in front of the two of them began to tremble. Wu Yin and Sylph were shocked. They wanted to back away, but a long whistling sound came from the bottom of the purple pool. It echoed throughout the entire palace. Before Wu Yin could react, the crimson spatial ripples of the Gate of Babylon appeared on its own. However, it was different from a usual opening of the Gate of Babylon. This time, the crimson spatial ripples fluctuated violently and spread rapidly. Even the ripples were trembling, as if they were hit by something. Not long after, a small stream of light flashed out from within. Wu Yin watched as the small ray of light shot out from the Gate of Babylon, like a beast that just broke free from its cage and shot towards the purple pool. He caught the ray of light and held it tightly in his palm. It was then that Wu Yin and Sylph realized that the ray of light was a black ring. The ring of power. The moment they saw the black ring, their expressions froze. Ring of power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, the purple pool trembled violently. It was like a mother who saw her child in the hands of a bad person. The whistling sound from the pool became more and more urgent. Wu Yin tightened his grip on the ring of power after witnessing all of this. It seems like the key to the ring of power is inside the purple pool. Let's go in together, Sylph said without hesitation. No way. Wu Yin didn't even think about it before objecting. Nobody can be sure that there's nothing inside the pool other than the key to the ring of power. If Sylph goes in, their trip to the domain of gods will be in vain. Chapter 1091. Sylph once said that she doesn't have high hopes for the god domain. She believes that even without the help of the god domain, she can still reach unimaginable heights. You can call it self-confidence, pride, or even self-deception, but her words are true. She doesn't have high expectations for the domain of gods. She isn't even curious about it. After all, she's the Ice Princess. Regardless, Sylph is still the most outstanding member of the royal family of the other 2 empires. She's the most dazzling prodigy among the younger generation of the 3 royals and the 9 great clans. If a prodigy like her doesn't gain anything from the domain of gods, she'll be looked down upon by the 3 empires and the 9 great clans once she leaves the domain of gods. When that happens, Sylph will fall from her pedestal. Of course, with Sylph's personality, she won't listen to those who belittle her. However, Wu Yin doesn't want to see that happen. Ever since Sylph confided in him and he accepted her as his fiancée, Wu Yin made up his mind. For the sake of his fiancée, he must pass the test of the divine tree and come to the core palace. Now that he is here, Sylph can get whatever she wants from the god domain. Wu Yin won't let her give up on the chance to evolve. She would accompany him into the purple pool, which he didn't know if it would bring him any benefits, to search for the key to open the ring of power. Sylph seemed to have seen through Wu Yan's thoughts. Her eyes flickered and she spoke resolutely. "I don't care, but I do." Wu Yin raised his voice. He had a serious expression on his face. "Since you're already here, all you need to do is to enter the yellow pool and you'll be able to obtain the opportunity to transform. Not only will your talent be improved, but your strength will also increase greatly. There's really no need for you to follow me in for a groundless key. This isn't just about you." Sylph looked straight into Wu Yan's eyes. "This is about the safety of the entire Spalier world. I am the princess of the Ailu Empire. I will not run away from this." "Then let me ask you, what can you do even if you enter the pool?" Wu Yin said angrily. "Let's not talk about the situation inside. If I can't handle it, I will. Do you think you can handle it?" Sylph didn't say anything. She just stared at Wu Yin with her emotionless eyes. Her eyes are filled with stubbornness. Obviously, she didn't give up on entering the purple pool with Wu Yin. Wu Yin felt angry and helpless at the same time. He clenched his teeth, and he said something that made Sylph's heart skip a beat. "I know you don't care about what others think, but what about your own feelings?" With his height advantage, Wu Yin looked at Sylph's pretty face. "Don't you think that your current strength isn't enough to stand by my side?" Sylph's eyes rippled violently. She lowered her head and remained silent. "I may have just entered Tier 9, but no one in the entire Spalier world can break through to Tier 9 at my age." Wu Yin said something so insolent for once. "I'm confident that I can reach demigod rank in 5 years." Sylph looked up at Wu Yin with surprise. Demigod rank in 5 years? Does he know what he's talking about? If it was that easy to reach demigod rank, how could there only be 5 out of the billions of cultivators in Silveria? Among them, the 3 guardian gods had to rely on the support of the land of divine spirits to become demigods. Without the land of divine spirits, they wouldn't have the confidence to reach demigod rank. Under such circumstances, where did Wu Yin get the confidence to say he could reach demigod rank in 5 years? "Even if I can't reach demigod rank in 5 years, I am confident that I can reach peak Tier 9. Wu Yan's words struck a chord in Sylph's heart. "As for you, Sylph, are you confident that you can reach Tier 9 in 5 years? Sylph remained silent. In the history of Silveria, the youngest person to reach the 9th tier was only 35 years old. Wu Yin reached Tier 9 in his 20s and broke the record of being the most talented person in the Spalier world. Sylph may be a few years younger than Wu Yin, who spent 3 years in the sword and saber world, but she didn't dare say that she was more talented than a 35-year-old super genius. In other words, even if she can reach Tier 9, she doesn't think she can do it before 35 years old. But now, she still had more than 10 years to go before she turned 35. Reaching Tier 9 in 5 years? Sylph has a strong sense of pride, but that doesn't equate to arrogance. That's why she can't make that kind of promise. If she can get help from the domain of gods, then she might be able to do it. Sylph doesn't want Wu Yin to shoulder the fate of the Spalier world alone. But at the same time, with Sylph's pride, she wouldn't be willing to hide behind her other half. At the very least, she has to be qualified to stand beside Wu Yin. She has to admit that the current Sylph is far away from Wu Yin. Perhaps the domain of gods will give her the chance to stand beside Wu Yin. Sylph was caught in a dilemma with 2 choices and 2 objectives. Wu Yan's next sentence dispelled all of Sylph's hesitation. "Did you know? Among the girls around me, even the weakest one has the strength of a peak Tier 8. Sylph's heart tightened. She clenched her hands into fists. "Among the girls around me, Even the weakest one has the strength of a peak tier 8. Sylph is only a mid-tier 8 right now. Wu Yan's heart softened when he saw how Sylph lowered her head. He grabbed Sylph's shoulders and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't mind if it's me. I've never expected my other half to be able to keep up with me. But with your personality, I'm sure you'll regret it in the future. Of course. You should know the other reasons better than I do. You might not care about it, but I don't want to see it. I can't bear to see it." Wu Yan raised her head and looked into her eyes. "Now, the opportunity is right in front of you. If you give it up, I will feel sorry for you." The light in Sylph's eyes flickered. After a long time, she finally nodded. She turned around and walked towards the yellow pool. Sylph stopped at the edge of the pool. She didn't look back, but she left a message. "Be careful." Mana surged from her body, and she leaped into the yellow pool. She disappeared from Wu Yan's sight with a splash. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief and complained. "Good thing I convinced her. I was afraid she would be too stubborn. You should be happy that your little girlfriend wants to be with you so badly." Natsuki's voice was barely audible. "You have the system, don't you? There should be items in the system that have the same effect as the items in the domain of gods, right? Why are you so against it?" "Well, that's true. But don't you think it's weird to give up on the treasures in front of you and pay the price to get a replacement?" Wu Yan smiled bitterly. "Besides, as I said, if something unexpected happens in the pool, it's not wise to drag Sylph down with us. It's fine as long as you think it's fine." Natsuki said nonchalantly. "That's fine too. At least you can use your girlfriend's strong self-esteem in the right place. She should be able to improve by leaps and bounds after leaving the domain of gods, right? Be careful not to let her catch up to you." "Well, I don't have that much self-esteem, and I'm not a male chauvinist." Wu Yan smiled and waved his hand. "But no matter what, our method of improvement is different from Sylph's. If you push me too far, I will challenge all the Tier 9 powerhouses in the Spalier world." Wu Yan turned around, and he looked at the purple pool that is still trembling. He gripped the ring of power in his hand, and he jumped into the pool. Ripples appeared on the surface of the pool, and as time passed, the ripples slowly disappeared. What Wu Yan didn't know is that this is the first time anyone has entered the purple pool since its creation. Chapter 1092. The purple water ripples like poison. The water in the purple pool looked like some kind of poisonous liquid, but the clear color strangely gave people a feeling of vitality. Bubbles of various sizes fused and supported each other in the limited space. From the outside, the purple pool covered an area of more than 100 square meters, which was considered very wide. But in fact, the pool water inside was even deeper. Since entering the purple pool, Wu Yan has been diving down at breakneck speed. He didn't use a lot of speed or teleport, but he's still moving at a speed of 10 meters per second. Even so, it has been 15 minutes since he entered stealth, and he still hasn't seen the bottom of the cave. Fortunately, he used a skill to move freely underwater before entering the pool. Otherwise, with Wu Yan's lung capacity, who knows how many times he would have died. As a true ancestor, even if he died, he would be able to come back to life. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes roamed around the purple pool, trying to find something. Unfortunately, all he can see is the same purple pool. Other than that, Wu Yan hasn't even seen the bottom of the pool. One can only imagine how deep the pool is. While diving down, he looked at the ring of power on his finger. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the pool, he would have died. Wu Yan wanted to take a deep breath to suppress his impulsive emotions. If you look closely, you can see that the ring of power on Wu Yan's finger is emitting a faint and gentle light. This phenomenon is enough to explain a lot of things. For example, the key to the ring of power is in the purple pool. Another example is that it's time to open the ring of power. That was what he said when he saw God Ailu's projection in the Ailu Empire's treasury. If one day the disaster Ailu spoke of happens, then he would be able to search for the key to open the ring of power in the land of God according to the destination on the map that he gave him. But the location with the key to open the ring of power had been sealed by Ailu. Only when the disaster is about to happen, the seal will be lifted. At that time, with the ring of power, he will have the qualifications to enter the land of gods. Now, in this purple pool, there is a high possibility that the key to opening the ring of power was in there. If what Ailu's projection said is true, then there should be a seal placed on the purple pool. But I'm here. In other words, the disaster Ailu spoke of is about to happen. Thinking of this, Wu Yin couldn't help but feel a little restless. Disaster or whatever, it's a really unrealistic and troublesome word. He bitterly smiled and shook his head. He sorted out his thoughts, and he increased his speed. He cut through the purple water around him, and he flew down in a straight line. Time quietly passed. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the purple world that had never changed before had a different shade of color. The talking eyes lit up, and he increased his speed as he dived down. His gaze locked on to the corner of the cave that is flashing with a different color as he got closer and closer to it. As Wu Yin dived deeper and deeper, the bottom of the purple pool appeared. At the bottom of the pool, Wu Yin could see a palace shining with a crystalline light. Wong. The moment he saw the palace, the ring of power in Wu Yan's hand shook. The gentle light it emitted became brighter. Seeing this, Wu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. He used a spatial magic and instantly appeared above the palace. The entire palace was bronze in color, just like the imperial palaces of the old era. It wasn't dazzling with gold and jade, but there was an extremely ancient aura reverberating from it, as if it was trying to prove to outsiders that it had gone through a very long period of time. Feeling that ancient aura, for a moment, Wu Yin felt like he saw the river of time. Even his mind went blank for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he looked down at the palace with a slightly shocked expression. It was just a palace, but it had the effect of intimidating people. Even Wu Yin, who had reached the 9th stage, couldn't avoid it. This palace in front of him was extraordinary. Wong. On his finger, the ring of power became brighter and brighter. It even vibrated as if urging Wu Yin to hurry up and enter the palace. This made Wu Yin hesitate for a while. Wong, perhaps it felt Wu Yan's hesitation. The ring of power became impatient. With a strong vibration, it shot directly towards the palace. Naturally, Wu Yin, whose finger was still connected to the ring of power, was caught off guard and was brought over by the ring of power. Wu Yin didn't have time to think about what's going on before he was sent crashing into the wall of the palace by the force of the ring. Just as Wu Yin was waiting for the pain to come, who knew that the moment he touched the palace wall, his body passed through the palace wall. He didn't even feel the slightest touch. It was as if he didn't hit anything but a mirage. His vision blurred, and he entered the palace. In the air, Wu Yin floated in the air and scanned his surroundings. This was the interior of the palace. It was surrounded by bronze walls, and the ceiling was also covered by a thick bronze barrier. It was hard to believe that someone had just come in through that barrier. Other than the 4 bronze walls, the ceiling and the floor, there was nothing else in the palace. No, it's not that there's nothing. At the very least, at the end of the palace, there was a normal-sized ancient tree that looked like the guardian tree. In front of the ancient tree, there was a small pool. After silently observing the interior of the palace for a while, Wu Yin could only discover these things. What was strange was that the palace was clearly at the bottom of the purple pool, but the inside of the palace was completely hollow. Not only was there air, there was even a small breeze that kept floating in here. Sigh. Wu Yin sighed inexplicably. As expected of the realm of gods, whether it's the core palace or here, there are all kinds of strange things. I've learned a lot. His body slowly flew towards the ancient tree and the pool. As he flew, he kept descending. When his feet touched the ground, Wu Yin was already at the edge of the pool. First, he looked at the pool in front of him. This time, the water in the pool was very normal. It wasn't colorful, it was transparent and clear. It was very, very normal water. On the surface, it looked like this. Then Wu Yin raised his head and looked at the ancient tree, sizing it up. Buzz, buzz. The ring of power trembled violently. The light it emitted became more and more intense. It was very dazzling in the dark palace. As if it was responding to the ring of power, the green leaves on the ancient tree's crown flickered with a faint green light. It slowly circulated on the surface of the tree. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ring of power became more and more violent. Wu Yin could clearly feel a force that was neither strong nor weak reverberating in his hand. Looking at the ring of power in his hand, Wu Yin hesitated for a moment. Then, he pulled out the ring of power from his finger and threw it into the air. Buzz! Like a wild beast that regained its freedom, the ring of power trembled again and let out a joyful buzz. It hovered in the air for a moment before it turned into a stream of light and shot towards the ancient tree. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the ring of power arrived at the ancient tree's trunk. Its flying figure suddenly stopped and sank into the tree trunk. As the ring of power sank into the tree trunk, the part of the ancient tree that was invaded by the ring of power became transparent. The ring of power's figure was clearly floating inside. Wu Yin could also see threads of light flowing into the ring of power. Rustle, rustle. Just as the ring of power entered the tree trunk, the ancient tree suddenly shook, and the sound of leaves rubbing against each other echoed in the palace. The green light, circulating on the tree crown, expanded and projected out. It gradually condensed into a figure. Chapter 1093. In the space where the soft light was flowing, the figure that emerged seemed to be in the water, floating up and down without being affected by gravity amidst the rustling sound of the ancient trees rubbing against each other. Such an incredible scene gave off an extremely natural feeling, as though it was supposed to be like this. The entire scene was completely natural. Looking at the blurry figure, Wu Yin narrowed his eyes and subconsciously clenched his fists. It was for no other reason than the fact that he had seen this figure once before. It's in the Ailu Imperial Palace's treasury. That was the projection of the divine-level expert Ailu. This figure doesn't have a face or form, it's just a Luangua. No one would be able to tell who this person is, but Wu Yin is 100% sure that this is AI Lu. It wasn't just because of his speculation about the current situation. More importantly, this figure didn't have the slightest bit of aura, but it seemed to be indomitable and exuded a suffocating sense of existence. So far, Wu Yin had only encountered such a person in one situation. That was when he was in the Ailu Empire's treasury. Staring closely at the floating figure, Wu Yin took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He was no longer affected by the natural presence. As though sensing Wu Yan's gaze, the floating figure paused and stopped. The head of the figure wriggled slightly, as if it was lowering its head. At this moment, if the figure had a line of sight, it should have been on Wu Yin. Then, a familiar voice filled with vicissitudes of life reverberated through the entire bronze palace like an echo. Sigh. It was obviously just a projection, but the sighs that contained various complex emotions were well expressed. Listening to the endless sighs, Wu Yin suddenly had a feeling. He felt that the god-level expert in front of him was very powerful. He seemed a little pitiful. This feeling puzzled Wu Yin because he couldn't explain why he felt this way. AI Lu's projection sighed and spoke up. This day has finally come. With this opening sentence, Ailu's voice became somewhat sorrowful. Even though I knew this day would come, I didn't wish for it to happen. But I really don't wish for it to come. After all, it's only a disaster caused by people like us who think we're infallible. Yet, the later generations have to bear all the consequences. This is too unfair. A disaster caused by you guys? Wu Yin frowned and lowered his head as if he was thinking of something. Could it be the so-called disaster was caused by Ailu and the other god-level experts? Before Wu Yin could answer this question, the projection changed the topic, interrupting Wu Yan's train of thought. I don't know who the descendant is. Maybe it's someone from the 3 empires' royal families, or maybe it's someone who obtained my 3 rings and met my projection. Since you're here, it means the Spalier world is not far from a disaster. Ailu's voice sounded self-deprecating. Actually, in the beginning, I chose the location of the ring. When I was choosing the place to place the key to open the Ring of Power, I was troubled as well. I didn't know which place was the most suitable. However, that kind of trouble is only brought about by oneself. With my ability, if I didn't want anyone to find a way to open the ring, no one but a god-level expert would be able to do it. When he said this, his voice is still filled with self-deprecation. However, that faint arrogance of looking down on the world was clearly expressed, causing Wu Yan's heart to tighten. I'm so confident, but I chose to seal the key to open the ring of power in the land of God. Is it because the land of God has our means and the protection of the guardian tree, so it's very safe? Alu shook his head, his mocking laughter echoing in the air. No, the reason why I sealed the key to open the ring of power in the land of gods was because I was deceiving myself. After all, no one can enter the realm of gods except for the royals of the three empires. I sealed the 3 rings outside the realm of gods, so the guardians can't get them. No matter if it's sealing the 3 rings instead of choosing to leave them in the 3 great imperial families, or sealing the key to open the ring of power in the land of God that no one can enter other than the 3 great imperial families and the guardian clans, it's just me deceiving myself. How sad. How sad. Wu Yin was stunned, but he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. That's right. Since AI Lu knew that a great calamity would happen and prepared countermeasures, he should entrust these countermeasures to his descendants so that they could deal with it in time when a great calamity really happens. That's the most effective way, isn't it? However, not only did Ailu not do that, he sealed the method to deal with the disaster in a place no one knows about. He even sealed the key in the realm of gods where no one can enter except for the royals of the 3 empires and the guardians. It's not only a huge waste of effort, it's also a huge risk. After all, AI Lu had no way of confirming that someone would be able to enter the location where the 3 rings were sealed in time and successfully obtain them before the calamity struck. He also couldn't be sure that the person with the 3 rings would be able to see the projection he left in the imperial treasury. He also couldn't be sure that the person who obtained the 3 rings would be from the royals of the 3 empires and enter the realm of gods. Even a god-rank expert can't predict the future. There were so many risks, but AI Lu still chose to take such a risky step. Subconsciously, he didn't want anyone to have the means to deal with the disaster. It's not that he wanted the Spalier world to be destroyed, it's because once the method to deal with the disaster is found, it means the disaster is about to happen. Alu didn't want to see the disaster happen, but he knew it was impossible. That's why he chose to lie to himself and comfort himself. If the method to deal with the disaster doesn't appear, it means the disaster hasn't arrived yet. With this thought in mind, AI Lu chose to take the risk. Just like he said, AI Lu decided to take the risk. He's lying to himself. Wu Yin didn't know what made a god-tier expert fall so low to the point of deceiving herself and others. She even did something so irrational. But he kind of got the gist of it. He now understands why Ailu is so pitiful. The tree in the palace is the sapling of the guardian tree. Ailu brought up the topic again. Wu Yin looked at the ancient tree in shock. This sapling hasn't been infused with our divine power, so it doesn't have the same power as the guardian tree. However, the guardian tree is a treasure that can open space channels, create dreams, illusions, and defend against enemies to a certain extent. Although this sapling of the guardian tree is not very powerful, it has one more ability than the guardian tree, which is the ability to break all seals and barriers. With the help of this sapling, the seal on the ring of power will be broken in about 3 days. AI Lu turned around and pointed at the pond in front of the guardian tree sapling. The water in the pool is also a treasure. It has a miraculous effect. You'll know what it is once you enter it. Consider it a small compensation for the sins we have committed against you. Ailu's projection put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky as if he was reminiscing about something. His sigh echoed throughout the entire space. A god-rank expert is just someone who has reached the peak of their power. If there's an omnipotent God in this world, please protect the Spalier world. The ethereal prayer became the last trace of Ailu's projection in this world. Then, with a shake of his body, he turned into a sky full of light spots. Chapter 1094. As the starlight dissipated, the soft light on the guardian tree's crown continued to circulate. Inside the tree trunk, The dark ring of power was moving up and down as it was filled with streams of liquid. It was like the heart of the guardian tree, sapling. As it rotated, there was a faint rhythmic heartbeat sound. This faint heartbeat sound became the only sound in the entire palace. Wu Yin watched Ailu's projection scatter into the starlight. Ailu's prayer echoed in his heart. He was speechless for a long time. If he prayed for the Spalier world, that means Ailu didn't want anything to happen to the Spalier world. If that's the case, why did he choose to deceive himself when the Spalier world was facing such a great threat? What happened to make a God-rank powerhouse fall to such a state? What did these God-rank powerhouses do to cause a disaster that could threaten the entire Spalier world? All of these questions piled up in Wu Yan's mind, causing him to feel a bit vexed. He quickly shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, he might as well not think about it. Wu Yin put down all his questions and began to observe the Ring of Power. Do you need 3 days? Wu Yin stopped paying attention to the Ring of Power after mumbling to himself. He looked at the pool in front of the guardian tree. A pool with miraculous effects? He looked at the water in the pool curiously. It's just ordinary water. There's nothing special about it. If there's anything special about it, it's that the water is very clear. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while. In the end, he decided to follow Ailu's advice and try the miraculous water. He was the only one in the palace. Wu Yin didn't need to be cautious. He took off all his clothes and walked to the edge of the pool. He slowly dipped his feet into the water. The pool wasn't very deep, even when they reached the deepest part of the pool. It reached Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan looked around the pool. Then he touched his chest and was puzzled. Didn't they say it has miraculous effects? Why does it feel like I'm taking a bath? Wu Yan's doubtful expression changed the moment he said that. He saw the surface of the water, which was originally calm, suddenly became turbulent. Like boiling water, the pool began to boil violently. Huge bubbles began to appear on the surface of the boiling water, accompanied by the sound of bursting at the boiling point. The entire pool was surging up. Then, the boiling water flowed into his pores and into his body as if it was being absorbed by him. Wu Yin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He quickly closed his eyes and sensed his body's condition. The pool is still bubbling, bubbles are popping out of it. The clear water from the pool is flowing up his body and into his pores. It is pouring into his pores. Wu Yan's skin gradually became rosy. His face was also a little red. It looked like he was boiled by the water or soaked in a hot spring. However, if one looked closely at Wu Yan's face, they would see a trace of astonishment. This trace of astonishment gradually turned into ecstasy as time passed and the water poured into the pool. At this time, in Wu Yan's body, a large amount of clear water from the outside seemed to be washing everything in his body. It turned into a torrent and rushed at an extremely fast speed. The faint sound of water burst out from the depths of Wu Yan's body. The torrent of water rushed through Wu Yan's body again and again. Under this violent wash, everything in Wu Yan's body was slowly changing. His internal organs and tissues became more resilient. His body's essence was constantly rising. Even his 5 senses were continuously strengthening. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Wu Yan's magic power and blood vessels were also changing under the effect of the pool water. If someone could directly see Wu Yan's body, then they would see that the constantly pouring pool water was slowly melting into Wu Yan's body, seeping into all of his internal organs and flesh. It even merged into his blood and magic power. Under the effect of the pool water, Wu Yan's originally incomparably powerful magic power began to vibrate, constantly shrinking and then suddenly expanding. With each contraction, the purity of the magic power would undergo a qualitative change. With each expansion, the magic power in his body would also rise to a stronger level than before. With the continuous contraction and expansion, the powerful magic power not only became more and more pure, but even the magic power received an extremely terrifying increase. Furthermore, this scene was still going on. Compared to the changes in magic power, the changes in blood were even more obvious. In the blood vessels, The blood of a true ancestor would sometimes speed up, sometimes slow down, sometimes violent, and sometimes calm like a stream. It was abnormally active. Traces of clear pool water melted into the blood and then fiercely rushed out. Under this action, the clear pool water that originally flowed in the body gradually became turbid. The situation with the blood was the opposite. With each turbid drop in the pool water, the dark red color of the blood deepened by a bit. In the end, the blood flowing in the blood vessels flickered like a gem. However, the scouring of the pool water was still going on. The clear pool water endlessly poured into Wu Yan's body and turned into a torrent, washing everything in Wu Yan's body. In the process of washing, the clear pool water became more and more turbid. When it completely turned black, it directly vaporized into a wisp of smoke, leaving Wu Yan's mouth and nose as he breathed. Under the scouring of the pool water, everything in Wu Yan's body was developing in a good direction. His physical strength became stronger, his magic power became more powerful, and even his blood was subliming. If one had to use a word to describe Wu Yan's state, then it could only be he was evolving. He was transforming. Every part of his body was transforming. This so-called transformation was different from the transformations that the three empires and the guardian clans received in the domain of gods. There were only two types of transformations they received: either their cultivation talent and aptitude increased, or their physical strength increased. This was also the main reason why the three deities had created the land of the gods. However, Wu Yan's transformation was different. Not only did his cultivation talent and aptitude increase, but his body was also improving. AI Lu was right. The pool water does have a miraculous effect. Just as Wu Yan was enjoying the transformation of his body, his blood suddenly went berserk. Then, several different voices sounded in the depths of his mind. Wu Yan was startled. Before he could react, the magic power in his body suddenly surged out and turned into a bloody mist. It floated out of Wu Yan's body and then slightly distorted to condense into three medium-sized figures. The next moment, screams and screams filled the air above the pool. At the same time, Wu Yan heard the sounds of bodies splashing into the water along with the screams. Wah, what's going on? This is... On the surface of the water, the figure who fell into the water poked his head out of the water in an extremely sorry state. His mouth was still emitting cries of shock as if he didn't realize his current situation. Only then did Wu Yan get a clear view of the figure who entered the water together with him. Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, Sensei. Nagisa and Kanon heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Wu Yan's voice. However, they still looked at each other in confusion. Of course, after all, he was still in a dream a second ago. When he woke up, he found himself in midair and fell into a pool without any explanation. Anyone would be confused. Natsuki was the only one who was awake. She looked around and raised an eyebrow. As for Wu Yan, his expression and even his entire body stiffened. That's because the three beautiful girls in the pool with him are completely naked. Chapter 1095. Wu Yan almost rubbed his eyes when he saw the three fair and tender bodies. He wanted to confirm if this was real. Unfortunately, he already saw Natsuki's body, Nagisa's body after the apron incident, and Kanon's body when she was modifying her spirituality evolution spell model. Wu Yan was certain. Everything in front of him was real. Can he choose whether or not to let his familiar wear clothes when he summons them? This somewhat brainless question flashed through his mind. Wu Yan's gaze never left the three seductive bodies in front of him. For a moment, he just stood there in a daze. What's wrong? Teacher. Nagisa and Kanon were worried when they saw Wu Yan looking at them in a daze. They didn't realize that they were clean. They walked towards Wu Yan with the water in the pool. Are you sick? Nagisa and Kanon didn't notice that Wu Yan's gaze followed them as they got closer. They walked up to Wu Yan and touched Wu Yan's forehead while the other touched Wu Yan's face. These two naive girls really thought that Wu Yan was sick. Wu Yan didn't resist. He allowed Nagisa and Canon to do whatever they wanted to him. He stared at the two girls who probably aren't even 15 years old yet. Their fists are about to go up against him. The expression on his face was a little unnatural. He wanted to reach out and grab them, but he was afraid that he would be punished by the girls. Canon was fine. Even if he pushed her down, she wouldn't complain at all. Natsuki, on the other hand, was a different story. This temperamental legal lowly. Sometimes even Wu Yin can't figure out what she's thinking. Nagisa was the opposite. She was too easy to read. Wu Yin knew that he could do whatever he wanted when there were only the two of them. However, if he did anything in front of other people, she would be furious. She would beat him up without hesitation. So, Wu Yin could only use his eyes to take advantage of her. He wanted to do other things, but didn't have the courage to do so. He was a typical pervert. He was conflicted. In the eyes of the two naive girls, his conflicted look is something to be worried about. They stuck their bodies to Wu Yan's body, and each of them hugged one of his arms. "Sensei, what's wrong? We have something to tell you." Nagisa puffed up her cheeks. Her big red eyes were filled with concern. "Nagisa will be very, very, very angry if I hide it from her." "Sensei." Canon didn't talk as much as Nagisa. She looked straight at Wu Yan's face with her green eyes. Her pure gaze made Wu Yan feel guilty. Nagisa and Canon were worriedly leaning into Wu Yan's arms. Natsuki's delicate face showed a hint of helplessness. "If you two want him to come back to normal, think of a way to cover your bodies." Bodies? Nagisa and Canon were stunned. They reflexively looked at their own bodies. When they saw their cool bodies, the two girls were stunned. "Yua." Nagisa looked at her own body and then at Wu Yin, who had a fake smile on his face. Nagisa's face turned red at a visible speed. She rolled her eyes and finally, she couldn't hold back her shyness. She buried her head into the water with a whimper. Canon was much calmer than Nagisa. She blushed and she squatted down bashfully. She hid her voluptuous figure in the water, but her green eyes were still glued to Wu Yin. Her eyes were filled with the desire to violate the rules. Wu Yin was a little disappointed to see his benefits disappear before his eyes. However, his gaze quickly shifted to Natsuki. "Oomph." Natsuki snorted. Her face was expressionless. She didn't try to hide her body like Nagisa and Canon. She just stood there. It's unknown if she was pretending to be calm or if she really didn't care that Wu Yin saw her naked body. Of course, it doesn't matter if she's covered up or not. Because Natsuki is small, even if she stood there straight, the water would reach her shoulders. Under the cover of the boiling water, nothing could be seen. There was no difference at all. Sigh. Wu Yin sighed for some reason. After a moment of pity, Wu Yin hurriedly asked, "How did you get out?" "I didn't release you." "I can roughly guess the reason." Natsuki nodded and glanced at the boiling water. "It should be because of the water, right?" "The water? Doesn't it have the ability to purify and strengthen the human body?" Natsuki furrowed her brows and calmly said, "Individuals who come into contact with the pond water will be purified and strengthened by the pond water. If this is the premise, then it is expected that we will suddenly leave your body. After all, even though we're your familiars, we're a little special. We have physical bodies and can trigger the effects of the water." Wu Yan got a clearer picture of the situation. "In other words, because you exist in my body, the effects of the pool water were triggered by you, so the pool water forced you out to be purified and strengthened by it? If you have eyes, you can tell a glance." Natsuki lifted her chin and looked at her own body. Wu Yan followed Natsuki's line of sight and looked at her petite figure. He also saw the water rushing into Natsuki's body as it bobbed up and down in the pool. Wu Yan smiled. "That's good. With the purification and strengthening of the water, your strength should increase by quite a bit, right?" That might have been the case in the past. Natsuki pursed her lips. "But now, we're your familiars. Only when you, the host, have enough mana will we be able to grow stronger. As for us, I don't know about Natsuki Nagisa and Hane's Canon, but I don't have any mana left. If I want to use magic, I can only borrow mana from you. So, this pool water can at most increase our physical attributes or ability strength. The fundamental increase still depends on you. That's not bad." Wu Yan's lips curved upwards. With the help of the water, my mana will increase by leaps and bounds. When the time comes, the two of you will be able to grow stronger as well. Nayu calmly nodded and closed her eyes to observe the changes in her body. Nagisa, who heard Wu Yan and Natsuki's conversation, also closed her eyes. Of course, Nagisa didn't know much about the changes in her body. After all, she's just a normal middle school girl. She sank her consciousness in her body and handed over control to another personality. 1 or 2 seconds later, Nagisa's petite body emitted a faint blue light, just like when Agrora used her body to move. What was different was that the blue light only lasted for a short while before it dimmed down. When the figure inside appeared again, it had changed greatly. Long golden hair rippled like rainbows, blue eyes with flickering flames, and a demeanor like that of a fairy. It's Agrora, the previous generation's 4th primogenitor, Agrora. However, the 4th ancestor's face was filled with panic when she appeared. She didn't know what to do. Clearly, Nagisa didn't ask for her permission before she was swapped out. Wu Yan was surprised to see Agrora appear. You can change your form when you're swapping personalities? Is it because you've become a familiar? Upon hearing Wu Yan's voice, the panicked Agrora froze. Her face flushed red as she placed her hands in front of her to protect herself. She pretended to be arrogant and called out, "Do not look at me with such perverted eyes." Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Agrora's voluptuous body and revealed a dazzling smile. "You Chinibu, previous generation's 4th primogenitor. Looks like your master needs to teach you how to be a proper person." Agrora shuddered at the sight of Wu Yan's dazzling smile. She had a bad premonition. Chapter 1096. Inside the ancient palace, the sapling of the guardian tree persistently emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire dark space. Inside the pool, Wu Yan, Natsuki, Kanon, and Agrora had their eyes closed as if they were sleeping. They didn't move at all. The bubbling water in the pool split into 4 torrents as it flowed into their bodies, purifying and strengthening their bodies. This scene continued until now after Wu Yan used some unknown method to teach Agurola a lesson. During this time, the 4 of them didn't say a word. They didn't even open their eyes. They just quietly stayed in the pool, enduring the purification and strengthening of the water. Those who didn't know would think that they had already fainted. Therefore, the entire bronze palace returned to its previous deathly silence. The only signs of activity were the liquid flowing into the rings of power from the guardian tree sapling, the soft green light emitted from the tree crown, and the pool water that continued to flow into Wu Yan, Natsuki, Kanon, and Agurola's bodies. In this deathly, silent environment, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 days, the boiling level of the water in the pool was much lower than before. Even the water level had decreased by a lot. In the beginning, the deepest part of the pool was as deep as Wu Yan's chest. But now it's not as deep as before. But now, the water level could only reach Wu Yan's abdomen. 5 days had passed, but the 4 people in the pool still showed no signs of opening their eyes. In the pool, although the boiling level of the pool water was gradually decreasing, it was still pouring into their bodies, but the speed had decreased by quite a bit. In addition, the speed of the water flow was getting slower and slower. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before the purification and strengthening of the pool water completely stopped. At that time, Wu Yan, Natsuki, Kanon, and Agurola would wake up. In fact, in these 5 days, Yi Zichen had been very careful. Natsuki, Kanon, and Agurola didn't open their eyes at all. There was no movement at all, but the 3 of them were still conscious. While observing the changes in their bodies, they also observed the changes in Wu Yan's body through their connection with the host. It could be said that, in these 5 days, the 3 of them spent at least half of their time watching Wu Yan, including Agurola, who was taught a lesson by Wu Yan. As for whether Wu Yan is in the same situation, that is something only he knows for sure. In the pool, the boiling water became calmer and calmer. The pool water absorbed by Wu Yan became less and less. The pool gradually returned to its original clear state. When the 5th day came to an end, the pool water that flowed into Wu Yan's body finally disappeared with the final infusion of the pool water. When the last pool water flowed into Wu Yan's body, the surrounding air suddenly froze for a moment. Boom! Suddenly, a huge muffled sound that sounded like a heartbeat amplified countless times resounded in the air above the pool and fiercely reverberated throughout the bronze palace. Then, Wu Yan's eyes that had been closed for the past 5 days trembled slightly before he slowly opened them. Phew! A long breath that lasted for more than 10 seconds slowly came out of Wu Yan's mouth, as if he was expelling all the heaviness in his heart. After exhaling this extremely long breath, Wu Yan finally moved his body. Crackle, crackle. A series of extremely loud firecracker-like sounds echoed without any warning as Wu Yan moved his body. It was as if he had not moved for a long time and his joints were rusty. His movements were somewhat unnatural, but it didn't take long for him to return to his previous state. Not only was Wu Yan not surprised by the crackling sounds, the corners of his mouth slowly curved upwards. Wu Yan could feel the endless magic power and his blood coursing through his veins. Clenching his fists, Wu Yan grinned. He grinned in a very joyful manner. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. The most basic change was the increase in his physical strength. Following that, his body's constitution also increased by who knows how many times. Even the speed at which he cultivated his mana had increased by several levels. Not only that, the amount and purity of his mana had increased by leaps and bounds, directly affecting the strength of Wu Yan's familiars. Natsuki, Cannon, and Agrora's current strength was still unknown, but Black and White Dragon's strength and ability had truly improved. In addition, the evolution of his bloodline also affected Wu Yan. First, it was the increase in vitality and regeneration that a true ancestor relied on the most. Next, it was the improvement of his bloodline abilities. For example, Wu Yan has 3 Red Jade modes: Kurumi's Red Jade mode, Flanderchan's Red Jade mode, and Yukari's Red Jade mode. The duration of these 3 Red Jade modes have been greatly increased. Take Yukari's Red Jade mode, for example. Originally, it could only last for about 10 minutes. Now, it had doubled to 20 minutes. 20 minutes, even in a battle against a demigod powerhouse of the same level. If he was efficient, it was enough for him to fight several rounds. Not only that, with the help of the pool water, the evolved true ancestor bloodline also awakened another bloodline ability: the ability to create a blood follower. Blood follower is a unique existence in the world of Bloodlust Rampage. They are simulated vampires created by the vampires using a part of their own body. The blood follower is a loyal subordinate or companion of the vampire master. In order to live together with the vampire master, the blood follower is granted eternal life. Although they are called vampires, they are still considered humans, but they possess abilities similar to vampires. Therefore, the blood follower is also known as a human who is infinitely close to the demon race. In the world of blood frenzy, humans who had their blood sucked by vampires would not immediately change. Instead, when the vampires used their fangs to inject their own blood into the other party's body, if the vampires injected their own blood into the other party's body, the person would become a blood follower. In other words, a simulated vampire. It sounds similar to those who were given the Embrace and turned into vampires in other worlds, but that is not the case. The Embrace can create vampires, but the blood follower is still considered a human. Moreover, the blood follower inherits the abilities of their vampire master to a large extent. They are not like the vampires who were given the Embrace. They have the body of a vampire, but their abilities are dependent on their own abilities. Blood followers were different. The moment they were born, they were granted the right to release their master's familiars with their master's permission. It is said that based on the compatibility between the servant's body and their master's body, they can even surpass vampires, the source of infection. Similar to a specially created powerful bodyguard or companion, a blood follower was exactly that kind of existence. Unlike the vampires created by the Embrace, the follower of blood was very likely to be very powerful once it was born. And now, Wu Yin has the ability to create a blood follower. Originally, creating a blood follower is an ability that every vampire in the world of Bloodlust Rampage has. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's true ancestor bloodline has the characteristics of all types of ancestors, resulting in a huge variety of bloodline abilities. He can only gradually awaken or eliminate them as his strength increases to prevent the bloodline from becoming chaotic. Now that the true ancestor bloodline has been upgraded, one of the bloodline abilities has been awakened as well. This ability is not very useful to Wu Yin himself, but Wu Yin is very satisfied with it. This bloodline ability has solved one of his problems. Of course, other than the bloodline, body, and the magic enhancement, there are other enhancements as well. For example, the strengthening of his brain has increased Wu Yan's computational ability by quite a bit, resulting in the enhancement of his superpower as well. All these enhancements ultimately affect Wu Yan's strength. Then a voice suddenly sounded in Wu Yan's mind, proving this point. Beep. User's strength has been enhanced. Based on a user's level of enhancement, system automatically replenishes experience points. Chapter 1097. Beep. User's strength increased. Based on user's level of increase, system will automatically replenish experience points. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 81. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 82. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 83. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 84. Ding. Congratulations to user for leveling up. Current level 85. Several system notifications popped up one after another. Wu Yin was stunned, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. Leveling up 5 times in one go. Don't underestimate it. For Tier 6 and Tier 7 players, leveling up by 5 times might not be a lot. But for Tier 9 players, leveling up by 5 times is equivalent to leveling up by an entire tier. Or else, when Wu Yin sparred with Intel and company wouldn't have been so surprised when they saw Wu Yin unleashing the power of a Tier 9 intermediate Tier 9. Ikaros and Estria's Pandora mode wouldn't have received so much praise from the other girls. At Tier 9, every level is equivalent to a small tier. That's why leveling up isn't as much as leveling up, but it's still a lot. Therefore, from the 9th level onwards, every level of advancement was extremely difficult. Even Wu Yin and the others felt it. Take Flandre-chan, for example. She was level 82 when she was first summoned. Now that so much time has passed, she must have accumulated a lot of experience points. Wu Yin and Co. leveled up like crazy. Or leveled up. Only Flandre-chan. Even with all that experience points, she's only level 85. It's not hard to imagine how hard it is to level up at this point. How hard is it to level up? Elu is right. This pool does have a miraculous effect. Even if we can find something in the system, it will cost a lot of points. Wu Yin scratched his cheeks as he looked at the pool water that was boiling to the point where it almost disappeared. Also, even if I hand over everything in the ring of gold to the system, I don't know if I'll be able to gather enough points. He reluctantly looked at the lowered water level of the pool and sighed. He felt that it was a pity. After all, the pool's water was able to raise him by 5 whole levels, purifying and strengthening his true ancestor bloodline, awakening another bloodline ability, and increasing his mana by several levels. The effects were extraordinary. It would be great if he could absorb a little more of it. What Wu Yin didn't know is that although the effects of the pool water are miraculous, its effects vary from person to person. If it's a normal Spalier World cultivator, the changes won't be as big as Wu Yan's. The effect of the pool water is to purify and strengthen all elements of an individual. The other practitioners of Silveria don't have any superpowers, nor do they have any heaven-defying bloodline, so the pool water didn't purify and strengthen as much as Wu Yan. Besides, the other cultivators don't have as much mana as Wu Yan. Their body elements aren't as high as Wu Yan's. Their improvements won't be as big as Wu Yan's either. Judging from this situation, the effect of the pool water was more suitable for the magical beasts. After all, magical beasts are also very dependent on their bloodline. Their physical attributes are also much stronger than humans. If a monster king were to discover the pool water, it would probably be treated as a treasure. At this time, the pool water's boiling level suddenly decreased. The movement of the pool water became slower and slower. There wasn't much movement left. It didn't take long for the water to return to its original state of tranquility. The water that flowed into Natsuki, Kanon, and Agurola's bodies also stopped. The three girls immediately opened their eyes, revealing ripples in their eyes. Natsuki looked at herself, then at Kanon and Agorora. Finally, her gaze landed on Wu Yan. She raised her chin. Looks like it's already saturated. Kanon and Agorora shyly nodded. They curled up into a ball and buried themselves in the water. Their faces were red, and they kept sneaking glances at Wu Yan. Clearly, they weren't as open-minded as Natsuki about exposing themselves to Wu Yan. Wu Yan shrugged when he saw Kanon and Agorora's reaction. He wanted to tell them that the pool water is so clear that if it doesn't boil, he can see the bottom. Even if he's buried himself in the water, he can still see where he wants to. But when he thought of that, he would lose his benefits. He pretended not to see and asked Natsuki a question. How is it? Kanon and Agorora were confused by Wu Yan's question. However, Natsuki nodded. She clearly knew what Wu Yan was asking about. The pool water didn't have much of an effect on the three of us. However, I can feel that my strength has increased a lot. I think it's because of you. My strength has increased a lot. Wu Yan is in a good mood. Kanon and Agorora couldn't help but grin when they saw him like this. Natsuki's expression also loosened up quite a bit. For you guys, this pool water doesn't seem to have much of an effect. Wu Yan rubbed his chin while looking at the crystal-clear pool water. But for Chuju and Mikoto, it should have a great effect, right? I don't know, but it should be better than us. Natsuki said without denying it. She then glanced at Wu Yan. So, let's bring the water back. That's what I was thinking. Wu Yan chuckled. With a wave of his hand, Gate of Babylon's spatial ripples appeared above the pool. Wu Yan's mana surged out of his body and gathered in his palm. Then, a small magical formation rippled out from Wu Yan's palm. It looked like he was holding it in his hand. He extended it towards the pool. It's unknown what kind of power is at work. The water in the pool swirled and turned into a clear spring. It flowed into Gate of Babylon. In just a few moments, it was all sucked into Gate of Babylon. Ah! Kanon and Agorora screamed when they lost the cover of the pool water. They hugged their chests and squatted on the ground. You! Natsuki finally shot a cold glare at Wu Yan. How long are you going to stare? Let's go back. Wu Yan bitterly pursed his lips. He suppressed the regret in his heart and cut off the supply of mana to Natsuki, Kanon, and Agorora. The next moment, the three girls turned into pure mana and disappeared into the air. Their consciousness returned to Wu Yan's body. With a wave of his hand, the clothes that had been lying on the ground for several days returned to Wu Yan. He put them on one by one. When he was done, Wu Yan walked out of the empty pool and looked towards the guardian tree sapling. 5 days have passed. The seal on the ring of power has been broken by the guardian tree sapling. It's currently spinning in the trunk of the guardian tree. It's the same as 5 days ago, but there's no longer any strange liquid filling the ring of power. Standing in front of the guardian tree, sapling, and looking at the ring of power, Wu Yan slowly reached his hand towards the trunk. His hand went through the transparent tree trunk and reached inside. He grabbed the ring of power and pulled it out of the tree trunk. At the same time, Wu Yan submerged his consciousness into the ring of power. He didn't know what he saw, but he furrowed his brows and his eyes were filled with doubt. After thinking for a while, Wu Yan finally gave up. He sighed and threw the ring of power into the Gate of Babylon. He looked at the guardian tree, sapling, with a smirk. The guardian tree itself is a treasure. Since it's a treasure, it should be possible to turn it into a noble relic, right? The real guardian tree is sentient and has great power. If Wu Yin wants to turn it into a noble relic, he'll be attacked by the guardian tree. But since it's just a sapling with a special ability, it shouldn't be a problem. If he plants it in the behemoth forest, it'll be very useful. Chapter 1098. Overseas, Emperor Island City. It has been 10 days since the opening of the Land of Divine Spirits, and the 3 imperial families left under the guidance of the Guardian Divine Tree. During these 10 days, the city of Emperor Island returned to the time before the Land of God Spirits was opened. It was a peaceful life before the 3 great emperors came to Emperor Island. After those who were qualified to enter the Land of God Spirits had entered the Land of God Spirits, the guards on the Emperor Island had been the weakest for 10 days. The only people who couldn't enter the place of God Spirits were those who didn't have high talent, aptitude, or strength. Apart from them, there were only ordinary people and low-level cultivators who didn't even have the qualification to call themselves a member of the Guardian clan. How powerful could the guards be if there were only these people? Of course, with the divine tree around, no one dared to cause trouble here. However, without the core strength, the atmosphere in the Guardian clan was heavy. After all, the Guardian clan was different from the imperial families of the 3 empires. As long as one was a member of the imperial family of the 3 empires, they could enter the divine tree. There was a limit to the number of Guardian clans who could enter the divine tree. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for those with better performance, strength, and aptitude to enter the divine tree. Without this group of people, it was not hard to imagine that the atmosphere in the Guardian clan would change. If it was not for the fact that the people from the 3 great empires' royal families had also entered the Land of God, perhaps they would have been amused by the Guardian clan's people under such an atmosphere. Fortunately, the atmosphere didn't last long. 10 days had passed. It was time for the people who entered the divine tree to return. Because of this, many people in Emperor Island were looking in the direction of the Protector Tree's platform with anticipation. They were waiting for the people who entered the divine tree to return. At the bottom of the sea, unreachable, tree roots as thick as a mountain intertwined with each other. It was a strange scene. A majestic palace shone within the barrier of the deep sea. Water ripples seemed to be moving on the crystal walls. It was a dazzling sight. At this moment, the door of the majestic palace was wide open. It seemed like someone was going in and out. Or maybe the master of the palace forgot to close the door. It was pitch black inside. Nothing could be seen. However, if a powerhouse cultivated to a certain level, they would be able to sense a fleeting power from the pitch black palace. That power was something that even a demigod powerhouse was not worthy of possessing. The door had remained open for 10 days. It hadn't closed at all. It was so quiet that it was shocking. All of a sudden, the wide open doors of the majestic palace rippled with a terrifying energy. Buzz! A buzzing sound reverberated in this mystical place. It spread out in all directions. The ripple on the door kept twisting and turning. Then it emitted a strong light. Rumble! After the buzzing sound, there was a loud explosion. The intense light on the door of the majestic palace seemed to be expelling something amidst this rumble. It shrunk and expanded. Immediately, countless figures of various sizes and heights shot out from the intense light and landed miserably in front of the majestic palace. From the sorry state they were in, it could be seen that they didn't come out of there willingly, as one figure after another flew out from the bright light. The front of the majestic palace was filled with people. By the time they reacted to the sudden situation, the silence between heaven and earth was immediately broken. Clamor resounded throughout the entire space. Ha ha! They're out. Not long after, a very small portion of the people who came out of the realm of gods laughed happily. Their faces were filled with joy. Compared to 10 days ago, this small portion of people either had a stronger aura or a unique aura. It was obvious that these people had passed the trial of the Guardian Tree and obtained the chance to evolve. Among them are Sylph, Carter, and Jaffer. Damn it. As for the remaining 95% of the people, their faces were covered in gloominess, and strands of gloominess flashed past the space between their brows. They clenched their fists tightly, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. It formed an extremely clear contrast with those people who were overjoyed. It would seem that they didn't gain anything in the realm of gods. Under the gazes of these two distinct groups, a strong light flashed at the entrance of the majestic palace once again. Then, a few more figures flew out and landed on the ground. They are the three great emperors, Carter, Gutta, Wea, and the patriarch of the Guardians, Intel. Everyone present cast their gazes on the four leaders and immediately sized them up, trying to see if there were any changes on them. As they sized them up, the crowd discovered that Kite and Intel's auras had changed slightly. Gota and Wea, on the other hand, were still the same as they were 10 days ago. With such a clear picture, anyone would be able to guess who had succeeded in the land of gods and who had returned in defeat. If others can see the changes in the four leaders, how can they not? Wea sighed as he looked at Gota, whose expression was a little ugly. I didn't expect you to fail as well. Upon hearing Wea's words, Gota glanced at him indifferently. He calmed his emotions and returned to his original state. Compared to the others present, Gota and Wea were not only emperors, but they also had stronger mental fortitude. Furthermore, this was not the first time they had entered the place of god spirits, and they had also failed in the past. Naturally, they would not perform as badly as the others. Therefore, Gota only snorted coldly and replied with such a sentence. Next time, I will definitely succeed. That's true. Wea nodded and turned to look at Carter, who was grinning from ear to ear. Do you have to be so happy? Ha. Of course I'm happy. You've always been the strongest out of the three of us. This time, it's time for a change. How can I not be happy? Carter laughed heartily and said to Wea in a mocking tone, It's too early for you to be happy. Wea curled his lips in annoyance. Even if you succeed this time, you might not be stronger than me. While Kate and Vea were arguing with each other, Gota looked at Intel and narrowed his eyes. You've reached that level, right? Carter and Vea, who were in the middle of a quarrel, abruptly stopped talking. They both looked at Intel, their eyes revealing traces of solemnity. Seeing that Carter, Gota, and Wea were all looking at him, Intel curled his lips and nodded. After this trip to the realm of gods, I've reached the peak of the 9th rank. Next, I will attack that realm. As expected, the three emperors looked at each other. Enel had already expected this. After all, before he entered the domain of gods, he was already extremely close to the peak of the 9th stage. Now that he had returned victorious from the domain of gods, reaching the peak of the 9th stage was nothing strange. Still, the three emperors laughed bitterly. Peak of the 9th rank. Although they were both at the 9th rank, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. At this level, one already had the qualifications to break through to a higher realm. Although Intel was still at the peak of the 9th step, he already possessed all the conditions to break through to the demigod realm. If he succeeded in breaking through, then the next time they met, they would no longer have the qualifications to be on equal footing with Enel. Carter, Gota, and Wea were emperors, but if they were offered the chance to break through to the demigod realm in exchange for the throne, they would be more than willing to give it up. In the eyes of demigods, worldly power meant nothing. Carter sighed. If you can break through to the 9th rank, the title of the first demigod in the history of the Guardians will fall on your head. Let's hope so. Intel didn't respond to Carter's words. He didn't have much confidence that he could break through to the demigod realm. As he spoke, another ripple appeared on the door of the palace. A figure flew out from it and attracted the attention of everyone present. Chapter 1099. Inside the domain of gods, Wu Yin and Sylph spent 3 days to find the entrance to the core palace of the domain of gods. They passed the trial of the guardian tree. In the bronze palace, Wu Yin spent another 5 days purifying and strengthening himself with the water of the mystical pool, increasing his strength by leaps and bounds. It took them 8 days to finish everything they needed to do in the land of God spirits. There were only 2 days left before the guardian tree would send them out of the land of God spirits. Since it's not time to leave the realm of gods yet, Wu Yin wanted to use these 2 days to explore the green pond that belonged to the Tier 9 powerhouse. He wanted to see if there's anything good inside. Unfortunately, he could no longer pass through the top of the bronze palace that he should have been able to directly pass through. In other words, Wu Yin can't leave the realm of gods. This was to be expected. After passing the guardian tree's test, everyone would be able to obtain a chance to transform, but it was only limited to 1 chance. Wu Yin didn't enter the green pool, but he also got a chance to transform in the purple pool. His transformation was even more thorough than the others. The guardian tree wouldn't allow him to wander around the area after his transformation. Otherwise, God knows how many good things will be taken away by Wu Yin. Helpless, Wu Yin can only stay in the realm of gods and cultivate to pass the 2 days. Just like that, 2 days passed by. Wu Yin, who was in a state of cultivation, felt like he was being swallowed by something. He lost his sense of substance and even lost his balance. When he regained his balance and opened his eyes, what he saw was no longer the bronze wall. Instead, he saw thick tree roots and a sea view. Am I out? His body floated in the air. When Wu Yin realized what happened, gazes filled with all sorts of emotions landed on him. He furrowed his eyebrows until he saw the figures of the 3 imperial families and the guardian clans. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. His body flashed. He appeared beside Carter and the others. Until Gouda and Wei's pupils shrunk. They looked at Wu Yin with shock in their eyes. When did he? Carter, on the other hand, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Is this your space manipulation spell?" Space manipulation spell? Gouda and Wei seemed to have thought of something as well and felt relieved. So this is space manipulation spell. Space manipulation spell. Enel was the only one who was confused. Since when did such a mystical spell appear in the Spalier world? We would also like to know the answer to your question. Carter patted Intel's shoulder and glanced at Wu Yin. Too bad this mysterious little guy isn't willing to divulge anything. Wu Yin blinked when he heard Kate's words before he opened his mouth. It's just a little trick. A little trick. The 4 Tier 9 powerhouses looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Wu Yan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Wu Yin scanned the crowd, and he paused when he saw Sylph, who was standing in front of the 3 imperial families. Sylph, who has been observing Wu Yin, nodded at Wu Yin. Apart from that, she didn't show any other reaction. She maintained her cold expression as if the person in front of her was a stranger. No one would believe that Sylph has done all sorts of services for a certain wolf in her current state. Wu Yin didn't mind. He nodded back when Sylph nodded at him. He didn't say anything. Words are not needed here. While Wu Yin and Sylph were exchanging glances, the others were also observing Wu Yin. At this point, everyone in the 3 empires' royal families and guardian clans knows who Wu Yin is. All of them wanted to know if this super genius, who is said to be unprecedented in the past and might not be seen in the future, who was treated as an equal by the 3 great emperors and the patriarch of the guardian clans, had undergone a transformation in the land of God. That's why when Wu Yin appeared, everyone's attention was on him. They wanted to see if there was anything special about him. Unfortunately, even with their eyes wide open, they couldn't see anything special about Wu Yin. The guardian tribes gloated at Wu Yan's misfortune. Even the royals of the 3 empires who failed the test of the divine tree in the land of gods were rejoicing in the misfortune of the divine tree. Obviously, they thought Wu Yin was going to return empty-handed. Sylph, on the other hand, glanced at the people around her who were gloating over her misfortune. She closed her eyes and went to rest. Other than Sylph, everyone else thought that Wu Yin had failed. This included Intel, Kate, Gouda, and Wei. The 4 high-ranking officials looked at each other before looking at Wu Yin. Little guy, don't be discouraged. Kate smiled at Wu Yin and comforted him. It's normal to fail. Didn't Gouda and Wei fail as well? No one can guarantee that they can pass the Guardian Tree's test. I failed the last time as well, but I succeeded this time. That's right, little friend Wu Yin. Intel smiled. You may have failed this time, but you might not fail the next time. It's not easy for you to achieve so much at such a young age. You still have time. Try again next time. Wu Yin flinched, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth, and when he was about to say something, 3 streaks of light shot out from the palace gate and landed in front of Wu Yin and Co. like meteors. You're all out? A voice filled with vicissitudes rang out as 3 beams of light appeared, heading towards the group of Type 9 powerhouses. Lord Guardian Gods. Intel bowed respectfully. Those who entered the realm of gods have all come out. The Guardian Tree will open up a spatial tunnel for us to return to the Emperor Island soon. Magnubi and Linya nodded. Garen glanced at Intel and smiled. Peak Tier 9 already? Yes, Lord Garen. Intel puffed out his chest. Not bad. Magnubi praised. Now that you've reached the peak of Tier 9, you have the qualifications to attempt the demigod realm. I hope the 7th demigod of the Spalier world can be born from you. Yes, Master Magnubi, Intel replied first before asking suspiciously. But isn't it the 6th? The 3 guardian deities shook their heads while laughing. Linya looked at Wu Yan. The 6th demigod was born a long time ago. You probably won't have the chance to meet him. Ignoring Intel's reaction, the 3 guardian gods looked at Wu Yan. Their faces were tense. How is it? Well, Wu Yin shrugged. I guess it's a success. A small red ripple appeared in his palm. The black ring of power floated into Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yin tossed it to Garen. Garen was stunned. He caught the ring of power that Wu Yin tossed him. He frowned when he felt the cold sensation in his hand. It's best if you keep it. Wu Yin narrowed his eyes when he saw Garen's hesitant expression. After all, the 3 empires occupy the entire Spalier world. If something happens, the 3 empires will be the first to suffer. With this, it'll be easier for you to deal with it. That's true. Garen tightened his grip on the ring of power. The hesitation in his eyes didn't lessen. But the ancestor didn't want to give us the item in the ring of power, right? Wu Yin felt helpless when he heard this. If he were to tell Garen that the reason why his ancestor didn't entrust the ring of power to them was because he was lying to himself, Garen would definitely attack him without hesitation. Wouldn't he? This is the best way. Wu Yin waved his hand half-heartedly. Do you want to see your empires fall? This. The 3 protectors of the empire hesitated. After a long time, they nodded their heads in embarrassment. All right then. Chapter 1100. Emperor Island. Under the Guardian Tree. The platform. Buzz. A burst of green light suddenly flashed into peaceful space, illuminating every corner of the platform. A wave of sound rushed out in all directions. The peaceful atmosphere on the platform, which had lost all signs of activity for some time, was suddenly broken by a barbaric sound. Specks of green light condensed in the middle of the platform and gradually spread out like exploding fireworks. Under the influence of the green light, a whirlpool-like hole appeared in the middle of the platform and floated there. Not long after, numerous figures charged out of the vortex-like hole. They passed through the barrier of space and landed on the platform. Among them, there were even a few that soared into the sky. Soon after, they charged down and landed on a tall platform. Oh, as soon as they returned to Emperor Island, everyone heard deafening cheers. It came from the city of Emperor Island. Clearly, this was the reaction of the residents of the Emperor Island city, because everyone who entered the domain of God's spirits had returned. But no one knew if this was a welcome or not. The hole in the void slowly and silently closed up. The royal families of the 3 empires and the Guardian clan watched it disappear quietly. Everyone had different emotions on their faces. Some were unwilling, some were booing, some were sighing, some were satisfied. There were all kinds of emotions, especially the former. It appeared on almost everyone's face. However, no matter how unwilling they were, they couldn't change the fact that they couldn't pass the Guardian Trees test and didn't get the chance to transform. They could only wait for the next opening of the domain of God's spirits, which was 10 years later. They had to give it another try. Those who succeeded in transforming had already become the eyes of the three imperial emperors and the Guardian clan's patriarchs. It didn't matter if they were geniuses or trash. Transforming successfully meant changing their lives. Thinking about it, they should be in their own factions now. They should be heavily nurtured. Among the people here, only Wu Yin and the three patron saints are here. They didn't care about anything. In the eyes of the three guardians, other than their own empire being seriously threatened or in danger, they didn't care about anything else. Nothing was more important than improving their own strength. The growth of some of the younger generation was enough for the three great emperors to have a headache over. If they wanted to enter the three great emperors' eyes, perhaps they would have to wait until the royal family of the three great empires produced a ninth-stage expert in their 20s. Standing at the top of the platform, Garen, Magnubi, and Linya lowered their heads and looked at Intel, Carter, Ida, and Vaya. The land of gods has been closed. You can handle the rest yourselves? Yes. Lord Guardian. The three protectors nodded and looked at Wu Yin in unison. Their tense faces relaxed a little, and they all smiled in a very friendly manner. Little guy, send our regards to Miss Z. Although Wu Yin was still suspicious of how they knew Z, he still nodded in agreement. Definitely. The three divine protectors withdrew their gazes and flew into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. After the three protectors disappeared, Wu Yin looked at Carter and the other three. Well then, I'll take my leave as well. Carter and the other three were startled and looked at Wu Yin in surprise. So soon? Wu Yin nodded. I've achieved my goal of coming to the land of gods. I've returned the item to you in perfect condition. There's no need for me to stay here any longer. I see. Carter and the other three looked at each other and lowered their heads. In the end, they couldn't think of a reason to persuade him to stay and could only nod helplessly. If that's the case, then. Wait. Just as the four higher-ups were about to send Wu Yin off, an unexpected voice interrupted the conversation of the five people on the stage. Before the members of the three imperial families and the Guardian clans below the tall platform could clearly see who had uttered those words, a figure leaped out from the crowd. With a leap, he landed on the tall platform, causing everyone to be shocked. The high platform was not something anyone could get on, other than the three protectors. Only the three emperors and the Guardian clan's patriarch were qualified to stand on the high platform. Other than them, who else was qualified to stand on the high platform? Even Wu Yin was able to stand on equal footing with the four upper echelons because he was much stronger than everyone else below the high platform. This person who rashly went on stage, if he didn't give a good explanation, he might even lose his life. On the high platform, Intel, Carter, Guda, and Wei's expressions all darkened as they looked at the person on the high platform. The three emperors were stunned. Wu Yin was stunned, and so was Intel. Especially Intel. After being stunned for a moment, his expression became even more unsightly. Intel's voice was as cold as ice as he looked at his son who stood on the high platform, as if it was a matter of course. If you can't give me an explanation, you should know that I won't be merciful hearing that. Enz, who didn't have the slightest bit of regret on his face, couldn't help but have a flash of fear in his eyes. But when he thought of his own situation, he immediately straightened his chest again. Father, didn't you say before? Intel couldn't help but laugh when he felt everyone's gaze on him. As long as you can reach the 9th rank, you can stand on this high platform. Hearing this, not to mention Intel's group of 4, even the audience below the stage was stunned. What do you mean? Intel finally became serious. He carefully sensed the aura on Intel's body. When he sensed the faintly discernible aura, Intel's eyes lit up with joy. You've reached the 9th rank. Intel's lips curled into a proud arc as he raised his voice slightly. Yes, Father. Intel's voice clearly echoed in the air above the high platform before it was drowned out by a wave of clamor. Intel's smile grew wider and wider as he listened to the clamor and exclamations from below the high platform. He looked very proud of himself. To be able to create such an effect, It was worth it for him to hide in the crowd and not stand out since he came out of the place of gods. It was all for the sake of intimidating everyone at this time. After all, his father had advanced to the peak of the 9th stage. Next, in order to become the first demigod in the history of the Guardian tribe, his father would no doubt devote himself to cultivation wholeheartedly. At that time, Enlil would also hand over all the authority in the Guardian tribe. In the Guardian tribe, the patriarch had always been in existence with great authority. However, only a 9th-rank powerhouse could become the patriarch of the Guardian tribe. Therefore, his father would only delegate his authority. As for the position of the patriarch, it was unlikely that he would hand it over. This was because other than Enlil, there were no other 9th-rank powerhouses in the Guardian tribe. At this time, Enlil, as his son, had become a 9th-rank powerhouse. It was very likely that he would become the patriarch. Therefore, one of the reasons Enlil chose to stand out at this time was to build momentum for himself. As for the other reason, Enlil's eyes turned to Wu Yen. Before he could express anything, he saw Wu Yen, who was previously stunned by Enlil's appearance, had a playful smile on his face. Looking at that playful smile, Enlil felt as if he had been seen through. His complacent face immediately collapsed and was replaced with a look of anger. Driven by his anger, Ernst sneered in front of Enlil, ignoring the uproar from the crowd below the high platform and the 3 emperors' gazes that seemed to have materialized. "Father, you said that as long as I become a 9th-rank powerhouse, I will be able to stand on this stage. Is that right?" Enlil seemed to have noticed something when he saw Enlil's cold expression, and the joy in his eyes faded away. "I did say that." Enlil closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, tell me the reason why you came up on stage." "Father, have you forgotten?" Enlil faced the crowd. "When the trip to the domain of gods ends and closes again, the 3 imperial families and the Guardian tribe will have a grand competition here." At this point, Enlil glanced at Wu Yen, who was looking at him with a playful expression. His eyes turned sharp, and he said with a smile, "So, I would like to invite Princess Sylph's fiancé to participate in the grand competition. What do you think?" Chapter 1101. That's why I would like to invite Princess Sylph's fiancé to participate in the tournament as well. What do you think? Enlil's speech caused the platform that was in a state of clamor a second ago to fall into a deathly silence, as if it had been cut off in the next second. The realm of gods opens once every 10 years for a period of 10 days. When the 10 days of the Divine Spirit Place's opening arrived, and the place returned to its silent state, the 3 imperial families and the Guardian clans would hold a grand competition that only those who passed the Guardian Trees test and obtained a metamorphosis could participate in. His objective was very simple, and it was to witness with his own eyes the extent to which those who had undergone the metamorphosis had reached. After all, everyone had different gains in the land of gods. Some had merely changed their cultivation talent and aptitude. Some had improved their strength, and there were extremely few who had obtained both. No matter if it was their cultivation talent or strength, they had obtained a perfect improvement. Similarly, everyone's gains are different. Some have more, some have less, some have higher, some have lower. All of this needs to be verified. This way, the 3 imperial emperors and Enlil will know who is more outstanding. They will then train them accordingly. However, in the past, this tournament was only for those below Tier 9 to exchange pointers. Those who have reached Tier 9 don't need to participate. This is to be expected, although it wasn't like there hadn't been anyone who descended to the 9th step in the land of gods. How could they possibly participate in such a competition? Isn't that just bullying the little ones? Now, Enlil invited Wu Yen, a Tier 9 powerhouse, to participate in such a tournament. Those who didn't react in time were dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. However, those who managed to react in time faintly understood the reason behind this. Seeing the cold smile on Enlil's face and the haze between his eyebrows, Linley felt a chill run down his spine. Enlil, who was happy from the bottom of his heart that his son had reached the 9th tier, could no longer feel any joy in his heart. Then, a sigh filled with disappointment for his son's failure to live up to his expectations echoed throughout the platform. Enz didn't even look at Enz. He turned around and faced Wu Yan. "My young friend Wu Yan, what do you think?" Enz didn't object. Instead, he asked for his opinion. Wu Yan's lips curled up, and he shrugged. "Well, I don't mind helping you. I'll feel refreshed when the time comes anyway." "Lend a hand? Refreshed? What does that mean?" Enzi frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. He knew his father wasn't an indecisive person. In fact, he was quite arbitrary. But no matter how arbitrary he was, based on his understanding of his father, it was impossible for him to agree to something that was tantamount to breaking the rules without saying anything. Enz didn't understand. Of course, whether he understood or not, Enz has already made his decision. He even gave Wu Yan a look of gratitude. He turned around and looked at the crowd below. "Since my young friend Wu Yan has agreed, let the tournament begin." After saying that, Enel changed the topic. "However, as a 9th rank powerhouse, it's a little inappropriate for me to participate in the tournament. As a 9th rank powerhouse, participating in the tournament is a little degrading. Father, please rest assured." Although he had many doubts in his heart, when he heard Intel say this, Intel did not hesitate and immediately agreed. "I have also reached the 9th rank. It's a good opportunity for the fiancé of the royal princess to test my strength." "Is that so?" And seemed to have expected this. He nodded calmly. "Since that's the case, the first match of the tournament will be between you and my young friend Wu Yan." "Yes." Enz didn't object at all. He tossed aside all his doubts and revealed a sinister smile. He glanced at the nonchalant Wu Yan. The flames of anger in N's heart started to burn again. One has to say, in the eyes of those who don't like Wu Yan, this kind of behavior is no different from an insult and contempt. N suppressed the anger in his heart and didn't look at Wu Yan anymore. He clenched his fists tightly. "This time, I will trample you down from your pedestal." Enz, who had such thoughts in his mind, did not even consider the possibility of his defeat. In his opinion, the only reason Wu Yan could crush him was because of the difference in rank. In the eyes of a 9th rank powerhouse, a peak 8th rank powerhouse might not be considered an ant, but they were no better than a child. Even a 9th rank powerhouse who just entered the 9th rank was the same. Now, Enz himself had advanced to the 9th stage with the help of the Land of Gods. In a situation where they were at the same level, Enz felt that it was impossible for him to lose. In the end, Wu Yan was only in his 20s while Enz was already in his 40s. Enz looked down on this immature kid from the bottom of his heart. Or perhaps it could also be said that Enzi was jealous when he saw the realm he yearned for being snatched away by a kid who hadn't even grown his hair yet. He was mad with jealousy. This jealousy made Wu Yan, who had been troubled by this clown several times, smirk. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Guardian Tree on the platform. At this moment, the crowd on the platform had already dispersed, leaving a large empty space. They formed a circle and looked forward. To be more precise, they were looking at the two figures standing in the center of the platform. They were whispering softly to each other. On the high platform, Intel, Carter, Gada, and Veer were staring at a calm and indifferent figure in the middle of the square, their eyes flickering with thoughts. "Is this okay?" In the end, it was Carter who spoke first. "That little guy won't show any mercy." Intel and the other three didn't know that Wu Yan's strength had greatly increased in the realm of gods. However, they knew how strong Wu Yan was before he entered the realm of gods. To be able to display strength comparable to a middle 9th rank powerhouse when he just entered the 9th rank, needless to say, Enzu also just entered the 9th rank, but didn't stand out in the slightest. He was no match for Wu Yan. Enel should be the clearest on this point. "It doesn't matter," Entel said coldly with an emotionless tone. In the end, he only grew in strength. If this continues, Enz will be no different from a cripple. It's time for someone to teach him a lesson. Carter, Gada, and Weah nodded in agreement and didn't ask any more questions. It was easy to imagine the twisted resentment accumulated in the hearts of the Guardian clan because they were bound to Emperor Island for their entire lives. Didn't Enel also make things difficult for Carter and the other two emperors? Now, under the twisted resentment, Enz's mental state was leaning towards the unorthodox path. If this continued, his future was not hard to imagine. He would definitely walk the path of evil. Enel looked like he didn't care about anything on the surface. However, he was definitely anxious inside. That was why he didn't reject Enz's suggestion and directly asked for Wu Yan's opinion. He's asking Wu Yan to suppress his son a little bit. Wu Yan saw through Enel's intentions, and he didn't have any intention of rejecting him. When he first met Enel, Wu Yan already said that if he allowed anyone to step on his head, he would teach them an unforgettable lesson. It was rare for someone to come to him for a beating. If he didn't respond to the person's request, wouldn't he be letting the person down? Enz didn't know any of this. He was still immersed in the thrill of being able to turn the tables and crush Wu Yan. In the center of the square, Enz was thinking about how he could vent to the greatest extent. He raised his head and looked at Wu Yan. Unfortunately, all he could see was Wu Yan's nonchalant attitude. It's as if he didn't care about anything at all. That nonchalant attitude of his Enz's anger flared up again, and he couldn't help but laugh coldly. Lord Fiancé of Princess Sylph, can we begin? From start to finish, Enz referred to Wu Yan as the fiancé of the princess. Obviously, he looks down on Wu Yan from the bottom of his heart. Wu Yan looked at Enz and raised an eyebrow. He chuckled. I thought you would attack without a word. You even greeted me. Looks like I underestimated you. My apologies. Enz's face darkened. On his body, a dou qi that was many times stronger than before exploded and swelled up. I'd like to see how long you can maintain that face. Chapter 11:02. At this point, Enz can no longer suppress the anger and resentment in his heart. He took a step forward, and a volcanic eruption of combat aura gushed out from his body and engulfed the entire area. He clenched his fist and flipped it over. A rare armament knight's sword appeared in Enz's hand. Surrounded by his boundless dou qi, the dou qi flashed and illuminated a corner of the platform. Upon seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. With a wave of his hand, Nianden's Shana appeared from a crimson spatial ripple and landed in Wu Yan's hand. The next moment, Nianden's Shana's red lotus flame ignited on its blade, causing the temperature of the platform to rise by a few degrees. Gold armament. Feeling the terrifying temperature fluctuating from the red lotus fire, everyone present cried out in alarm. Even Enz's expression changed, and his face flushed red. The redness wasn't due to the increase in temperature. It was due to embarrassment and anger. In the world of Silveria, a gold armament was something that only rank 9 powerhouses had the qualifications to wear. Only Sylph, a super genius with a strong background, had a gold armament. The rest, like Kaya and Jaffer, did not have a gold armament. Only Tier 9 elites are qualified to wear a gold armament. This is a common phenomenon in the Spalier world. That's why no one was surprised to see Wu Yan take out a gold armament. They only found it strange. Now that they're both Tier 9 elites, Wu Yan is wearing a gold armament while Enz is only holding a rare armament. This gives the impression of a poor emperor or a beggar who became a nouveau riche. And Enz, who is also aware of this. His expression was as ugly as it could get. Originally, Enel would have bestowed him with a gold armament if he had waited a little longer since he had advanced to the 9th rank. Unfortunately, Enz couldn't wait any longer and charged out without thinking. He provoked Wu Yan and ended up like this. It could only be said that he didn't know if the timing he chose was right or not. Resisting the urge to throw away the knight's sword in his hand, Enz growled with a dark face. Against you, using a rare armament is enough. Wu Yan laughed mockingly and threw Nianden's Shana away under everyone's shocked gaze. A crimson spatial ripple appeared and swallowed Nianden's Shana. Then, a small wave of iron sand gushed out from the spatial ripple. It rolled towards Wu Yan's palm. A pitch-black iron sand sword condensed in Wu Yan's hand. With the tip of his sword pointed to the ground, Wu Yin didn't say a word as he looked at Insi, who had a terrifyingly gloomy expression. He extended his hand towards Insi and hooked his finger with a smile. The anger in In's heart completely exploded. Chi, the sword in his hand, shook, and dazzling dough chi surrounded it. In's turned into a sharp sword light and shot towards Wu Yin with a thunderous sound. Calmly looking at the incoming sword beam, he didn't move an inch. He didn't show any signs of dodging, nor did he try to block it. He waited until the sword beam was right in front of him. Only then did he suddenly raise the iron sand sword in his hand, chopping down with all his might. Ding! The iron sand sword carried a dense air current as it slashed through the air and collided with the incoming sword light. There was a crisp sound of collision. The onslaught of the cold sword light came to a halt, and Barnes' figure appeared. Pong! With a muffled sound, the impact hit both of them at the same time. However, their reactions were completely different. Wu Yan's expression didn't change. The corner of his mouth even curled up. However, Insi's expression changed slightly. He got knocked back a few steps with a muffled sound. The hand holding the sword actually started trembling. It was clear who was stronger in the first exchange. After the trip to the domain of gods, Wu Yan didn't just increase his strength. Under the effects of the miraculous pool water, his physical strength had also skyrocketed. This kid, In's clenched his teeth and endured the force alone. He stabilized his trembling hand. He does have some brute strength. Maybe he heard In's words. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and beckoned In's to attack. It was a provocation. In's laughed angrily. He moved and left an afterimage on the spot. When he appeared again, he was not far from Wu Yan. The knight's sword in his hand danced. Do Chi flashed, and the sword danced. It was extremely ruthless as it slashed towards Wu Yan's vital points. Chi, chi, chi. Seeing the sword shadows slashing towards his body, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He took a step back, and the sword shadows that filled the sky all slashed at his original position. They brushed past the tip of Wu Yan's nose and missed. In's eyes flashed with hatred. He slammed his palm on the hilt of the sword. The knight's sword in his hand was like a crossbow. It tore through the air currents and attacked Wu Yan's chest. Chi, the knight's sword swept out like lightning. However, just as it was about to hit Wu Yan's chest, a hand flashing with electricity suddenly reached out and grabbed the knight's sword. Xiao! At this moment, In's figure rushed over. He raised his fist covered in Do Chi and smashed it towards Wu Yan's chest. Every move was fatal. Wu Yan's eyes also turned cold. Magic power suddenly rose from his body and directly rushed towards In's attacking figure. Then, Wu Yan moved. His figure flashed. Without using space teleportation, Wu Yan flashed in front of In's with pure speed. His eyes were filled with coldness. In's, who clearly saw the coldness in Wu Yan's eyes, couldn't help but be shocked. He roared and threw out a punch. Bang! Just as Inch's fist punched out, Wu Yan followed up with a solid punch. His punch smashed into Inch's fist. At the same time, Wu Yan's magic power surged out and destroyed the Do Chi on Inch's fist like breaking a twig from a dead tree. Dong! Following such a muffled sound, In's also let out a muffled groan. On his fist, a slight kacha sound entered his ears. Feeling the intense pain transmitted from his hand and the crack sound, Insi's forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat. His expression also changed drastically. Not long later, he became ruthless and abruptly raised his other fist. Do Chi surged on it. Pa! However, this time, an ordinary hand without any magic covering it appeared out of thin air and grabbed In's hand that was surging with Do Chi. Tightly holding In's hand, Wu Yan slowly raised his head. His eyes were somewhat cold and contemptuous as he looked at the pale ends. If you can, please show me some of your strength. A playful smile appeared on his face. He tightened his grip on Inch's hand, causing the other party's fragile palm to once again emit a cracking sound as if it could not bear the burden. Otherwise, it would be too ugly. A Tier 9 powerhouse, a calm voice with a hint of mockery, slowly reverberated across the platform. The surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded. Although they didn't see the previous exchange clearly, the situation was clear as day. They didn't expect Ins to be at such a disadvantage, even though they are both Tier 9 powerhouses. From start to finish, Wu Yin didn't use a single combat skill or magic. Yet, he was able to suppress Barnes in a few short exchanges of blows. How can a Tier 9 powerhouse have such a huge gap in strength? Could it be that Princess Sylph's fiancé is not just a Tier 9 powerhouse? Thinking of this, everyone present looked at each other in dismay and saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. A 20-something-year-old Tier 9 powerhouse that was already breaking the record of being the youngest Tier 9 powerhouse in Silveria, a title that no one had ever achieved before. Under such circumstances, if Wu Yin isn't just a Tier 9 powerhouse, then what level of talent is he at? The spectators' expressions kept changing. In the end, they looked at Wu Yin as if he was a monster. Chapter 1103. Everyone stared at Wu Yin like he was a monster. Sylph was the only one who didn't seem surprised. Sylph doesn't know much about Wu Yan's strength, but she has seen plenty of Wu Yan's miraculous feats. In Sylph's mind, Wu Yin is at least on the same level as her father. It was definitely not something a person who had just entered the 9th tier could contend against. Needless to say, Insi's body trembled when he heard Wu Yan's contemptuous comment. His face turned red and his eyes were filled with madness. The next moment, Insi's combat chi surged violently. "Stop looking down on me!" With a furious roar, Insi's aura increased by a few notches. The do chi on his fist surged like lightning. With a powerful jolt, he ferociously punched at Wu Yan's hand. Bang! Wu Yin raised an eyebrow when he felt a strong impact coming from his hand. He let go of Insi's hand, and he punched Insi's chest with his fist. Bang! Twisted do chi flashed on the surface of Insi's body and condensed at his chest. With a muffled sound, he blocked Wu Yan's punch. Engulfing himself in do chi light, Insi dispersed the force of Wu Yan's fist. Insi's expression turned extremely ferocious. His eyes were filled with hatred that couldn't be erased. Finally, he didn't care about the gazes of others, and he vented all the negative emotions in his heart. "You're just the fiancé of a princess. Don't get too full of yourself. Stinking brat." Engulfing himself in do chi, Insi glared at Wu Yin with a ferocious expression and clenched his fist. The knight's sword that Wu Yin tossed aside like trash flew into Insi's hand. Insi laughed sinisterly and disappeared from the spot. Wu Yin pursed his lips when he saw Insi's figure disappear. He suddenly moved half a step to the left. At the same time, Wu Yin moved his foot forward. Behind him, a knight's sword blazing with fiery do chi pierced through Wu Yan's body like a flash of lightning. It grazed Wu Yan's shoulder as it shot towards the crowd in front of him. If the people there didn't react in time, they would have been gravely injured. However, after missing its target, the knight's sword abruptly spun around like a boomerang and shot back. Whoosh! The piercing sound of air breaking reverberated in the air. Wu Yin heard the piercing sound of something breaking through the air. This time, it's a different story. Wu Yin moved half a step to the right. The knight's sword brushed past his shoulder and flew past him. But before it could reach the crowd, Wu Yin grabbed the hilt of the sword. With a wave of his hand, the knight's sword in Wu Yan's hand smashed towards Insi's side like an iron rod. And the stunned Insi just so happened to appear there. Bang! The knight's sword smashed into Insi's body and sent him flying. Damn it! Insi stabilized his body in a sorry state. Even so, he still took a few steps back. His face became gloomier. He looked at Wu Yin with resentment. "It's not over yet," Insi roared. His eyes were red. He took out another knight's sword while retreating. His figure flashed and turned into a blurry black line, shooting out explosively. Inslee loosened his grip, and his body abruptly spun up. His foot viciously kicked the sword hilt that he had loosened. Gee! The pitch-black knight's sword was like a bolt of black lightning under N's ferocious attack. Insi's sword turned into a stream of light and flew towards Wu Yin. Looking at the black stream of light flying towards him, Wu Yan's body flashed. He stomped on the ground and jumped. The tip of his foot accurately tapped on the flying night sword. As if tapping on the ground, he rushed out and appeared in front of Ensi like a ghost. Huh! Ensi's eyes flashed. Do Chi on the other knight's sword suddenly expanded. Enveloped by Do Chi, the knight sword radiated a crystal-like radiance. It looked like it was made out of crystal. With a surge of power, the knight's sword slashed at Wu Yan, who was charging at it. Wu Yan furrowed his brows as he looked at the shining knight sword in his wine-red eyes. He had an impatient look on his face. Is this all you got? Following this sentence, Wu Yan clenched his fist. Blue and white electric current flowed and dyed his fist like a light source. He threw out a punch. His fist, which was covered in blue and white lightning, landed on the incoming crystal knight sword. With a loud bang, the entire knight sword trembled and broke into pieces, filling the air with shards. What? Ensi's face changed. How could a rare armament be smashed into pieces with a single punch? How is this possible? While Ensi was in disbelief, Wu Yan smirked. In his hand, the iron sand sword turned into a pitch-black iron sand whip. With a loud whistle, he lashed it out. Pah! The long whip made of pitch-black particles landed on Ensi's chest, and a strong force was released. With a kacha sound, the crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Ah! The sharp pain from his chest caused Ensi to involuntarily scream. Just as he screamed, a fist covered in blue and white electric current was mercilessly smashed towards his face. Bang! The fist that was flashing with lightning landed heavily on Ensi's face. However, it did not succeed in hitting him. Instead, just before it was about to hit, it was barely blocked by a cluster of Do Chi light that had once again condensed together with a low and deep sound. However, before Ensi could even catch his breath, in front of him, streaks of fists flashing with blue and white electric light mixed with extremely terrifying force, like raindrops falling from the sky. All of them poured onto his body. Bang! 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 Like a storm, the lightning-light fists instantly landed on the Do Chi light ball. With a muffled sound, the Do Chi light ball continued to tremble. A moment later, with a bang, it exploded. With a cold gaze, Wu Yan raised the fist covered in electric current. Under Ensi's shocked gaze, the fist violently smashed onto his face. Bang! This fist did not miss. It accurately hit Ensi's face. Puchi! A mouthful of fresh blood, mixed with a few teeth sprayed out from Ensi's mouth. Like a kite with a broken string, his body flew backwards and heavily hit the ground of the platform. The terrifying force shook the platform, which even a rank 8 warrior would have difficulty leaving a mark on, until it shattered into pieces and cracked like a spider web. Smashing into the ground with such force, Inch spat out another mouthful of blood. His body bounced up high due to the force and the ground. Before he could fall back down, his neck was grabbed by a hand and hung in the air. Holding Ensi's neck and looking at his face covered in blood, Wu Yan smiled. The result is still the same. Master Ensi, who has advanced to rank 9. Ensi's pupil shrank when he heard this. After struggling for a while, his eyes finally revealed a trace of fear. Just over 10 days ago, outside the Emperor Island, Wu Yan, who defeated the entire Knight Regiment, also ended up like this, holding him by the neck. In the end, after more than 10 days, he who has advanced to rank 9 still did not change this result. Just as Wu Yan said, the result was still the same. At this moment, Ins finally understood a little this person who was holding him by the neck did not put him in his eyes from the beginning. Never from the beginning. Looking at the trace of fear in Ensi's eyes, Wu Yan curled his lips in boredom. His hand held Ensi's neck tightly, as if he was holding a piece of trash. With a casual swing, he ruthlessly threw Ensi away. Pong! In the end, Ens couldn't avoid the fate of falling to the ground again. He landed on the platform with a moderate amount of force. His body skidded across the floor for some distance, leaving a trail of blood on the platform. He didn't stop until Ens stopped sliding. Ensi laid on the ground with his limbs spread out. He did not move at all. His eyes were wide open, filled with emptiness. There was even a trace of residual fear. Crushing defeat. Chapter 1104. The entire place was silent. Looking at Ensi, who was lying on the ground with his face covered in blood and his eyes hollow like a corpse that died with remaining grievances, both the members of the three imperial families and the Guardian clans had expressions of pity and sympathy in their eyes. In a way, Enz was actually quite pitiful. As a member of the Guardian tribe, even though he was the son of the patriarch and possessed great strength, he could only stay on this island for the rest of his life. This caused him to have a twisted mentality. After waiting for the opening of the domain of gods with great difficulty, Enz used his status as a member of the Guardian tribe to oppress the three imperial families to vent his grievances. However, he ended up kicking an iron plate like Wu Yin. Now, after painstakingly passing the Guardian tree's test and ascending to the 9th level, he wanted to show off and collect his debt. Who knew that in the end, he would end up in an even worse state than before. As the saying goes, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. This sentence can be used the other way around. Enz, who suffered a crushing defeat, proved this point. I can only say that of all the things he should have done, he shouldn't have acted like a petty person. He shouldn't have targeted Wu Yin and asked for a beating. Of course, at the same time that they sympathized with Enz, they also felt a deep respect and admiration for Wu Yin. Now, they can basically be sure. This young man in his 20s is not only a rank 9 powerhouse, he's also not an ordinary rank 9 powerhouse. An early rank 9 powerhouse was defeated in a few rounds by him. Wu Yin, at the beginning, was only dodging and blocking. He didn't even take the initiative to attack. The moment he took the initiative to attack, thus, Ensi was defeated. Isn't this enough to prove that Wu Yin isn't an ordinary rank 9 powerhouse? Sigh. On the high platform, Entel sighed and shook his head bitterly. He said to Carter, "G'da," and we. "I made a fool of myself in front of your majesties. Don't worry, Entel still has a chance to change." Vea patted Entel's shoulder and said softly, "After this defeat, Entel should be more or less restrained. Whether or not it can be changed in the future depends on you." Entel nodded. His complexion returned to normal. He turned his head and looked down at Wu Yin with a helpless smile. "I just didn't expect it. He actually hid such a powerful close combat ability. How'd he do it?" Even though they were bound to the Emperor Island, the Guardian clan was still aware of the fact that mana and combat energy could not coexist in the same body. Although Entel did not sense any trace of combat energy from Wu Yan's body, how could a mage have such powerful close combat abilities? Warriors were in charge of close combat, while mages were in charge of long-range attacks. This was the most basic common sense in the Spalier world. However, Entel couldn't forget the night he sparred with Wu Yin more than 10 days ago. Wu Yin clearly used magic and mana. Then what's with that close-range combat ability? Already told you. We also want to know, Carter said with a tone of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. That little guy's secrets are unfathomable. If you keep being surprised, it might be bad for your heart. And he is very strong. G'da nodded and looked down at Wu Yin with a meaningful gaze. "I'm afraid the kid didn't fail in this trip to the domain of gods. Instead, he gained a lot." Hearing G'da's words, Entel, Kate, and Vaya pondered for a moment. They then nodded. Before entering the domain of gods, the four of them could still vaguely sense Wu Yan's level of power. But now, even Entel, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, before Wu Yan entered battle mode, they couldn't detect Wu Yan's level of power. This was the only way to explain this situation. Wu Yan, who didn't know he was exposed, stood in the center of the field and stretched lazily. He turned around and faced the high platform. "The victor has been decided. I won't be playing with you for the rest of the game." Entel and the other three laughed bitterly. But it was true. To Wu Yin, the rest of the tournament was just a game. There was no need for him to participate. "If that's the case, we won't keep you any longer." Entel smiled. "I look forward to meeting you again in 10 years. "Oh." Wu Yin raised an eyebrow and smiled. I hope you'll have broken through to the demigod rank by then. Intel laughed heartily when he heard this. Then I'll count on your auspicious words. Carter, Gada, and Wea also said their goodbyes. The five of them laughed and said their goodbyes. In the ears of the defeated Intel, it was more ear-piercing than anything else. Intel raised his head and looked at the smiling Wu Yen. His empty eyes rippled. Once Wu Yen leaves, unless he waits until 10 years later, Incy won't have the chance to get his revenge. Wait 10 years for revenge? No, Intel couldn't wait. Wu Yen was only in his 20s, and he was already a 9th-rank powerhouse. He wasn't even a rookie 9th-rank powerhouse like him. He was someone who could easily defeat a beginner 9th-rank powerhouse like him. 10 years later, with Wu Yan's talent, he might be at the pinnacle of the 9th rank by then. Did Intel have the confidence to reach the pinnacle of the 9th rank in 10 years? Let alone 10 years. Even if he was given 20, 30, or even a lifetime, Intel didn't dare to say he had the confidence to reach the pinnacle of the 9th rank. In other words, once Wu Yen left, he would never have the chance to take revenge. Intel's blood-covered face turned ferocious again. When everyone's attention shifted away from him, he abruptly jumped up from the ground. Grabbing the knight's sword that was cracked to the hilt, he charged forward as fast as he could. "I'll kill you!" The roar that was filled with intense hatred woke everyone up. When they saw the situation clearly, their faces were immediately filled with shock. Stop! Intel, Carter, Gada, and Wea were the only ones left on the scene. Their angry shouts resounded through the entire platform. Wu Yen, who was about to leave, suddenly froze. In his wine-red eyes, a killing intent finally surged. In response to the killing intent in his heart, an extremely terrifying wave of magic erupted from his body like hot lava. All of it was released in one breath and crashed into Intel's body. Poochie, as if he was hit by a mountain, Intel spat out his third mouthful of blood today. His charging body shot back at an even faster speed than when he came. Immediately after, a chain glowing with a faint purple light tightly bound him and pulled him back. Seeing Intel's body bound by the chains of discipline and pulled in front of him, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Holding the iron sand sword in his hand, he forcefully stabbed towards Intel's heart. "Young friend Wu Yan, have mercy." Intel's voice made Wu Yan stop the iron sand sword that was about to pierce Intel's heart. With a cold snort, he raised his other hand and pointed a finger at Intel's forehead. In the next moment, the finger that touched Intel's forehead ignited with magic flames. A small pitch-black magic formation seemed to be engraved on Intel's forehead. Intel's incomparably mournful screams resounded through the platform almost at the same time the magic formation was engraved on his forehead. Young friend Wu Yan. Intel, who had already rushed to Wu Yan's side, cried out in alarm. "Don't worry." Wu Yan waved his hand and interrupted Intel's words. "It's just a spell to inflict pain. It won't harm the person." Glancing at the screaming Intel, Wu Yan coldly laughed. "Of course, if you can't even withstand the pain, it's also possible that your mind will collapse. This, young friend Wu Yan, the magic formation can last for 3 days." Before Intel could finish his words, Wu Yan once again interrupted him. He narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Intel. "For those who want to kill me, this little bit of punishment. If that's not enough, then don't blame me for giving them a quick death." Intel's breathing stopped. He glanced at the screaming Intel and then at Wu Yan, who was looking straight at him. His expression kept changing. In the end, Intel let out a long sigh and helplessly accepted this fact. Chapter 1105. In the end, Intel didn't have the time to continue the tournament due to Intel injuring someone after his crushing defeat. Thus, the tournament wasn't held as scheduled and was instead postponed for a few days. Even though holding a competition after the closing of the Domain of Gods is a tradition that has been passed down since ancient times, this kind of competition that is purely for verification purposes does not have that many rules. It can be held at any time, and no one would object to it being postponed. Therefore, the royals of the three empires and the guardian clans that returned from the domain of gods scattered like birds and beasts. They returned to their residences 10 days ago, and the chaotic trip to the domain of gods finally came to an end. As a result, some people were happy while others were sad. When the royals of the three empires leave the Emperor Island and return to the three empires, it is believed that many people's status will change greatly because of this trip to the domain of gods. The only thing that will not change is the deep impression that Wu Yin left in their hearts. After this trip to the domain of gods, the name Wu Yin has started to enter the eyes of the three empires. It is no longer just the upper echelons that know of such a powerful person. Naturally, Wu Yan's name spread across the entire continent of Silveria. It's not hard to imagine. While the royal families of the three empires and the guardian clans had returned to their residences and were waiting for the tournament to begin, Ensi was suffering great pain in a rather majestic building that was larger than a fortress under the guardian tree. Enel sat on the bed with his body bent over. The wounds on his body were almost healed with the help of some miraculous treasures. There were not many wounds on his body, but Entel's face was distorted due to the pain. He kept howling miserably, as if he had gone mad. If one were to look closely, one would notice that there was a faintly discernible magic formation spinning on his forehead. It was emitting faint traces of mana. It was the effect of this magic formation that caused Entel to be in such pain. Under the effects of that immense pain, all the items around him, except for a thin bed, were all destroyed by Inch. The entire room, the floor was full of furniture fragments. But even so, the killing intent and hatred transformed from pain and anger didn't alleviate much. Only when a magic array stopped rotating from time to time would the pain in his mind be alleviated, allowing him to catch his breath. Of course, Wu Yin did this on purpose. If he didn't give Ensi some time to recover, he wouldn't have. Most likely, not to mention 3 days, it would only take half a day for Barnes to have a mental breakdown from the immense pain, and it was even possible for him to kill himself. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Coincidentally, at this moment, the magic array on Inch's forehead gradually calmed down. The pain slowly faded away. Inch panted tiredly. His whole body was wet as if he had just been fished out of the water. However, every time the pain was relieved, Ensi's mind would involuntarily recall the pair of wine-red eyes that revealed indifference and disdain as if a superior was looking down on him. Then, hatred would rise along with it. But more than that, it was fear. Once he thought about how he was unable to retaliate against that ridiculously young 9th stage powerhouse, even after he had advanced to the 9th stage, and how he had been subjected to such cruel torture, En's heart was filled with fear. This fear had already far surpassed the hatred in his heart. Until now, Enel had no choice but to admit. Himself, he already feared Wu Yin. Hentel's miserable howls filled with hatred and fear clearly echoed into the ears of Entel, who was standing outside the door. Hearing that incomparably painful howl, Entel faintly sighed. "All right, don't be too disheartened." Carter, Guda, and Wea patted Entel's shoulder. "Suffer a bit. It's good for him too." Guda glanced at Entel in the room. "Otherwise, if he continues in that state, you won't be able to hand over the entire Guardian tribe to him. I just don't know if he will repent." Wea nodded. "If he doesn't repent, then it will be troublesome." That's true. Carter was also vexed. After being tormented by that brat, with Entel's temperament, he might harbor even more hatred. "Your Majesties, don't worry too much." Entel shook his head and stopped paying attention to Entel. He turned around and faced the three emperors. "No matter what, he's still my son. I have my ways." "That's good." Carter let out a sigh of relief. But soon, he regained his vexed expression. "Let's hope their conflict doesn't escalate into a conflict between the three emperors and the Guardian tribe." Guda and Wea agreed. Wu Yin is Sylph's fiancé. He's a member of the royal family of one of the three empires. On the other hand, Inslee is the son of the Guardian clan's patriarch. He's the second in command of the Guardian clan. It's not hard to imagine how the conflict between the two could escalate into a conflict between the two factions. Seriously, his talent, strength, and character are all decent. Why doesn't he know how to turn things around? Carter sighed bitterly and muttered, I really shouldn't have let him be Sylph's fiancé. What if he bullies Sylph in the future with such a bad temper? With his strength, Sylph was no match for him, so she could only let him bully her. She didn't even dare to come back and complain. Then my lovely daughter would hide in a corner and cry on her own for an unknown period of time. That won't do. No. I have to think of a way to break the engagement between the two of them. Intel, Goda, and Wea were speechless when they heard Carter's whining. That brat isn't the type to bully a woman. Wea was speechless. Besides, Sylph isn't the type to hide in a corner and cry. How would you know that my lovely daughter has a fragile heart under her cold exterior? Kate retorted vehemently, causing Vea to roll his eyes. So you don't want Wu Yin to become a member of the Ailu imperial family? Why don't you give him to me? I have a lot of little princesses on my side who are interested in that talented brat. By the way, it's the same for me. Goda smiled. Even if you don't cancel the engagement between Wu Yin and Sylph, those little brats are still interested in it. Why don't you just give him up? Carter was speechless when he heard that. Who wouldn't want to recruit someone like Wu Yin who has both strength and talent? Someone with a bright future ahead of him. Not to mention, the three emperors are aware that Wu Yin is backed by a group of Tier 9 powerhouses. He even has the support of a demigod. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a group? Carter also wants to rope Wu Yin into the Ailu imperial family. He'd use Sylph's influence to make Wu Yin a member of the Ailu imperial family. Even though he's only her fiancé, and that doesn't mean anything, it's still better than nothing. The problem is, Carter doesn't want Sylph to marry Wu Yin. If possible, he would rather have another princess marry Wu Yin in Sylph's place. However, those people aren't even worthy of carrying Wu Yan's shoes. Only a beautiful, elegant, and powerful princess like Sylph can stand by Wu Yan's side. Carter's heart was in a mess. While Carter was racking his brains over the fact that his beloved daughter has a fiancé, he didn't know that Sylph has already fallen into a certain wolf's embrace. Emperor Island border. Standing at the edge of the beach, Wu Yin looked at the Emperor Island that he spent half a month in. He turned around, and he smiled at Sylph, who has been looking at him all this while. Well then, I'll take my leave first. Sylph nodded and looked straight into Wu Yan's eyes. I'll look for you. Wu Yan laughed and patted Sylph's head. Well, I'll be looking forward to it. Wu Yan took a few steps back, and with a flip of his hand, a crystal scroll appeared in his hand. He crushed it with one hand. A wave of light enveloped Wu Yan's body, and he disappeared from the spot. Sylph stood there quietly and stared at the disappearing figure until the sky turned dark. Chapter 1106. Behemoth Forest, Outpost. Standing outside of the Behemoth Forest, the outpost is still the same as before. Every day, people are carrying out their duties in an orderly manner, doing their best for the Ailu Empire. The chaos caused by Wu Yan's group a while ago is no longer happening. That doesn't mean the outpost is free of troubles. Big and small are still present. Last time, under the influence of the black light, one of the outpost teams was almost completely wiped out. Even though it didn't happen again, the Behemoth Forest isn't a peaceful place. There are still people who die under the jaws of demonic beasts every day. However, this is the outpost's own business. It has nothing to do with Wu Yan's group. As time passed, Wu Yan's group gradually faded out of sight, so much so that no one in the camp noticed that the number of Misaka's sisters in the Forest of Tents is decreasing by the day. Many of the tents are now empty. There are less than 1,000 of them left. Chuju, Mikoto, and the other girls clearly noticed the decrease in the number of girls. However, they aren't worried at all. Sometimes they even have a trace of satisfaction in their eyes. After all, when the girls leave the outpost, it means the outpost in the Behemoth Forest will be complete. When that time comes, they won't have to live under someone else's roof anymore. They will have a place to call home in the Spalier world. Since it's a home, all the members of the family must be present, let alone the main pillar of the outpost. While waiting for the completion of the outpost, the girls are also waiting for Wu Yan's return. In their minds, other than the outpost, there's only Wu Yan's matter left in their minds. As for the purpose of Wu Yan's trip and the so-called calamity, they might worry about it when Wu Yan returns. However, before Wu Yan returns, the girls' minds don't have the capacity to think about anything else. Inside the tent, the girls are discussing the outpost and the outpost. At the same time, they would sneak glances at a magic crystal. Every time they glanced at it, a trace of disappointment would appear in their eyes. However, the girls didn't get tired of it. At least, other than Yukari, who was leisurely sipping her tea, and Kotori, who were discussing the outpost, everyone else is like that. It's not because of how precious the magic crystal is. That magical crystal was merely a grade 8 magical crystal. It might be precious to others, but to the girls, it was just barely worth looking at. There's only one reason why they are so interested in it. This magic crystal is the teleportation point for the return scroll that Wu Yin left here before he left the camp. Once he's done with his business in the domain of gods, Wu Yin will activate the scroll and return to the outpost. That's why the girls are so interested in the magic crystal. They want to see Wu Yan's figure appear there. Phew. Shokuho Misaki let out a sigh of relief. She put down the report she got from the Misaka sisters and flipped her blonde hair. Her lips curled into a mesmerizing smile. If we continue like this, it won't be long before the outpost is completed. The outpost will be completed soon. Kotori, who was reading the report, nodded. She sucked on a lollipop as if she didn't care. If we don't consider the other matters, it won't be long before the outpost is completed. It's fine as long as it's completed. Shokuho Misaki tapped her lips. Her eyes twinkled. Once the outpost is completed, we can move in. As for the other matters, we'll decide after we move in. You're right. Kotori agreed. I'm getting impatient if I continue to stay in this camp. Hearing Kotori's words, Shokuho Misaki and the other girls hurriedly nodded. Obviously, they've had enough of living under someone else's roof. Glancing at the group of girls, Ziyu leisurely placed the cup of black tea in her hand on the table. She picked up the paper fan in her hand and smiled. Since we're done with the outpost, all that's left is for Yin to return, right? Hearing this, the girls subconsciously shifted their gazes to the magic crystal. Makoto even complained. He's been gone for half a month, right? Is the outpost in the domain of gods that hard to complete? If it's that easy, we wouldn't have to wait here. Chuju shook her head and sighed. If Yin isn't back, it means the outpost isn't over yet, right? How long will it take? Makoto said impatiently. It didn't take that long to complete the outpost in the domain of gods. That's because there's a huge difference between the outpost and Spalier World, Misaki-san. Shokuho Misaki smiled at Makoto. Do you miss Yin that much? Of course not. Makoto retorted without even thinking. Too bad. No one here believed her words. Well, Misaki-san, it's time for you to practice your patience. Shokuho Misaki teased. Men have to go out and socialize sometimes. What we women should do is wait for him at home. Misaka-san, you shouldn't be so impatient. That's not how a good wife should behave. Wife. Makoto blushed. She turned her head away shyly. Who cares about what social activities he has outside? I'm just dissatisfied that he left us here without caring about us. Yes, that's right. Era Misaka-san, is that so? Shokuho Misaki ran her fingers through her hair. She covered her mouth with a white glove. She looked at Makoto with a playful smile. What if Yin doesn't want to come home because he's having an intimate moment with another girl? Makoto's face froze up. Not just Makoto. Even Hinajiku, Astria, and Toka's expression turned unnatural. Astria even smiled bitterly. My master wouldn't do something like that, right? Era, that's not necessarily true. Kurumi's eyes curved into crescents. How Sama wouldn't be so intimate with another girl that he doesn't want to come home? However, it's not like he hasn't brought a cute girl home before. Kurumi's words caused the temperature in the tent to drop to freezing point. None of the girls said a word. The atmosphere was heavy. At the side, Violet, who'd been watching from the side, shook her head, and she seemed to find this situation rather amusing. She stood up and stretched her body, and her exquisite figure was clearly displayed. Looks like we won't be able to wait for Yan's return today. Let's go take a bath first. I'll go with you. Shokuho Misaki stood up. I've been busy the whole day. I feel sticky. Hearing Shokuho Misaki's words, Kotori frowned. She hesitated for a moment before standing up. I'll go as well. Let's go together. Yukari looked at the girls in the tent. There shouldn't be any Misaki-san taking a bath right now. How about we go together? The girls blinked their eyes, but they didn't refuse. They all nodded and stood up. Only Flander-chan jumped up and down on the spot. What are we going to do when Oni-chan comes back? Don't worry. Jean, who has been standing beside Flander-chan all this while, weakly raised his hand. With that magic crystal, Big Brother will be back soon. That's right. Chuju rubbed Flander-chan's head and chuckled. So, by the time we get back, you might have already returned. After saying that, the girls left the tent. Flander-chan followed behind them with a confused look on her face, but she soon stopped and looked at the magic crystal. With the magic crystal, will Oni-chan be back soon? Pouting her cute brows, Flander-chan rolled her eyes and flew over to the magic crystal. She grabbed it and giggled as she followed the girls out of the tent. Chapter 1107. The night is dark. In the Behemoth Forest Camp, a lake surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. A group of girls have already entered the water. Yo-ho! Astria cheered. She swam in the lake like a great swimmer. Her movements were standard and her speed was fast. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for her wings to fill up with water. This increased the burden on her body. Astria, who was swimming with vigor a second ago, sank into the water in the next second. Toka screamed in fright. Seriously, Hinajiku quickly pulled Astria out of the water and scolded her with a scolding tone. Astria-chan, we are here to take a bath, not to swim. Ahaha. Astria scratched her head in embarrassment. It's because this place is so big that I subconsciously swam. Before she could finish her explanation, Astria let out a panicked moan. That's because there's a pair of tiny hands on Astria's ample bosom. Ha! Super caught you. Following the giggles, a pair of small hands grabbed onto Astria's round breasts and started rubbing them impatiently. Astria, who was still in a daze, started laughing. Ahaha! Ai-chan, it's so itchy. Ahaha! Oh, the culprit. Kinuha Desai's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She didn't stop. Instead, she started rubbing even more intensely. In other words, this is Astria's weakness, right? Hee. Super caught my. Aha. Don't. Ahaha. I say, you guys. Mikoto glanced at Astria's voluptuous breasts with a hint of jealousy. You guys are going crazy here. Don't run out of energy. It's fine. Kinuha Desai waved her hand nonchalantly. She seemed to have thought of something. The mischievous grin on her face immediately shifted to Mikoto's body. Mikoto couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. She instinctively took a few steps back. What are you doing, smiling so disgustingly? Kinuha Desai let go of Astria, who was laughing so hard that she almost choked. Like a lecherous uncle, she slowly approached Mikoto with a wicked smile. By the way, Misaka, what's your weakness? I really want to know. Hearing this, Mikoto immediately understood what Kinuha Desai was planning to do. Her face flushed red as she retreated without hesitation. However, she had only retreated a few steps when another pair of small hands grabbed her shoulders, causing her entire body to stiffen. In the end, it seems quite interesting. Frenda's youthful face entered Mikoto's eyes. It even had the same expression as Kinuha Desai's, grinning evilly. Then I'll come too. Super well done. Frenda. Kinuha Desai screamed as she pounced toward Mikoto. Super catch her just like that. Hey, Silk Banner. Stop. And Frenda. You guys. Ugh. Instantly, a giggling scene took place at a corner of the lake. Astria was still breathing heavily, while Toka supported her to prevent her from sinking. Hinajiku was both helpless and amused at the same time. She turned around and looked at another direction. There, Ikaros, Shokuho Misaki, Kurumi, and Takitsuburiku were leaning against the lake wall with their eyes closed. They looked like they were soaking in a hot spring. The four of them were also lined up in a row, causing Chuju's mouth to twitch. This is a group with superior combat power. Perhaps they heard Hinagika's voice, but Shokuho Misaki and Kurumi both opened their eyes and laughed at the same time. Kurumi tilted her head and laughed without a hint of complacency. What we're doing isn't much. Shokuho Misaki narrowed her eyes and looked at a spot not far away from her. Well, that's where the real winners are. Hearing that, Chuju followed her instincts and turned around to look. Her eyes started twitching as well. It's so comfortable. Yukari stretched her back as if she was showing off. Then, a pair of large breasts popped out of her chest, giving off a fatal sense of existence. Too bad it's not a hot spring, and there's no alcohol to liven things up. Yukari Wanisan, you're amazing. Flandra-chan said enviously when she saw Yukari's large breasts. However, her gaze was like she was looking at a toy or dessert. She sucked on one of her fingers. You're really amazing. Yukari nodded her head in embarrassment. Her face flushed red. If only I'm as big as you. Well, Yukari, don't be sad. Sharp words came out of Yukari's stall. She even started dancing around. Being small also has its benefits. Many men like this type of style. The four bunnies blinked their adorable big eyes and nodded their heads in confusion. Is that so? You're not wrong. Yukari looked at Yukari and smiled mysteriously. But little Yin should like a bigger one. Oni-san likes the bigger one. Yukari looked around nervously. She was clearly moved. Flandra-chan stopped sucking on her finger and asked with anticipation. Then, if Flan is as big as Yukari One-san, will Oni-san like Flan more? Well, Yukari seemed to think about it seriously for a while, then smiled. That should be the case. I say, Yukari, what are you using as an example? Chuju couldn't take it anymore and laughed bitterly. Don't instill strange ideas into the child's head. I'm just telling the truth. Amethyst took out a paper fan from nowhere and covered her face with it. Her amethyst-like eyes flickered with a faint smile. Isn't Chuju very concerned about her size as well? Hinajiku opened her mouth as if she wanted to refute, but in the end, she stuttered and didn't say anything. Yukari couldn't help but laugh, and Hinajiku was so embarrassed that she wanted to dive into the water. Sigh. Kotori narrowed her eyes at the commotion in the lake. What a bunch of people who can't even calm down while taking a bath. After saying that, Kotori slowly walked to the shore, attracting the attention of Hinajiku, who was still in a daze over the size of her chest. Huh, you're done? Kotori, it's about time. Kotori waved at Chuju without looking back. I want to bathe for a bit longer, but I'm a little hungry. Let's head back first. In the lake, Astria and Toka's ears twitched. They immediately rushed towards the shore. Us too. We're hungry too. Kotori, Toka, and Astria climbed out of the lake. At the same time, a magic crystal on top of the pile of women's clothes vibrated. Then, tiny dots of light appeared out of thin air. They gathered together and formed into a human figure. In the night, the light spots that appeared out of nowhere were undoubtedly noticed by all the young girls. Faintly feeling that something was amiss, before the girls could react, the light spots around them suddenly dispersed, exposing the figure within to the air. Wu-Yin slowly opened his eyes. His mouth turned into an O shape when he saw the scene before him. My master, Shido. Since Wu-Yin appeared at the spot where the girls piled their clothes, Kotori, Astria, and Toka went in that direction. The three girls came face to face with Wu-Yin. Yua, Astria, and Toka regained their senses, and they jumped back into the water. Kotori covered her chest as she glared at Wu-Yin. She looked like she wanted to bite off a chunk of meat from him. Yin. In the water, a lot of girls reflexively dove into the water. Hinajiku and Mikoto screamed in anger. Their screams naturally attracted Wu-Yin's attention, and he looked over. The next moment, one by one, their white and delicate bodies entered his field of vision, causing him to feel dizzy. What the hell is going on? Chapter 1108. That's the gist of what happened. Inside the tent, Wu Yin told the girls everything that happened on the Emperor Island and the Domain of Gods. Aside from Sylph, Wu Yin told them about everything that happened in the Domain of Gods. He had a puzzled look on his face. Wu Yin isn't bothered by the fact that he has to tell them everything. He's more concerned about the lake incident. Wu Yin was lucky enough to pick up a lot of benefits when he came back. However, he still received a lot of condemnation from the girls. Hinajiku and Mikoto wanted to chop him up and electrocute him. Wu Yin is worried that his true ancestor body won't be able to withstand the torture. That's not all. After all, most of the girls have already been intimate with Wu Yin. Their bodies aren't a secret to Wu Yin. Their condemnation is just a cover-up for their shyness. Toka, who hasn't slept with Wu Yin yet, didn't complain because of her feelings for Wu Yin. Flander-chan and Yoshino, on the other hand, aren't fully mature yet, so they don't mind letting Wu Yin see their bodies. They also don't mind letting Wu Yin see their bodies. However, it's a different story when it comes to Yukari. Yukari is different from the girls who have feelings for Wu Yin. Yukari values Wu Yin, but she doesn't love him. Wu Yin's status to Yukari is the same as Yuzi and Lingming. He's a rare friend. Yukari's status in Yukari's heart is already very high. However, it's not high enough to let him see her naked body. That's why, after the lake incident, Yukari forcefully took Wu Yin away and interrogated Wu Yin with her usual smiling face. When it's about time, she led Wu Yin back to the tent. How can Wu Yin not be puzzled? After all, he was still confused. Why did he appear beside the lake where the girls were bathing? Wu Yin was in a daze. He didn't know anything. He wanted to know the reason, but he was scolded by the girls first. Then, he was interrogated by Violet like a criminal. Then, he was brought here to recount what happened in the Land of Gods. Unknowingly, he learned the reason why Wu Yin was there. He was also forgotten by the girls. Looking around at the girls who were digesting the news he brought back, Wu Yin wanted to look up to the sky and let out a long sigh. If he were to investigate the reason at this time, he would probably only cause the young ladies to be humiliated once again. Thinking of this, Wu Yin decided to let it go. After all, he was the one who benefited from it. When the girls finally finished digesting the news brought back by Wu Yin was almost back to normal. He picked up a cup of black tea and drank it. After I handed the ring of power to the 3 tutelary gods and cleaned up a piece of trash, I came back directly. That's what happened. You handed it to the 3 guardian deities? Shokuho Misaki pondered for a moment before nodding. That's fine too. It's pointless for us to carry that thing around. Who knows? We might have to lead the charge when the calamity strikes. Handing it over is a good choice. Fortunately, we gained something from the Land of Gods. Kotori glanced at Wu Yin with a mischievous smile. Otherwise, this trip would have been a waste. I guess I have no choice but to accept my fate. Wu Yin sighed, and he shook his head. Even though Ailu left the Ring of Power to the Ailu Empire's royal family, he also left the Ring of Gold to me. Regardless, I still have to make a trip. That's true. Chuju and Mikoto nodded in agreement. It's not good to owe someone a favor. It's best if I have the chance to repay it. Besides, Lulu and Feifei are an Ailu Empire as well. For their sake, I have to make a trip to the Land of Gods. Wu Yin nodded with a smile. He turned to Yukari, who was sipping her tea. Yukari, what do you think? Yukari, it's the same whether we hand over the Ring of Power or not. Yukari replied with a smile. As long as we're in the Spalier world, we'll be bound to the calamity sooner or later. It's only a matter of time before we get involved. Handing over the Ring of Power will only make us face it later. In the end, we can't escape, unless we leave this world. I guess you're right. Wu Yin scratched his face and shrugged helplessly. In the end, I didn't see it as clearly as you did. It's fine, isn't it? She gently put down the black teacup in her hand and tapped the table with the paper fan in her hand. Her eyes flickered slightly. The guardian tree, on the other hand, does pique my interest. Is it invincible? Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest and said with interest, I really want to see what this guardian tree looks like. And the palace at the bottom of the sea. Chuju shook her head regretfully. If only I went with them. If you're not from the 3 empires, not only will the guardian tribe be hostile to you, The guardian tree will also chase you away or even kill you. Wu Yin frowned. I heard it from Sylph, and I don't know if it's true, but the guardian tree is level 98. It's a good thing I didn't go with them, or it would have been troublesome. Yukari closed her eyes and thought about something. After a while, she relaxed her body and spoke lazily. Era, no matter what, it's good that it's over. Yeah, the seal on the Ring of Power was broken, and we got some good stuff too. Wu Yin looked at the girls. Tomorrow, we'll go to the base and plant the guardian tree saplings. It should be useful. Also, the pond water can purify and strengthen life forms. You guys can try it too. When the time comes, everyone's strength will increase a little. All the girls, including Violet, began to look forward to the pool of water when they heard that. This was especially true for Violet. She had no idea how many years it had been since her strength had increased. So she was looking forward to the pool of water. It's a pity there's not enough. Wu Yin pursed his lips. If there's more, the sisters will be able to improve their strength, and we won't have to worry about them all the time. The girls nodded helplessly at Wu Yan's words. Taking care of the sisters is something everyone is willing to do. After all, the sisters are large in number, and they don't have much experience in the outside world. It's not safe for them to live on their own. Also, the sisters started out slower than Wu Yin and the others. Even though they've been hunting monsters and gaining experience points every day, their strength is still far behind. If all of them can reach Tier 8, they won't need Wu Yin and the others to watch over them all the time. It'll take some time for the sisters to finish their apprenticeship. Wu Yin stroked his chin. However, since the miraculous pond water can increase our strength, can't the other heavenly treasures also increase your strength, little sisters? Impossible. That's impossible. Shokahome Misaki rejected the idea. The treasures in the Spalier world that can improve one's strength are mostly used to increase one's chi, mana, or cultivation talent. For the sisters who only have Esper abilities, it's useless. It's already incredible that you were able to obtain a pond water that can improve your strength in all aspects. Then, how about we get some armaments for the sisters? Wu Yin looked at Shokahome Misaki. It shouldn't be hard for us to get armaments with our abilities, right? It'll help the sisters as well. If you can think of it, so can I. Shokahome Misaki rolled her eyes at Wu Yin. But we still have the same problem. The sisters only have Esper abilities. The Spalier world's armaments are mostly staffs. Can staffs increase the sisters' strength? As for the warriors' armaments, swords, spears, and so on, are you giving them to the sisters so that they can charge into enemy lines and engage in close combat? That, Wu Yin choked. We don't have to use the Spalier world's armaments. So, you're saying that you want to exchange 20,000 sisters for armaments? Shokahome Misaki said with a faint smile on her face. But do you have enough points? Wu Yin was speechless. Espers sure are troublesome. Kotori pursed her lips. Our world is much more convenient. Even though only a small number of people can use the display device, there's still normal people. Wu Yin flinched. His eyes lit up. Chapter 1109. Behemoth Forest Campsite, a lake. The calm lake flickered with arcs of light, like a huge light source, emitting a dazzling light that made people have to squint their eyes to prevent their eyes from being hurt. The slow sound of water kept reverberating from an unknown corner, as if there was a stream that was connected to this lake, pouring in a brand new source of water. The weather was clear, and there were no clouds in the sky. The sunlight was not scorching hot, but it was enough to provide warmth to people. The sunlight poured into the lake and illuminated the corner of the mountain on 3 sides, filling it with an inextinguishable light. It was exceptionally dazzling. However, at this moment, the most dazzling thing was the ripple in the sky above the lake. It was pouring some extremely clear water into the lake below, and its area was comparable to the entire lake's crimson spatial ripple. Along with the sound of flowing water, the gate of Babylon that covered the sky above the lake continued to sprinkle clear water like rain, replenishing the lake below. With the injection of clear water, the arc in the lake seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. Vaguely, There was a wave of energy fluctuating in the lake, and it was still expanding. The reason for this is the clear water pouring into the lake. Wu Yin stood on the shore, controlling the gate of Babylon to pour the water into the lake in an orderly manner. He couldn't help but sigh. Wu Yin turned to look at the girls around him. He shook his head helplessly. Do you really only need the diluted pool water? The effect should be a notch lower. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Violet held up her parasol and didn't look discouraged at all. You and your familiars added up to 4 people, yet you used up a third of the water. And that's only because your familiars are too special, so you don't have to use too much of it. You've actually used more than half of it on yourself. Violet's eyes turned to look at the water pouring into the lake. She tapped the handle of her parasol with her paper fan and said calmly, "That's not all. You're a primogenitor, Yin. You have a lot of mana and a lot of abilities. With so many aspects, the amount of pool water needed to be increased. However, there are many people here who are not pure humans, so the amount needed is definitely not small. Plus, there are many people here, so if we don't dilute it, we won't be able to use all of them." Violet is right. Makoto nodded in agreement. Since there's good stuff, we should all enjoy it together. It's fine if the effect isn't as good. The advantage is that everyone can get stronger. Hanajiku patted Wu Yan's shoulder in a comforting manner. So, Yin, don't throw a tantrum here. What's there to throw a tantrum about? I just think it's a pity. Wu Yin sighed again. Forget it. It's fine as long as you guys think it's fine. Who asked there to be so little water? If you think about it from another perspective, diluting the water isn't that bad either. Shokuho Misaki chuckled. Little Yin, didn't you soak in those pools for 5 whole days before you finished upgrading? Diluted water shouldn't take that long, right? Wu Yin pondered for a bit before nodding his head. That's true. It's not good to let the sisters out of our sight for a few days. You don't have to worry about that. Makoto crossed her arms in front of her chest. We'll take turns going in. Someone will watch over the sisters. Is that so? That's right, Yin. Worrying too much isn't a good thing. Shokuho Misaki tapped her lips with a smile and turned to look at Kotori and the others. But, Kotori, you guys will have to wait until you return from a dungeon. It's fine. Kotoni nodded expressionlessly, but her red eyes glowed brightly, proving that she was in a good mood at the moment. After all, the dungeon world this time was originally our own world to begin with. It's not a bad idea to go back. At this point, Kotori couldn't help but think of her sister at home, and she couldn't help but miss her. That's right. Wu Yin decided to enter the dungeon again. On top of that, the dungeon world this time wasn't some unfamiliar world. It's Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, and the others' original world. It's the date battle world. The reason they wanted to return to the date battle world wasn't because they were homesick. It was because of something Kotori said yesterday. When the display device was mentioned, the display device is a very special item in the date battle world. Its origin is unknown. The only thing we know is that it's a taboo technology that the humans in the date battle world obtained at some point in time. It reproduces computer calculations in the real world and completely distorts the laws of the real world. It's a device that uses science and technology to achieve the goal of magic. It's the display device. Its existence wasn't known to the general public. Only a few people with special identities knew of its existence. Initially, it was installed in the combat equipment used by the AST to fight against the elves. Later on, it gradually developed into various types of medical equipment, strengthening equipment, and so on, becoming a rather huge system. The reason why ST was able to obtain the qualifications to fight against the elves and break away from the limits of normal humans and possess power far beyond normal humans was because of the display device. The equipment Toichi Origami and Chon Gongya wore when they fought against the elves is the display device. Of course, the display device had a wide range of uses, and its effects were also very magical. For example, when it was used to repair a damaged building after a spacequake disaster, even if it was a building, it would only take a single night to completely repair it. Its effects are as miraculous as magic. That's why the display device is known as a device that uses science and technology to achieve the goal of magic. People like Toichi Origami and Chong Gongya, who use the display device in battle, are also known as artificial magicians. This time, Wu Yin wants to return to the date battle world to obtain a large number of display devices. He even wants to obtain the manufacturing method of the display device. If normal humans can use the display device, there's no reason why the Misaka sisters can't use it. With the display device, even if the Misaka sisters are not at the level of a master, they would be in a much better condition than fighting empty-handed. Combined with the Misaka sisters' superpowers, it would be a huge boost to their strength. What's more, the display device is not only useful in battle. It can also be used in other aspects. If it is installed in the base, it will definitely increase the level of the base. Originally, Wu Yin wanted to turn all the Misaka sisters into his blood servants to increase his own strength. Unfortunately, even though giving one's own blood is enough to create a blood servant, if one wants to create a powerful blood servant, one must give the blood servant important organs, especially the ribs. As the part of a vampire that gives a blood servant, it is the most advanced part. After all, the ribs contain the blood-producing tissue. The most important part of a vampire is blood. But the problem was that if the organs were given to create a blood follower, then this part of the organs would not be restored. How many organs does Wu Yin have in his body? How many ribs does he have? If he only gives the Misaka sisters blood, they will not be able to increase their strength by much since they are around tier 7. So, he can only rely on the display device. After pouring the last drop of water into the lake, Wu Yin waved his hand and put away the gate of Babylon. Then, he looked at the girls. All right, you girls can go in the order you want. Wu Yin shrugged as he looked at the girls. This time, the ones who will accompany me will be Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino nodded. The other girls nodded as well. Only Ikaros opened her mouth. Wu Yin couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. Don't worry, Ikaros. Wu Yin patted Ikaros on the head and said gently, "We'll be back soon." Ikaros looked at Wu Yin, and after a while, she nodded. Chapter 11:10. Heavenly Palace City. Noisy streets, noisy urban areas, and all kinds of noises mixed together, filling every corner of the main street area of Heavenly Palace City. It was so noisy, but it gave people an unexpected sense of vitality, which seemed very peaceful. The sound of horns and smoke were emitted from the vehicles as they drove. On the sidewalk, pedestrians either brushed past each other or stopped to chat. Although not everyone had a smile on their faces, it was still a scene that made people feel at ease. Heavenly Palace City in Date Battle World isn't like Itagami City in Bloodbath World. Even in summer, the temperature is moderate. It's not too hot nor too cold. It's also not like Itagami City, which is filled with vampires, beastmen, attack magicians, and so on. Here, they're only ordinary people. At least, that's what it looks like on the surface. However, in the next moment, a phenomenon that was absolutely impossible to occur in a world where only normal people existed appeared. Woo! On the street, an extremely harsh alarm sounded without any warning in Heavenly Palace City, causing the glass windows of many buildings to shake. The birds that happened to fly over Heavenly Palace City were also frightened by the sharp alarm and were hovering in the air. As for the people who remained on the main street, they stopped all their activities. Everyone's eyes widened, and their faces instantly stiffened. Then, while everyone was still in a daze, unable to react in time, a clear voice transmitted through the machine, immediately followed by the sound of the alarm. It did not appear to be hurried, but it was also very efficient as it echoed. Signs of a spacequake have been detected in this area. Please evacuate to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. This is not a training session. This is not a training session. This is a real alarm. Residents, please evacuate to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. Residents, please evacuate to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. I repeat, Listening to the cold voice and the sound of the alarm that was still ringing in the space, it was completely silent. After a while, a series of gasps could be heard. Spacequake. It's a spacequake. Run. Shelter. Get to the shelter. Amidst the screams and wails, all the pedestrians on the street seemed to have seen a prehistoric giant beast. They fled for their lives into the nearest shelter and were protected by the thick steel door. On the street, buildings started to sink into the ground. It's like a military drill. It's an unprecedented chaos. The atmosphere has changed. There are only cars on the road. No one is driving. There's only trash. No one is walking on the street. There are roads, parks, convenience stores. There's not a single person in sight. Up until now, there were still people moving around. But now, the only thing that remained in the air was the aura of people moving around. The figures of people had disappeared into the streets. It was like a ghost town in a horror movie. It made one's hair stand on end. And in this creepy scene, at a corner of the street, suddenly a figure appeared. A dazzling light surrounded the area. Kaboom! Between the heavens and the earth. Only the deafening sound of the explosion and the violent shockwaves swept out in all directions, destroying everything in the area. The street was completely destroyed. The buildings collapsed. Gravel flew in the air. A terrifying energy wave spread out. It's like someone dropped a nuclear bomb. The shockwaves spread out in all directions. In just an instant, this place turned into a real hell. When the shockwaves and explosions stopped, that happened 5 minutes later. What's left is the scene of a meteorite crashing down. An entire layer of the street was shaved off. There's no trace of concrete left on the street. What looks like walls are standing one after another around the destroyed street. There's light smoke coming out of them. At the center of the street where the explosion happened, there's a large hole dug out of the ground. A few figures stood in the hollow as they blankly looked at their surroundings. They exchanged glances with each other. In an instant, a deathly silence surrounded them, causing them to be unable to open their mouths to speak. After a long time, one of the beautiful girls with 2 ponytails hanging in front of her and bangs long enough to cover one of her eyes tilted her head and smiled. Allah la la, something interesting happened. It's not interesting at all. A petite girl with 2 pink ponytails yelled angrily. We caused a space-time quake. A space-time quake. I've never caused a space-time quake before. Damn it. Hearing this, the man standing in front of the 4 beautiful young ladies of various sizes first lowered his head. Soon after, he abruptly raised his head and shouted like he was going crazy. Why is it space-time again? The ones who cause a space-time quake are Wu Yin, Kotori, Kurumi, Yoshino, and Toka. Why? Why? Wu Yin scratched his head, unable to get over this. Why would it cause a space-time quake? If you think about it, it's not that strange. Kotori took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Our spiritual energy isn't sealed. It's not like we're in a quiet world. It's not strange that we caused a space-time quake. Sprites that were hibernating in another world would suddenly appear in this world. This phenomenon was known as the manifest world. When an elf returns from this world to the other, it's called disappearance. The reality world is divided into 2 types based on whether a space-time quake occurs or not. When a space-time quake occurs, it's called a normal reality world. When a space-time quake doesn't occur, it's called a quiet reality world. As a matter of fact, when fairies disappear and return to the other world, they will naturally enter a state of hibernation. Moreover, they will be pulled to this world from time to time, as if they were forcefully awakened by someone, thus appearing in the real world. In other words, whether the reality world exists or not has nothing to do with the will of the elf. When an elf is forcefully pulled into the reality world, a space-time quake will occur in the reality world. If an elf doesn't want a space-time quake to occur in the reality world, they'll have to rely on their own will to descend into this world. In other words, if they want a quiet reality world, they'll have to consciously resist a space-time quake. Wu Yin, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. 4 of them are elves. They came back from the Spalier world to this world. Moreover, They forgot to seal their spiritual energy and didn't consciously try to control the space tremors. Naturally, the space tremors happened. Wu Yin more or less understood Koteri's words, but he also had another question. If that's the case, why did a space-time quake occur when he first arrived in this world? Even though he didn't consciously resist a space-time quake, Wu Yin doesn't have any spiritual energy, and he's not an elf. While Wu Yin was pondering this question, Toka and Yoshino exchanged glances and walked up to Wu Yin. Toka asked anxiously, "Hey Shido, did we do something bad?" "Probably. I think. Maybe. Wu Yin scratched his cheek and smiled awkwardly. "Yeah. Forget it. It's good that no one got hurt." Koteri sighed. "In short, let's leave before AST arrives." Zhang Lixing shook his head. Wu Yin and Ko were about to nod when they heard a sonic boom from the horizon. They froze on the spot just as they were about to leave. Era. Kurumi licked the corner of her mouth as if she was taking pleasure in her misfortune. "Looks like they're here." Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. There, a few figures wearing streamlined light armor were rapidly flying over under the guidance of ejectors. Wu Yin rubbed his forehead and looked at the 4 elven girls. "Whatever, hurry up and change into your spiritual equipment. Don't let AST see you in your normal attire or it'll cause some trouble." The 4 girls nodded, and in the next moment, flames, black gas, purple light, and icy mist enveloped their bodies. When they reappeared, the 4 elven girls had already changed into dazzling spiritual equipment. Chapter 11:11. As soon as she arrived at the scene of the space-time quake, she saw 5 figures standing in the hole. Unfortunately, before Kite Origami could see the true faces of the 5 figures, a scorching flame, a rich black light, a dazzling purple light, and a cold white light soared into the sky one after another, causing the group of AST members, including Kite Origami, to squint their eyes out of reflex. Even their flying speed had slowed down a little. It wasn't until the 4 different lights dimmed that the members of AST could finally see what was going on inside the hole. A girl with long pink hair wrapped in flames, horns on her head, wearing a feathered dress. A young girl in a black and red gothic dress with 2 ponytails tied up in her hands, one long and one short, was holding 2 ancient Western-style guns, one long and one short. Violet Radiance Village. A young girl wearing a purple crystal headdress and ceremonial armor. A petite girl with a doll in one hand, surrounded by cold air, wearing a green cloak decorated with bunnies. There was also a black-haired man who was standing in front of the 4 girls. There was nothing abnormal about him. He was wearing an ordinary black shirt and trousers, and a black jacket. The AST members in the air saw this scene, and their expressions changed drastically. They even felt dizzy. 5 elves? How is this possible? 5 elves? It's really 5 elves. How are we supposed to fight this? The AST members, other than Kite Origami, were all shaken. They almost screamed out loud. Even though the ejector behind them was still active, they didn't dare to take another step forward. That's understandable. Usually, all of the AST members added together could only deal with 1 elf. They were the only ones who knew how to fight against the elves. The AST members were just barely able to resist the elves when they appeared. They dragged the elves until they disappeared and the battle was over. If they really fought against the elves at full power with the level of the AST battle display device, even if all of the AST members were added together, they would only be on par with the weakest elf in history, Hermit. They wouldn't be able to do anything to the elves. Now, against 5 elves at once, let alone AST, even DM might not be able to do anything. If they really fought against the elves, only death awaited them. Princess, Nightmare, Hermit. The leader was a female. The captain of AST, Hoshino, gritted her teeth as she stared at Wu Yin and company. She endured the dizziness in her head. That fire sprite should be an Ifrit, right? And that man, could he be the Red Devil? Damn it, when do the elves know how to gather together? 5 elves, how are we supposed to fight them? The AST members didn't dare to step forward after hearing Liaozi's words. It wasn't that they were too cowardly. It's because the elves in front of them are too terrifying. Not to mention the weakest one, Hermit, Princess Pisces Princess, was a super strong elf with a comprehensive danger level of AAA. They didn't have the confidence to deal with Princess Pisces Princess alone. On the other hand, even though the fire elf, Efreet, hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, its overall danger level was still AA. It was definitely stronger than Hermit. Of course, they were strong, but they had never taken the initiative to kill a human. But Nightmare was known as the evilest and most dangerous sprite. Her comprehensive danger level was S. She could kill tens of thousands of humans with her bare hands. If she was alone, they would still dare to fight her. But now, not only was she not alone, she was with several elves who were not inferior to her. Who would dare to fight her? Only the male elf, the Red Devil, who had only appeared in the Outer Realm once, and was also the only one who had appeared. His strength and danger level were unknown, and he was very mysterious. He might stand in front of a group of elves. Would he be weak? If that's the case, then AST is retarded. While the members of AST were at a loss of what to do, Tokiichi Origami's face turned pale as she stood there in a daze. It was not that Kitsune Origami was afraid, but at this moment, her mind was already filled with the words of Liaozi under the sun. She could no longer hold anything else. Efreet, 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 staring at Kotori, who was engulfed in flames. Tabichi Origami kept repeating Kotori's name like a puppet. Suddenly, his eyes turned red, and his pale face was replaced by a ferocious expression. Ignoring her companions, Koichi Origami charged toward the group of people below without hesitation. To be more precise, she was charging toward Kotori. Following that, a sharp screech filled with hatred and resentment echoed in the air, accompanied by the cries of prairie fire. Efreet, wait! Origami! The resentful screech startled Wu Yin and the others. When they reacted, Tabichi Origami was already in front of Kotori. Ignoring the others, she raised her lightsaber and slashed at Kotori's head. You! Kotori frowned deeply when she saw Koichi Origami's face distorted with hatred. However, the merciless lightsaber made her temporarily put aside the doubts in her heart. She extended a hand, and a scorching flame immediately wrapped around it and slowly burned. Ding! The gleaming lightsaber slashed at Kotori's hand. However, it was blocked by the flames on her arm. Kotori gripped the lightsaber tightly. Her red eyes stared at Tabichi Origami. There was a trace of fiery red in her eyes. You still have the guts to charge at me in this situation. I have to say, Tabichi Origami, your actions are both surprising and hilarious. Kotori frowned at Tabichi Origami's hateful face and couldn't help but mock her. I heard you hate elves, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Looks like I've underestimated you. Efreet, Efreet, Efreet. Koichi Origami bit her lips and tried to pull the lightsaber in her hand. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not pull the lightsaber out. She abandoned the lightsaber in her hand, grabbed a heavy cannon, and aimed it at Kotori's face. Bam! A dense energy wave surged out of the cannon and hit Kotori at close range. Both Kotori and Origami were shrouded in black smoke and flames. Origami. Looking at the black smoke that couldn't be seen clearly, Liaozi clenched his fists tightly. That idiot! Prairie Fire turned around and yelled at the AST members behind him. What are you looking at? Go help them. The members of AST were shocked. They hurriedly operated the ejector and flew down. However, after flying for a short distance, a figure appeared in front of them. Kurumi walked slowly in the air as if she was taking a stroll in the garden. She turned her head around, and a wicked smile hung on her beautiful face. Although I know what's going on, it seems to be very complicated over there. Can you please not go over and disturb them? After saying that, Kwang San's red eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Otherwise, I'll be very angry, very angry. Nightmare, Sun Liaozi's expression changed. She didn't dare to pretend that she didn't hear the evil elf's words. At the same time, the black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the situation inside Kotori, who was engulfed in flames, wasn't hurt at all. Tabichi Origami was strangled by Kotori. She was hanging in the air and struggling in pain. Chapter 11:12. Ugh. Kyuchi Origami could only struggle to break free from the grasp of his hand. However, the more she struggled, the more pain she felt. In the end, her usually calm face was flushed red from the suffocation. The feeling of suffocation assaulted Tabichi Origami's mind. Her mind started to blur. Even so, she continued to glare at Kotori's face with resentment. If she could get a little closer, she wouldn't mind biting Kotori's face and tearing off a piece of flesh. Kotori's frown deepened when she saw Tabichi Origami's behavior. Tabichi Origami's behavior is a bit abnormal. Kotori knew Tabichi Origami very well. She was in the same class as her brother and sister, and she was familiar with her. To put it simply, Tokichi Origami is an unapproachable person. She doesn't interact much with others and secretly hates the elves. She joined AST for the sake of world peace and to prevent the elves from destroying the world and harming others. Rather than saying that she joined AST for the sake of world peace and to stop the elves from destroying the world and harming others, it's more accurate to say that she hates the elves. That's why Tabichi Origami joined AST. But this hatred is a bit too much. Kotori recalled the information she received about Tabichi Origami. She stared at Tabichi Origami's resentful eyes, and for some reason, she felt annoyed. Her grip tightened, causing Tabichi Origami to moan in pain. Watching all of this happen with their own eyes, Toka and Yoshino were completely unable to react. For a moment, they were stunned on the spot. Only Wuyin looked at Tabichi Origami quietly and sighed. When he saw Tabichi Origami charging at Kotori with a face full of hatred, Wuyin already knew what was going to happen next. Wuyin can only blame himself for forgetting that Tabichi Origami is a member of AST. He forgot that Tabichi Origami has hatred in her heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Kotori turn into an elf even if her identity is exposed. Even if she sees her normal state, it's just a bit more troublesome. With Kotori's abilities and the seal on her spirit energy, she won't be able to detect any psychic waves. Even if she looks exactly the same, she won't be treated like an elf. But now, in order to save some trouble, he got himself into big trouble. Wu Yin felt like the loss outweighed the gain. Wu Yin glanced at the AST members who were pinned down by Kurumi. He looked at Kotori. Kotori, let her go. Kotori was stunned. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Then he tossed the origami kitsune out of his hand. Cough, cough. Tabichi Origami stabilized herself. The propellers behind her increased in power, allowing her to float in the air. She covered her neck and coughed a few times. Her eyes never left Kotori. The hatred is still there. Cough. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Efreet. Tabichi Origami coughed and said something that made Kotori very uncomfortable. The flames on her body started jumping violently. Kotori can tell from Tabichi Origami's words that Tabichi Origami hates herself. But why? Is it because she's an elf? But Tabichi Origami has encountered elves dozens of times, if not hundreds of times. Kotori did know that Tabichi Origami would act recklessly in front of elves, but she never heard of it. Why would Tabichi Origami act like this when facing an elf? There must be a reason behind it. Realizing this, Kotori's doubtful gaze toward Toichi Origami gradually disappeared and was replaced with a cold look. You know me? Kotori Origami shook her head. Kotori paused for a moment and shook her head. No, I should say that you know Efreet. You know me? You know me? Tabichi Origami was so angry that she started laughing. Her face scrunched up due to the anger and hatred in her heart. Yes, I know you. Of course I know you. At this moment, Toichi Origami had completely lost her previous expressionless and emotionless image as a puppet. She shouted out in a low voice, which was out of character. "How can I not know you? You killed my parents." His words caused Kotori's calm demeanor to completely change. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented emotions. "What did you say?" Kotori's voice was trembling, but she suppressed the sudden fear in her heart and asked in a hoarse voice. "You said I killed your parents?" "That's right. It's you. The Elves of Fire, Efreet. 5 years ago, it caused a big fire in Heavenly Palace City when it was in the modern world. You killed my parents." Tabichi Origami's face was pale due to her loud roar, but her voice was filled with hatred and hatred as it entered Kotori's ears. Kotori stared blankly at Toichi Origami, who was yelling at her. Her face turned pale as well, without a trace of blood. 5 years ago, huge fire? Wasn't that when I was transformed into an elf and obtained the power of an elf? Did I really kill Tabichi Origami's parents at that time? Thinking of this, Kotori's heart sped up due to fear, and her eyes were filled with fear. After all, before she met Wu Yin, if she overused her powers, her spirit power would go berserk and she would lose her consciousness. She would turn into a monster that only knows how to destroy things. 5 years ago, perhaps when he went berserk, he unknowingly killed some people. That's hard to say. Such a thought flashed through Kotori's mind, causing her body to tremble. At this moment, because she's a fire spirit, she's the murderer of your parents? A voice that was terrifyingly calm compared to Kotori and Tokichi's voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, a terrifying flame that incinerated the atmosphere and caused the surrounding temperature to rise by several levels abruptly appeared. "Then I'm sorry. I'm probably involved in killing your parents." Tabichi Origami turned around and looked at the source of the voice. She was stunned by what she saw. Red flames shot up into the sky like serpents. Wu Yin was bathed in flames. His wine-red eyes looked at Tabichi Origami with pity and sympathy. Tabichi Origami was stunned. 2. Fire elves. Wu Yan's pity and sympathy deepened when he saw Tabichi Origami's stunned expression. Tabichi Origami understood his gaze and took a few steps back. Her expression turned vicious. "If that's the case, then I'll kill both of us." Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Do you think you can do it?" "I have to do it even if I can't." Tabichi Origami yelled and raised her cannon again. This time, she aimed at Wu Yan. "I'll kill you." What a joke. As this emotionless voice drifted in a kite, one Origami's ears. Kite 1 Origami was startled. Before she could react, a figure had already appeared in front of her. The figure extended his hand and pressed down on the heavy cannon in her hand. His wine-red eyes immediately met Kite 1 Origami's gaze. If you can kill elves with aggro, then there's no need for an AST. Wu Yin grabbed the cannon with all his might, and he flung it out. Tabichi Origami, who was holding the cannon, was sent flying. When Tabichi Origami steadied herself and looked down, Wu Yin and Kotori were nowhere to be seen. Even Toka and Yoshino were nowhere to be seen. Even Kurumi, who stopped the AST, was nowhere to be seen. At the scene, only a faint sentence was left, echoing in the air. "Believe it or not, the elf who killed your parents isn't Kotori, it's someone else." Tabichi Origami's expression changed. She scanned every nook and cranny of the place, but she couldn't find Wu Yin and company looking at the members of Sunrise Prairie Fire and AST flying towards her. Origami Kitsune gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. "It's Suka, Shido." Chapter 11-13. Heavenly Palace City. It's been about an hour since the space-time quake happened. At this time, the spacequake alarm had been lifted, and the residents who had been protected had also come out of the shelters one after another. The damaged streets had also been repaired at a godlike speed by the display device used for repair. The entire Heavenly Palace City had been restored to the appearance before the spacequake. The residents of Heavenly Palace City had long been accustomed to the spacequake. Therefore, as soon as they came out of the shelter, the residents acted as if nothing had happened and they had not encountered anything. They once again returned to their noisy state, making the entire heavenly palace city full of vitality. If one only looked at the surface, no one would have thought that just an hour ago, in this corner of the city, which looked like hell, there was also a medium-sized riot, of course. The people walking on the street didn't know that one of them was the culprit who caused the space-time quake. He was walking with them in broad daylight, heading back to his own home. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yono reverted to their casual attire. Their spiritual power was sealed away by the sealing bracelet. They are now just ordinary people. They are on their way back to the Itsuka clan with Wu Yin. Along the way, Toka and Yoshino were overjoyed. They skip around like they wanted to go home as soon as possible. If Wu Yin, Kotori, and Kurumi weren't walking at a leisurely pace, the two girls would have started running. Obviously, Wui's family had a very special position in the hearts of Shi Xiang and Shi Xiaonai as their first shelter after getting rid of the identity of being hunted. Furthermore, Shirji had always taken good care of the two of them, causing them to somewhat miss her. As for Kurumi, she has been walking elegantly with a smile on her face. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled. She didn't say anything, she just kept walking. However, if you look closely, you'll notice that Kurumi would sometimes glance behind her. Then, she would quicken her pace a little to put some distance between herself and the two behind her. She even stood behind Toka and Yoshino to prevent them from noticing what's going on behind them. Wu Yin gratefully smiled at Kurumi. Then he looked to his side. Kotori is there with her head lowered. Her entire face is covered by her bangs, so no one can see her expression. However, one can vaguely see Kotori's petite body trembling. Wu Yin stared at Kotori for a while before turning around. He looked ahead and spoke to Kotori with a voice that only she can hear. Are you still concerned about what Toko Origami said? Kotori's delicate body, which was originally trembling slightly, suddenly trembled. She lowered her head even more. After a long while, she finally opened her mouth. Did I really kill Toko Origami's parents? So, you really do care? Wu Yin sighed. It's not like you haven't killed anyone in the Spalier world. That one is different from this one. Kotori raised her voice involuntarily, sounding a little shrill. Killing them was a decision I made based on my own will. Toka Origami's parents were powerless mortals who didn't do anything wrong. More importantly, I didn't kill them on my own volition. It's different. So you think it's your own fault? Wu Yin frowned. Am I wrong? Kotori raised her head. She met Wu Yin's gaze with a wavering gaze. Are you trying to say, is it wrong to kill powerless mortals who didn't do anything wrong? I don't know if it's wrong or not. Wu Yin waved his hand and looked into Kotori's eyes. But I think you didn't do anything wrong. Even if it's a sin, you don't have to bear it. You didn't do anything wrong. Kotori clenched her fist. Her eyes dimmed. You really didn't do anything wrong? Even I don't know about it, but Toka Origami saw it with her own eyes. Saw it with her own eyes? Wu Yin glanced at Kotori. Are you sure she saw you kill her parents with her own eyes? Kotori's footsteps paused, and her brows furrowed. What do you mean? Even though you were still a child 5 years ago, it shouldn't be hard to match her in terms of appearance, right? Wu Yin shook his head. Since Tokichi Origami has feelings for Shirji, it's impossible that she doesn't know you. Then, why didn't she show anything to you before? Why did she only treat you as an enemy when you turned into an elf? Kotori was at a loss. If I remember correctly, Toka Origami revealed something like this. Wu Yin analyzed calmly. Koichi Origami's parents were killed by a certain elf 5 years ago when you turned into an elf for the first time and your spiritual energy went berserk, causing a huge fire, right? What are you trying to say? Kotori frowned. She sensed something from Wu Yan's words. She looked at Wu Yan with hope. Don't you know something about it? If you do, please tell me, Oni-chan. Wu Yan couldn't help but bitterly laugh. Ever since Kotori became his summoned figure, she had been calling him Big Brother in her commander mode. But in terms of personality, she was still as cold and vicious as ever. She never showed mercy in her actions or words. This was definitely the first time Coterie, who was in commander mode, had ever used such a pleading tone in her life, wasn't it? Looks like she really cares about hurting innocent people when she goes berserk. Well, no matter how cold she is, Coterie is still Coterie. Her nature is still kind. I don't think I can explain it in words. Wu Yin mused. Didn't you lose your memories when you turned into a fairy 5 years ago? How about this? I'll help you retrieve your memories, and you'll know what happened. Retrieve my memories? Coterie was shocked. Her expression turned serious. Can you do that? Piece of cake. Wu Yin smirked. Not to mention retrieving your memories. I can even create a new one for you. You're dead if you do that. Coterie glared coldly at Wu Yin. Listen up, if you dare to fabricate a new memory for me, don't expect me to forgive you. What if I help you retrieve your memories and prove you're innocent? Wu Yan's tone turned playful. How do you want to repay me? My adorable little sister. I'll repay. Coterie's eyes darted around. She didn't dare to look at Wu Yan's playful face. Her cheeks turned red as she spoke shyly. Or if that's the case, you could do whatever you want. Wu Yan looked at Coterie in disbelief. He couldn't believe that those words came out of Coterie's mouth. But soon, Wu Yan smiled. It was a joyful smile. Remember what you said, Coterie-chan. You can't go back on your words. You're so annoying. Coterie glared at Wu Yan. I've always kept my word. If you dare to fabricate a new memory, I'll... Yes, yes, yes. Wu Yan shrugged. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. That better be the case. Coterie snorted coldly and quickened her pace. Her cheeks were still flushed red. Obviously, saying, you can do whatever you want is a challenge for Coterie, who is in her commander mode. Wu Yan retracted his smile when he saw Coterie's reaction. He released a sigh of relief. At least Coterie has returned to her normal self. He achieved his goal. But I didn't expect Coterie to say, do whatever you want when she's in her commander mode. It's clear that she really cares if she kills some innocent people when she goes berserk. It's a good thing Coterie didn't kill Toichi Origami's parents. Otherwise, Wu Yin can't imagine what would happen to Coterie. Shido, hurry up. I'm leaving you behind. I'm coming. Wu Yin reined his thoughts and quickened his pace when he heard Toka's excited shouts. Chapter 11:14. When Wu Yin and company arrived at Itsuka's house and entered the house, they were greeted by Shirori, who ran out looking like she just saw a ghost. Everyone jumped in fright when they saw her. After a period of chaos, Shirori finally calmed down and explained the situation to Wu Yin and Ko in a trembling voice. After Shirori finished her explanation, Wu Yan's group found out that the reason why Shirori acted like she saw a ghost was because of them. This is a dungeon world. The time ratio is 100, 1 compared to the Spalier world. If Wu Yin leaves the dungeon world, the time will stop flowing. So, Shirori didn't know that Wu Yan's group left this world for quite some time. The problem is when they left this world, Toka and Yoshino were with Shirori. So, the time in the date battle world stopped at the time when Shirori, Toka, and Yoshino were still chatting. In the Spalier world, Wu Yin summoned 4 elf girls. Toka and Yoshino left Shiori's side. When they returned to this world with Wu Yin, time resumed. The result was both Shirji and Shirji suddenly disappeared right in front of Shirji's eyes. Poor Shirori, who was still immersed in chatting with Toka and Yoshino. The next second, 2 living people disappeared in front of her. How could she not be afraid? Shirori didn't dare to stay here alone. She ran off to look for Wu Yin, Coterie, and Kurumi. Shirori found something amiss when she looked for them. The 3 of them had also disappeared. Such a strange phenomenon scared Shirori so much that she almost fainted. She wanted to escape from Itsuka's house. She was afraid that even the people on the street outside would disappear. If she was the only one left in the world, she would collapse. So, Shirori could only tremble. She held onto the fear in her heart. She ran back to her room. She hid under her quilt and didn't dare to come out until she heard Wu Yan's group shouting, "I'm back." She ran out with tears streaming down her face. Wu Yan and Ko blushed with shame when when they found out what happened. They can only console Shirori, who is in a state of panic. They can't explain what is going on with this supernatural phenomenon. Left with no other choice, Wu Yin used a skill to erase Shiori's memory to calm her down. When everything calmed down, Shirori led Toka and Yoshino to prepare dinner. Wu Yin was brought into the room by Kotori, who couldn't wait any longer. Kurumi came along with them as well. Of course, the three of them didn't want to do anything that would make them feel better. They just wanted to help Kotori retrieve the memories that she lost when she turned into an elf 5 years ago. Itsuka, Kotori's room. Wisps of burning mana flames jumped on his fingers, as if they were cheerful fairies dancing in the air. Wu Yin grabbed a strand of magical flame and flicked it. The magical flame shot out like a bullet and hit the ground. Then, a platinum-colored magical formation appeared with a magical flame as the center. Wu Yin nodded and looked at Kotori. Stand in the magical formation. Stand in this magic circle. It can help you reconstruct the memory before and after your elven transformation 5 years ago. Kotori's face tensed up. She was expressionless, but there was an indescribable seriousness in her voice. She nodded and walked into the magical formation. She stood in the center. BZZ, the platinum-colored magical formation flashed with a barrier of light. With the boundary of the magical formation as the boundary, it enveloped Kotori. Then, the ripples of mana started to expand, and Kotori slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, Wu Yin and Kurumi closed their eyes. This magical formation has an additional effect. It allows others to share the memories of the person in the magical formation. To avoid losing her memories again, Kotori agreed to share her memories with Wu Yin and Kurumi. Therefore, in the room, the three of them closed their eyes and immersed themselves in their own minds. A blurry image slowly appeared in the minds of the three of them. In the image, a young Kotori is standing there. However, she wasn't alone. There's a shadow in front of Kotori. It was a shadow whose entire body was covered by something that looked like a mosaic. The shadow extended a hand that's also covered in mosaics towards Kotori. In the palm of his hand, there was a small red gemstone that was faintly emitting a fiery red light. It was lying there. The shadow seemed to say something to Kotori. Kotori slowly reached out her hand and touched the red gem. The moment Xiao Qinli touched the red gem, it turned into a ray of light and merged into Xiao Qinli's palm. Then, Kotori's body began to burn with scorching flames. Her clothes started burning from the bottom and turned into ashes. It turned into a strange, feather-like, pinkish-white kimono. She was wearing a feather kimono that was so beautiful it seemed like a fantasy. She was bathed in boiling flames. In the video, Kotori's face was twisted in pain. Not only that, but around Kotori, bright red flames began to burn. Kotori seemed to have reached the limit of her endurance, and she began to cry out, as if it had received some kind of command. The flames suddenly expanded and spread wildly in all directions. The park, the houses, the shops, the buildings, and even the streets were all covered by the merciless flames. Xiao Qin, on the other hand, seemed to have been tied to a pillar. Her hands were spread wide open as she screamed in pain. She looked like a saintess who was being burned alive. As she screamed, the flames around her shot out in all directions like a flamethrower. By the time Xiao Qin finally stopped screaming and calmed down, everything around her had already been engulfed in a sea of fire and was slowly burning away. Everything within his field of vision was burned to ashes. Moreover, the fire was still gradually expanding its scope. Seeing all this, Kotori's face once again showed a pained expression. She collapsed to the ground, covered her face, and cried bitterly. Large drops of tears flowed from her eyes, dripping onto the ground, and were directly evaporated by the scorching flames. The shadow stood there and watched. Until a certain moment, it suddenly raised its head and looked at the sky. Then, it immediately disappeared. Almost at the same time, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Kotori. Coterie threw herself into the person's arms as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw. Not long after, the two talked about something, and the person gave Coterie a red bracelet before disappearing. That person was Wu Yin, who accidentally returned to Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago. When Coterie put on the bracelet and sealed all her spirit energy, Wu Yin disappeared. The shadow appeared in front of Coterie again. This shadow kept looking up at the sky and didn't say anything for a long time. When her spiritual energy was sealed and her spiritual equipment turned into flames, Coterie covered her body and took a few steps back in fear. The shadow seemed to have realized something and looked at Coterie. Then, the shadow reached out its hand. This time, there was no gem in its hand. Its palm was no longer in front of Coterie. Instead, it pressed down on Coterie's head. A faint light flashed from the shadow's hand. Coterie, who was struggling, stiffened. Her eyes closed, and she fell to the ground. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The shadow disappeared once more. The fire that spread throughout Heavenly Palace City seemed to have lost its power. As Coterie fell, it gradually dimmed. Many buildings and streets that were burned to ashes were exposed to the air. Everything disappeared. The image of Heavenly Palace City, which was almost burned to ashes, emitting light smoke, became the last scene in this memory fragment. Chapter 11:15. The magical ripples in the small room slowly receded. The platinum-colored magic formation in the center of the room slowly retracted and disappeared into thin air. Wu Yin, Coterie, and Kurumi opened their eyes. They were shocked, as if they were awakened from a nightmare. Their breathing quickened. That was... Coterie covered her forehead subconsciously. She was still immersed in the memories she just retrieved. Her red eyes were trembling violently. Even her pupils were dilated. I remember now the reason why I turned into an elf. Compared to the dazed Coterie, Wu Yan's expression was full of frustration. So that shadow was there the whole time. Why didn't I notice it? Despite saying that, Wu Yan couldn't do anything about it. What could he do? When he returned to Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago and saw Coterie, it was just an accident. It was not something he could control at all. There was only a short period of time. He was not free when he came, and he was not free when he left. Even if he found the shadow, he probably couldn't do anything. However, Wu Yan wasn't happy that the shadow that caused Coterie to turn into an elf had watched him disappear from Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago. That shadow. Kurong San frowned slightly and then relaxed her brows. She relaxed and muttered. So that's what caused Coterie to turn into an elf. Wu Yan and Coterie flinched when they heard Kurumi's words. Coterie quickly asked after she recovered from her daze. Kurumi, do you know it? Kurumi nodded, but quickly shook her head. I don't know it. I only met it a few times before House Sama came with me. This. Coterie took a deep breath and suppressed the agitation in her heart, calming herself down. Then do you know who it is? Kurumi shook her head. I said I met it a few times, but I only talked to it a few times. I only know it was covered by a blurry shadow every time it appeared. It has never revealed its true form. As for what purpose it has and what it usually does, I have no idea either. Kurumi nodded. Coterie fell silent. Wu Yan glanced at Coterie. Then he looked at Kurumi. Kurumi, how do you know it? In the beginning, it came to me by itself. Kurumi narrowed her wine-red eyes and tried to recall what had happened. She slowly opened her mouth. It seemed to know a lot of things. It also knew that I was gathering a lot of time to launch the Bullet of 12. It was also the one who gave me the information that you were studying in Lichon High School, lived in Wu He's house, and had Shixiong and Sifunai with you. It gave it to you? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes, and he continued. You're saying you transferred to Zen Hai to look for me because it provided you with the information you needed? That's right. Kurumi sighed. Speaking of which, it's thanks to it that I was able to get information from the outside and successfully integrate myself into human society. Hearing this, Coterie frowned. So, you don't know anything about it? Sorry. Unfortunately, I don't know much about it. Kurumi looked at Kotori. Almost every time, it took the initiative to find me. The information it provided me was all given by it for free. I once suspected its purpose, but what it did was not harmful to me at all. So I don't know why it did this. Kurumi glanced at Wu Yin when she said this. But it seems to be interested in House Sama. I even suspect it was its plan to meet House Sama. It's interested in me? Wu Yin raised an eyebrow and smiled. Is it because I went back in time and sealed Kotori's Reiki? Kurumi pondered for a moment and nodded. Apart from this possibility, there shouldn't be anything else. After all, in this world, the only one who can seal the power of the elves, besides Shurji, is Husband. On top of that, Lord Husband also possesses a strength that is comparable to or even surpasses the elves. If I didn't become Lord Husband's summoner, I probably wouldn't have known what kind of existence Lord Husband is in my entire life. That's true. Wu Yin lowered his head and pursed his lips. It has done so many inexplicable things behind my back. It must have its own purpose. To it, an inexplicable existence like me should have disrupted its plan. It's not strange for it to pay attention to me. Even you don't know the true form of that shadow? Kotori turned to Wu Yin. Don't you know a lot about the dungeon worlds? Didn't I tell you when we were in the bloodlust frenzy world? I don't know everything about the dungeon worlds. Wu Yin bitterly smiled. Even though I know a lot more about this world compared to the blood-devouring frenzy world, unfortunately, that shadow is a mystery. Even I can't figure out what it is. You always drop the ball at the most crucial moments. How useless are you? Kotori harumphed coldly. At least I know why it turned me into a Reiki and why it gave the core of Reiki's Reiki to a human. That, I really don't know. Wu Yin turned his head away, and he said this out of the blue. But I do know that there's another Reiki in this world like Kotori. She was given a Reiki by the shadow and turned into a Reiki. Kotori was shocked. She grabbed Wu Yin's collar and yelled angrily. What did you say? Why didn't you tell me about such an important thing? Wu Yin tilted his head back to avoid Kotori's saliva and pursed his lips. What can I do if I tell you? Do I even need to tell you? Kotori yelled angrily. Of course you have to communicate with her and seal her Reiki. I can't do anything about that. Wu Yin shrugged and explained before Kotori exploded. That Reiki hates men for some reason. She likes cute and pretty girls. Kotori's anger froze. Allah! Kurumi also opened her mouth in surprise. In other words, that's right. Wu Yin looked at Kotori and he teased her. Just like Lana, she's a Yuri lover. I can't handle her. Or, Kotori, are you going to sacrifice your looks? Kotori choked when she saw Wu Yin and Kurumi looking at her with strange gazes. She got angry and yelled at Wu Yin. I don't care. The task of communicating with the elf is yours. You have to take her down. Huh? Wu Yan's weird expression froze on his face as he exclaimed in surprise. Didn't I tell you she's a Reiki lover? That's your business. Kotori put her hands on her hips. You've successfully conquered a lot of people. Don't tell me you can't handle a Reiki. I really can't. Do you think I'm the god of strategy? Wu Yin complained loudly. That's changing a person's sexual orientation. Have you ever seen a strategy more difficult than this? I told you that's your business. Kotori narrowed her eyes and waved her hand impatiently. Do you still want a Reiki or not? Wu Yin flinched and he quickly nodded. Kotori grinned maliciously. If that's the case, you have to do your best to complete Radatasker's mission. That way, I can apply for a Reiki from the higher-ups. Ugh. Wu Yan's lips twitched and he put on a fake smile. I can also go steal the AST or DM's display device. Radatasker's parent organization, Ascade Electronics, has a more advanced Reiki technology than DM. Kotori looked at Wu Yin with a faint smile. Is that okay? Wu Yin didn't have anything else to say to that. Kotori nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 11:16. Heavenly Palace City, Lai Chan High School. Walking down the corridor towards the classroom, Wu Yin yawned in exhaustion. Shurori frowned and started reprimanding him. Shido, can you wake up a little? Even I feel sleepy seeing you like this. Can't help it. It's not my fault this time. Wu Yin scratched his cheeks, and he bitterly shrugged. It was too late last night. I didn't get enough sleep. Too late. Shirori blinked. She looked at Toka, who was munching on a piece of bread, and Kurumi, who was hugging Wu Yan's arm intimately. She blushed when she saw Wu Yan on the left. Kurumi blushed when she saw Wu Yan on the right. Shido. Shirori purposely coughed while looking at Wu Yan from the corner of her eyes. I can't say too much about your private life, but I hope you can control yourself. Otherwise, as your sister, I will be troubled. That statement of yours makes me want to retort in all sorts of ways. Wu Yan's lips twitched. In your eyes, do I have to do something so impure in my private life? Isn't that right? Shirori closed one while squinting her other eye. She continued to squint at Wu Yan. Then let me ask you, Shido, what was it that made you fall asleep last night? Wu Yan opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the words to say. Should he tell Shirori that he went to drive Fraxinus back to the airspace of Tiangong City last night, so that the members of Ratatoskr would have a place to go to work today? He didn't mind letting Shirori know, but Kotori was against dragging Shirori into this mess. If she knew that Wu Yin told Shirori about Ratatoskr, Wu Yin would be in big trouble. That's why Wu Yin didn't know what to say. In Shirji's eyes, this kind of behavior left her speechless and unable to refute. Sigh. Shirori let out a sigh of disappointment and quickened her pace. Shido, you're Kotori's brother. You're not my real brother. I'll tell Kotori everything about you. Shirori sped up and disappeared at the end of the hallway, as if she wanted to get away from the pervert. Watching Shirori disappear from his sight, Wu Yin covered his face with his hand. He looked at Kurumi, who was hugging his arm. Do I look like a pervert who can't live without women at night? Kwangsun was slightly startled. Then, her wine-red eyes widened a little, revealing an incredulous expression. Wu Yan's eyelids twitched, and he shrugged. Okay, I understand. Hey. Toka tugged at Wu Yan's shirt, and she asked in a curious tone. She just finished eating a piece of bread. What's a nightlife? Kurumi giggled. Wu Yan's face crumbled as he told Toka in an exasperated tone. If you were willing to answer this question when Shirori was here, I wouldn't be called a pervert. Shirori, 10 Fragrances paused for a moment, then looked around her. She exclaimed, All right, where's Shirori? Where did she go? Is bread the only thing in your eyes? Wu Yan almost went crazy. She left in front of your eyes. Huh. Even Kurumi was in awe of 10 Fragrances' natural state. She couldn't help but laugh. She laughed until her stomach hurt. While the three of them were fooling around, the door to the classroom appeared in front of the three of them. Stare. The moment Wu Yan, Kurumi, and Toka entered the classroom, all the noises in the classroom died down. The classroom became silent. Numerous gazes swept over the three of them without any explanation. There were all kinds of emotions in them. Some were envious, some were probing, some were curious, and some were jealous. But most of them were disdain. Disdain for Wu Yan. After all, in their eyes, Toka had just shouted at Kurumi, I'm Shido's girlfriend, you're just Shido's fiancé. That's right, that's right. But now, the three of them were lovey-dovey, intimate, and harmonious. It would be strange if they didn't attract attention when they went to school together. Of course, the rumor about the name Itsuka Shido changed from two-timing to openly two-timing. It made the boys jealous and the girls hate and despise him. Feeling all kinds of gazes from around him, Wu Yan didn't show any reaction on the surface, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Recently, no matter which world he was in, he seemed to attract attention. From this point of view, he really has the destiny of a protagonist. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he sat down on his seat. He started chatting with Kurumi and Toka. He treated everyone else as if they're nothing more than dirt. He teased the two beauties without a care in the world, causing them to giggle with him. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the boys in the class almost burst into flames. They beat their chests and stomped their feet, tears streaming down their faces. Whether it was Kurumi or Toka, the two of them were super beauties. Such a beautiful girl, in the entire Lichon High School, was already qualified to be the school belle. Now, the school beauties were chatting passionately with an unremarkable boy. How could they not be envious? Hey, Wu Yin. A few girls surrounded Shirori and began to criticize Wu Yin. Your brother is two-timing. Shouldn't you do something about it? Shido isn't two-timing, you know. Shirori also thinks that Wu Yin is a bit of a playboy, but in front of outsiders, she chose to side with him. She shook her head and shook her head. That, you see, isn't this a common plot in TV shows? Originally, the two of them loved each other very much. But one day, a fiancé suddenly appeared and said that their engagement was set by their parents. Shirori explained. Shido is like this now. In fact, there's nothing going on between him and Tokasaki-san. Shido really likes Toka. From this sentence, it can be seen that Shirori is on Toka's side. I see. The girls nodded in agreement. They looked at Wu Yin with a friendlier gaze. Shirori released a sigh of relief when she saw this. But at this moment, Itsuka Shido, while Wu Yin, Kurumi, and Toka were chatting happily, an extremely calm and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this familiar voice, Wu Yan's body stiffened. He turned his head reflexively. The figure that entered his sight was not out of his expectations. It's Toka Origami. Tabichi Origami. Wu Yin averted his gaze. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried. This Toka Origami, she will make a move right here, right? Perhaps seeing Wu Yan's thoughts, Toka Origami raised her head and stared straight at Wu Yan's face. I have something to say to you. The entire classroom went silent. Could it be that having a foot in 2 boats was a thing of the past, and now he was having a foot in 3 boats? This thought appeared in the minds of almost all the students present. Therefore, a piercing gaze pierced Wu Yan's back. Wu Yan felt a chill down his spine for a moment. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, Wu Yan dryly laughed. Toka Origami, I have something to say to you. Toka Origami used the same tone to interrupt Wu Yan. At the same time, there was an unquestionable look in her eyes. Seeing this, Wu Yan knew that if he didn't make things clear to Toka Origami, she wouldn't give up. Hey, Toka Origami. On the side, Toka couldn't help but yell. What do you want to do to Shido? Toka Origami ignored Toka and continued to stare at Wu Yan. This made Toka a bit angry. I say you. Patting Toka's shoulder and giving her a reassuring look, Wu Yan walked out of the classroom. Toka Origami immediately followed. As soon as the two walked out of the classroom, the entire classroom became noisy. Shirji. Many female students looked at Shirji. Are you sure your brother only likes Okami? Shirji smiled embarrassedly and tiredly laid on the table. I don't care. Chapter 11-17. There's not much time left before class starts. In the hallway, the uniformed students are marching towards their respective classrooms. Wu Yin and Tabichi Origami are the only ones who are walking in the opposite direction under the curious gazes of the other students. Along the way, the two of them didn't say a word. They maintained their silence and walked against the flow of people until they reached the staircase. They climbed up the stairs and walked to the door of the rooftop that was tightly locked, as if they had planned this beforehand. Wu Yin and Tabichi Origami stopped at the same time. They turned around at the same time and faced each other. If anyone saw this scene, they would think that one of them brought the other here to confess. If you don't look at the serious expression on their faces. In the distance, the noise of the students from Lichon High School was still reverberating, clearly reaching their ears. However, at this moment, the two of them had already selectively blocked out all the sounds. They were clearly less than 3 or 4 steps away from the crowd, but the scene had strangely formed a silent space that seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. Looking at Tabichi Origami's delicate doll-like face, Wu Yin had the thought of if only she could smile. Of course, it's just a fleeting thought, Wu Yin knows. Making Tabichi Origami smile is harder than making Ikaro smile. After all, Tabichi Origami carries a burden that normal high school students can't bear. Hatred. and this hatred exploded when he saw Kotori yesterday. Yin can more or less guess why Tabichi Origami brought him here. To be honest, with the hatred in Tabichi Origami's heart, it's a bit out of Wu Yan's expectation that she didn't attack him immediately. But if possible, he doesn't want Tabichi Origami to hurt Kotori. Even though, compared to Tabichi Origami, Kotori is much stronger, Wu Yan doesn't want to see that happen. So if possible, he also wants to erase Tabichi Origami's hatred. Even if he can't erase the hatred in her heart, he has to at least make Tabichi Origami believe him. Kotori isn't her enemy, but with Tabichi Origami's personality, she probably wouldn't believe what he said. Wu Yan can only try his best. If Tabichi Origami doesn't want to let Kotori go, then for Kotori, Wu Yan has to use some tough methods. Of course, that's for later. Wu Yan thought about telling her the real enemy who killed Tabichi Origami's parents, but he immediately gave up on that idea, because that's more difficult than letting Tabichi Origami give up her hatred, believe him, and smile from the bottom of her heart. If she knows the truth, Tabichi Origami might completely lose her motivation to survive and collapse. The only thing he can't say is the truth. Even if he did say it, Tabichi Origami wouldn't believe him. She might even view him as an enemy and misunderstand him. Are you the one who killed my parents? No matter how I look at it, it's just a lie you made up to protect Kotori. Tabichi Origami pointed at Wu Yan. If you didn't do it, then show me proof. Otherwise, I won't believe you. Following Origami's words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Looking at Yuichi Origami, pointing at him with one hand, but her teeth were constantly biting his lips, and she was still using force. He was afraid that if this continued, it would not be strange for her lips to be bitten by her. It's easy to imagine how painful it is for Tabichi Origami to lose her parents. Under such pain, if Tokichi Origami were to find out the true identity of the murderer who killed her parents, that's too cruel. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. You're right, I can't prove that Kotori didn't kill your parents, but you can't prove that Kotori killed your parents either, right? Wu Yan lifted his head and looked at Tabichi Origami. Or do you plan to kill the wrong person rather than let them go? Kill me and Shurji's sister and suffer the same pain of losing a loved one as you do? Sure. Ji. Koichi Origami's face instantly turned pale. She lowered her head and used her bangs to cover her face. She was unable to say anything else. Wu Yan didn't say anything else. He just stared at Toichi Origami, trying to figure out something from her expression. However, he could only see Toichi Origami's slender shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, Origami Kite was also struggling. Wu Yan didn't know what happened between Tabichi Origami and Shirori that made Shirori so important to Tabichi Origami. However, it's still a good thing that he managed to turn Tabichi Origami's mind upside down. It wasn't until a long time later, when the class bell rang, that Tokichi Origami took a deep breath and raised her head. Her face once again returned to normal. I will find the murderer. Leaving these words behind, Yuini Origami walked away without looking back. Wu Yan leaned against the wall and looked up at the ceiling. He sighed. Temporary peace is a good thing. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.